That's the networker's credo. I'm Eric. I was talking with famous people. One of them. Here's the other one. Her name's Rachel. And she has won the award for World's Most Beautiful Lady. I think, what is it, 5 or 6 years in a row now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so.
Thanks.
Some of the other ladies are getting a little frustrated with her hogging all the prizes. But you know what I'd say to them? Fuck off. You know? Deal with it. That's what I'd say to them. Alright, so I'm going to go do a little outsiding here. I will get some glasses to take with me. But most of all, what I will do is put some socks on. Socks are a barrier between you and dustiness. Nobody wants to have dusty feet, except maybe famous baseball player and manager Dusty Baker. Even then, I think he just wants dusty bakers, not dusty feet. All right, let's see who's here. I see a couple of people have arrived to play together with me. Cool. Did you ask your mom? I went to everyone's door and I knocked on their door and said, Can Mia come out to play? To their mom, when their mom answered. I'm gonna pull up the old chatteroo on the big screen. By doing this. Hi, Kim. Your pharmacy had a shortage? You have to wait until tomorrow to get it? Hi, Kim. Well, Kim, it's Sunday, okay? Our pharmacy's not even open on the weekends, which is why I had to be burdened with getting my Adderall on Friday, 2 days early. So, you think you have problems? You probably do compared to me, because my pharmacy is fantastic. Mm-hmm. I used to have all kinds of problems getting my Adderall. Not anymore. Hi, Cam Moto. Wonderful to see you, friend. How are you doing?
Hey, Cam.
I'm sure it has something to do with the Holy Ghost. Jesus Christ. What is your biggest mistake in life? I guess cheating on someone one time. I was like 18, but no excuses. Be my biggest mistake, or my biggest wrongdoing. Kimberly Dale. Hello. How are you? Is your last name Dale, or is that your middle name? Kimberly Dale Worthingtons. That seems like what your last name should be.
How come, I mean, my I regret cheating too. Mm-hmm. I should have just broke up with him. And that's what, my intuition was saying, but
your cheating wasn't as bad as mine. Because it was still unacceptable, but it was responsive.
But I feel like it did tarnish my reputation.
Yeah, well, I'm not so. It is the case that I don't like the fact that I can't full-throatedly judge without. I am not without sin, so I can't cast the first stone.
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
That's annoying. But primarily, I regret it because I think of the damage it did to an innocent person who was a perfectly good and wonderful person. She wasn't. I'm sure we wouldn't have lasted forever, but there was nothing. She wasn't bad at all. She was nice and didn't deserve that. And as I've grown older, I realized just how much trust damaging things like that impact a person long term, I just feel like, wow, I can't believe I did that.
Well, at least you like feel regret about it. Like I think my first boyfriend ever cheated on me, and I'm sure there was no remorse.
Well, maybe there is now. Who knows?
Hmm.
I'm gold, says Kamoto. Re-ent vid I saw. You can use a plastic tube dude from a drink to shrink wrap on a doll as a dress. Really? Well, Kamoto, I don't know if you've heard the incredibly dramatic news, but Rachel and I just got back from Vegas, and somewhere along the trip to Vegas, I lost Tiffany. How do you fast forward the video? First, you're going to need to wait for it to be completed as a live stream. And then what you're going to want to do is wait for it to process a little bit, watch it from the beginning, and then you'll be able to do the fast forwarding thing. However, in the interim, as this is currently being created moment by moment with my mouth
Did
and
you know
voice.
your favorite Bissell has an expiration date? It's true. And
This is the kind of content I sometimes watch,
It is.
but I've never encountered you before. I do watch this kind of content occasionally, sometimes. I wanted to watch them so bad, but without my ADHD meds, I can't focus. RIP. You wanted to watch what so bad? Yeah. Well, as you probably anticipate, when somebody enters the chat with a check mark indicating they've got more than 100,000 subs, I tend to check them out and see what they're all about. I'm still 80,000 plus subs away. But here's the good news, Cameron. Yes, Tiffany went missing, but also that compelled me to try to find a new Tiffany. Obviously, the old Tiffany was very beat up. She lost an arm and she had seen better days, right? Now, though, Rachel and I found on eBay a replacement, and accordingly, we're going to have a brand fresh Tiffany.
And friends.
Yeah. A couple new friends as well that I don't know who they're going to be. I think they're going to be a couple of people that Tiffany found at the Special Olympics, maybe.
Special Olympics, yeah.
They look kind of special. The other one's not Tiffany.
Yeah.
You look like Gray Gandalf. Well, I'm more Gandalf the White, which is to say, I'm a moralist.
Hey, Winston's mom.
Your fish drowned, huh? That's because fish can only swim in water, not liquid metal. It's too hot for them. It is as pink as the construction paper that you use around Valentine's Day to cut out hearts in school.
Aww.
That's how pink it is. Am I bussy? Oh, that's also pink, yeah. That's just pink because I put pink food coloring on it every morning. Actually, I asked Rachel to do it. Rachel, can you get the eyedropper and eyedrop pink food coloring in my butthole, please?
Yeah, what color?
Pink.
Oh.
So that when they ask, is it pink, I can say yes.
Yes. Sure.
What I do have this pink, if I can find it, is of course my precious headband. Your grandma just flew out the window?
Thanks, Mrs. Mom.
Well, good thing she has all those anal beads inside. She can just use that on the way down to lasso a railing or something. Grandma brought me over on Tuesday and showed me all her many anal beads. She said, boy, if you want to be like your grandma, spread your cheeks and insert a bunch of these. That's called Grandma Told Me About Anal Beads from Grandma the Musical. It's currently in production, obviously. I'm working on it. Grandma the Musical is a good name for a musical. Features the hit song, Hey Grandma, What You Doing Right There? And the other hit song, Whose Anal Mucus Is This? I had another one called Jokes About Your Mom, which the key lyric in it is, they was telling all these jokes all about your mom right up till grandma done come along. Now all the jokes is valid and none of them is true, because grandma's whoring up and she's here to fuck with you. That's one of the parts of the musical. I'm making it up right now, I'll admit that, but it's still, this is part of the creative process. And her main song, of course, it begins the musical. I had a kid, then she had a kid, now I am a grandma. Like that. All right. Just want to look at this pond right now. I'm not exactly sure what or how much I'm going to do at the moment, but I do want to look. All right, so if we look here, we'll see the progress I made yesterday. Building up this back wall area. I got some more, I got rocks up there in the wheelbarrow. But it might be just a little bit too hot to do ponding right now. I mean, it's pretty fucking hot. I could do something else outside besides ponding, maybe. Like, for example, this is not what I'm going to do right now, but at some point I'm going to finish cutting this step here, put another one here, and then I'm going to have a path that will be reinforced in some spots with concrete, but mostly done with just rocks and packed dirt, and then it'll be adequate that Rachel will be able to walk down here without falling down the hill. It's hot outside where you are too, huh? Well, I think it's time to, instead of pond, to do something kind of similar, kind of related, I guess. Let's do a little bit of electric mowing. I think what I'll do is start with this part right here. Get this all over these rocks, over there, and then I may go behind the weed plants as well. So Let's get the mower out. Okay. Move it over. Okay. Now let's get the long extension cord. Of course, got a situation burgeoning in my butt, I think, which is to say, probably gonna have to stop this before I even start to go poo. Leave you in Rachel's capable hands while I do so. Okay. This is what I like to call the long extension cord. I have to poo.
Okay.
Can you hold down the fort here with these guys or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna talk through the headphones.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Okay, there's a Tom Lahire song that is very ENTP. Poisoning the Pigeons in the Park. Poisoning the Pigeons in the Park is the most ENTP song. Oh, NE. It's NE too. But it's very ENTP. Hi, Christina Hollis. Hi, Kim. No, I'm not. I was listening to the stream. I was thinking about watching Spirited Away because ChatGPT says that the main character is an INFJ 9SX 6SP 4SO like me. So if she's like me, I'll resonate with her character a lot, and I want to see it. It's been a while since I've seen Spirited Away. It was good. Thanks, Kamoto. Thanks for asking. We got a flat on the way there. Ugh. We were 18 miles away from Vegas, and the wheel just like disintegrated. You love Spirited Away? It's been a while since I've seen it. Spirited and Away are probably in the Bible.
I don't remember much about her character, honestly, John Toomey. You had a crush on Haku as a child? I can understand that. He has this like quiet confidence about him. Spirited. Yes, I could totally understand that. They say that, so ChatGPT says that Eric's type is most like Howl from Howl's Moving Castle. I could see that. Hi, Sneaky the Edit. Do you like snakes? I love Howl too. Me too. You have 4? What are their names? Thanks, Mova Diva. Lenny, Lala, and Mindy. Yeah, Lenny, Lala, and Mindy. Nice. What do you think about pigs? Because pig is the opposite of snake in Chinese astrology. Aw. I don't have much experience with snakes at all. We saw a California king.
Yeah.
California king in the backyard. It was pretty magical.
It's gorgeous.
That's your grandma's second favorite? What is your grandma's second favorite? I'm the rooster in Chinese astrology. What's the opposite of that? I don't know. I have to look it up. What is the opposite sign of rooster in Chinese astrology? Your opposite is the rabbit. The rabbit. You're a snake, Snaky the Edit, in Chinese astrology. Yeah, you should definitely ask ChatGPT what movie characters, and if you want to go specific, because like I get the character from Spirited Away often from ChatGPT, but you could go specific and be like, what Disney characters are 4, 5, 9. You can even say your stack of too. Possibly. What is that possibly?
pretty great little door.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, sneaky edit. The edit. Let me see if I can sub to you. I like Sophie from Howl's Moving Castle. Kim. I think she's a great character. Oh, I mentioned Sophie for you too? Interesting. I like that character a lot. I can see that. I should I'll say 20, sneaky the edit. Yes, the emojis have changed.
Yes, they have.
Ooh, 11. And you have that many subscribers. Congratulations. We'll try to follow you back. Oh, I'm sorry, show media. Maybe in the future we'll use updated ones of my face. No, I'm not playing again a game. I'm chatting with Acacia and Ruben. I've been chatting with ChatGPT about MBT, like Enneagram types. Sorry, I don't mean to ignore you guys. Oh, Putty Cat. On my phone. Is he kind to me? Yes, he is. Edgar Unal. He is kind. I do have Discord, Kim. My name is Rachie116. That's cool, Carrot. I was just talking about Fly Guy, and his NI being unable to, like, before the typing session with, Eric, like, trying to, he was like, he thought he was like so many different other types. Yeah, RACHIE 116, I believe. Oh, there you are. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh my gosh, I love your hair for your wedding. Beautiful. Hmm. Of course. Fly Guy is gonna poop out that Reuben. Hi, Jesus is King. We do have a Discord too. Gotta have faith in Eric. Let him just do what he wants to do. Oh yeah, Carrot. Oh yes. I just forget how to, like, share the screen and stuff. It's new to me every single time. Like, every time we do it, it's like new to me because my SI is 8th and I can't remember. Hi, Raj, Adil, Raja, Adil. California, United States. Yeah, Carrot. Okay, thank you for reminding me about that. I was wondering if I used it on my laptop or not. And then, like, do you send me a link? I forget. Carrot. Oh my god, Winston's mom. Rachel, ask your TE to write it down on a post-it and pin it to your bulletin board. I've never seen my bulletin board anymore because I don't, like, sleep up there. But that's good advice. Thank you. High healthy eating habits. It might be SI too. I'm not sure. Okay, cool, Carrot. Thanks. Hi. Okay, cool, Carrot. Nice, Raja. It's okay. Oh, Winston's mom, what was your, good night. I'm good, Fada P. That is good, SI. I could put it on my board. But if she just sends me a link, that's easy. I'm thinking it was harder, and it was definitely easier on I'm not your girl, I'm Eric's girl. I wonder where he is right now, Eric. Bye. Have a weekend. What are we talking about? That's a good question. I was wondering where Eric went. He's mowing somewhere. I think. Not really sure. We were talking about Enneagram and Discord. I was talking with Carrot about watching a movie. What time is it? Oh, yeah. No, Putty Cat. I can't, Joe. And no. Thank you, Winston's mom. The chat, when the chat goes quickly, I can't read all the things. Cool. I've never been to London. My sister really likes it there. Joe. My sister's been there like several times. Hello from California, United States. Hey, Scotty Rivers. I'm thinking about Enneagram. I was chatting with ChatGPT about Enneagram. Because I like to learn about myself because I have poor self-concept. I have poor self-concept, guys. Joe says, come over. They're about of American that like it in Notting Hill. I noticed they find it difficult to say please and thank you. Thank you, Thomas Trujillo. Hello. Hello, from California, United States. My husband is currently mowing the lawn, part of it. I never really saw Notting Hill. I tried to watching it on an airplane, but there was turbulence going on, so I couldn't pay attention. Yeah, I know. I think we're saving up time. We're gonna watch it. Yeah, Willow, they do. They indeedly do. I don't know. I thought about it. Pretty cat, maybe. There's like, no one. I don't think. I think Brett Rooker's doing home run derby, and I don't know. That's the business. Hello, my name is Rachel. M. Abdullah Official Vlogs 01. I am from California, United States. Cool. So you know what it's like. I'm gonna ask you a TE question. How many steps does it take to cut your hair? Thank you, John Kevin. Oh yeah, Kim? That's interesting. I've never been to Maine. Like, it's interesting how like the noise travels around here. I could hear the lawnmower, but I don't know where Eric is. Oh, that's sweet, Kim. My mom is from California. They met in the army. Thanks, Sean Kevin. Sup, Hunter. I don't think he's a changed man, and I am good. I'm married to an INTP. We love watching this channel. Relate to the INFJ NTP dynamic. Huh. Like if you try to use your NE, right? Like, which is like in an INFJ is ignored, and you try to like put in like your idea and it's ignored because they're TI, so they're going to doubt until there's like proof, basically. And like, I don't know, like I just want him to believe it, or like just look to see if I'm right. Yeah, Pooty Cat, Diddy is effed up. Hello, Tyler, Humphrey, YouTube, YT. Did you? That's good, Pooty Cat. I don't know why they call it mankind. I don't know. Maybe something to do with the Bible. Yeah, game over. You know, we already are staying off the grid. We always stay. Will says, me too, ha ha ha. T.I. Dom, husband, is always looking for evidence. I just know what I know. Exactly. What if we were called man ain't would be funny. I don't know what my husband sometimes will shoot down my ideas because they're not realistic. Now we have a system where he says, how % serious are you about this idea? That's funny. Okay. We all have dreams. I mean, I feel like the diddler didn't have to be hidden. It wasn't really him. Here comes Eric. Oh man, 8 times. I get it, Aisha. A lot of music going on in the neighborhood. Sounds like maybe Les's symphony orchestra is practicing, and I think the neighbors are playing music. Thank you for explaining. I can be dense sometimes. My husband is so curious about my typing tomorrow, so he might be around in the background while I get typed. That's cool. I might be around in the background too. If I'm up. I should be up. I've been getting up around like 10 o'clock. Yeah. Does he think he's an ESTJ, or does he just not? He like knows he's an ESTJ and he's not interested in what it means. I'm sorry if I bust ESTJ chops around here. I don't mean to. I'm in the shade. No, I'm not in Antarctica. I'm in my like pajamas. He's not into it as I am, but he did go through a typing session. He's pretty obviously ESTJ. That's funny. Thank you, Thomas Trujillo. Since Mom said we've had people who are ESTJ believe they are INFJ. We've never once had an INFJ who believes they are ESTJ. It is crazy. You know why? It's because I am hood. It gives me the option to go like this. It is summer, okay? I'm wearing my pajamas. It's really not that hot for me. I just want to wear my hoodie. Hi, Trouble. trouble scared of the lawnmower. Thanks, Willow. Right? I like how the bum makes the hood taller too. Yes, you are my homie too, Hassan's family. You guys are my homies. This lawnmower came with the house, so that's why he's using it. Like KFC.
Sorry.
That's okay, I expected it to
God.
happen.
A lot of dust.
What are you talking about, Hero Lamb? I don't understand. No tight clothes. I mean, big sweater, nerd glasses, etc. I like that they have biscuits. That's good, Caxus. I'm glad it is Caxus 26. I'm not sad. I'm reading the chat. Do you think that I look like an old librarian? He's asking what fashion ENFPs wear. Eclectic. And comfortable. Sometimes sporty. Eric's back, guys.
For a moment. I'm gonna go
Oh,
mow over there.
okay.
Oof.
That's good. Putty Cat, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yes, the A's are probably playing right now.
Don't tell us the score. We
No.
got to pause.
What does SE Fashion Sense look like? Because like if you're an ISFP, you would have SE Fashion Sense too in a way, because your tool function is SE.
I think SC Fashion Sense is nude and in charge.
I think so too.
I don't need clothes. All I'm gonna do is put a handle on shit and crush some puss. What do I need clothes for?
Okay, I'll do one for that. Well, like, it's probably common for people to get ENFP. I got ENFP for like 10 plus years. Well, I'm trying to think, like, Les and Kay are practical in their clothing. Like, they like to go on walks with their dogs, so they have a lot of like walking clothes, you know? Has Eric always been a A's fan? We became A's fans when we moved here. This season is the most exciting season yet.
It is. We're still quite a bit under 500, but we're climbing back. little bit by little bit. The team had a really, really rough June. We lost 20 of 21 in
Oh
June.
my god, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Hi, Mocinto Askiwea. I'm good. How are you? Harry Potter. I'm sorry, Heroin. That sucks. Breakups are fucking difficult. You want me to do a card? I can do a card for you and your breakup.
Might as well. We do need to get a weed whacker, though.
Yeah, I figured. But it's good. But it's good.
What?
The lawnmower.
Oh, yeah, it's great, but we need a weed whacker.
LeBron James and Harry Potter are the GOAT. I'm in California, United States. I'm using my phone because I have it. Okay. Hero Lamb, how would you like your question asked about your breakup? Or like life after breakup? If you're any polar, you'll have trouble with that. So whatever you come up with. Oh my god, you did? I'm so sorry to hear that. This is terrifying. I'm glad you're okay too. You're philosophical? Well, that's not a bad thing to be sometimes. Alright, I'm choosing a card for you. I'm gonna do Hero Lamb's Life After Breakup. It's only gonna be one card. Don't it's my hair. Hero Lamb's Life After Breakup. Ooh, Justice. That's a good card to get for after a breakup. If you, or you know, it is, if you were good in the relationship, good things are gonna happen to you. If you didn't, if it wasn't, like, if you didn't really play fair, then it's gonna come back to you. But if you, were fair and just in the relationship, then the good things are gonna happen to you. That's cute. Good to know, Lively Cuts. So it's sucked. You want a card, Kim? What would you like your card to be about? Just general, or do you have a question? Cool. That sucks, Lively Cuts. I want to know if studying psychology in college is a good idea. Is studying for psychology a good idea for Kim?
Done mowing.
It looks great.
Thanks. Mowed this side up there too, so.
Yeah, I thought you did. Thank you. It looks like it's gonna be tough. Psychology may be tough. It may be a harder load than expected. It is 10. Like, so it's the ending of a cycle. That could be the last thing you have to do is go to school for psychology, but it might be more difficult than expected. But again, it's 10, so it's the end of a cycle. It might be the end of a chapter too, of like things that have come before that have been difficult, and you just need that one more thing and then you're done. You're welcome, Kim.
If you work with little kids, you should maybe go more specifically into early childhood development. I know getting a degree in that helps a lot if you work with like preschool or kindergarten, as far as getting jobs anyway. I don't know if it's actually makes you do anything differently, but
Child development?
early childhood development.
Yeah, that's interesting psychology too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Willow. Will Willow be overcoming illness soon? Okay, so you got the 5 of Pentacles. You're pretty beat up right now. But if you look to see the Five of Pentacles, it's actually, and you might be like low on money, so you can't really like help financially. It's a little bit tight, but the pentacles are in the stained glass, and usually places that are cheaper will help you with money. So you just have to think of ways to get inside that church mindset, those kind of like healthy, the places that will help you for cheap. I'm sorry to hear about that, Willow. Yeah, it is hopeful, because that's the thing about the Five of Pentacles, is that they're outside like a church, and they can find some solace inside. They just have to look.
Oh, you horrible vine. Okay, what do I have to do right? What's this? What is over here? Well, that's a helpful thing to have.
Yeah, it is. Old like the old South poop in your mind.
There.
And that, by the old South, I mean not like the old South at all, because I don't want to be there. Hello, Wycliffe Okamu. Yumu. I'm like that Key and Peele sketch with Key as the substitute teacher or whatever. He's a teacher, and he says Aaron. He's calling out the names and he gets them all wrong. That's what I feel like. I feel like when I read the names on the screen, that I get the names like all wrong, like that character on Key and Peele. Yeah, Aaron. It's a good sketch. Yeah. He gets all the names like terribly wrong, and they like try to correct him, and he's like, "Are you trying to say that I'm not saying it right?" He like takes offense to it. Acaxia, exactly. Raquel. Like, hi, Victor. LOL, AI bot psychologist. Now there is an untapped market. I have math and dyslexia too, Kim. I like would get the math right in the equation in 11th grade, and I like would get the answer wrong, so that the whole thing wrong, because I got the question, like I would invert it would be, yeah, I saw the numbers were, so like say the answer was 147, I would put 174, and they would always circle it and be like question mark, like how did you get that? And it was just me messing up the numbers. It sucks because it kind of makes you have to like double check your work, and I get nervous during testing, so I would try to get over the math problems as quick as possible.
If they put those question marks, you should go up to them and say, "Look, I'm just checking to make sure you're actually grading these things." That's why I put.
Well, there would be points off next to it.
You expect me to be careful in doing my work, so obviously I need to set up some tests to make sure you're careful in your work, and I shouldn't be penalized for that. Or the more mistakes I make, the better job I'm doing of testing you, and I should get a higher grade.
That's a good point. I should have. I wish I knew you then.
Well, that was sweaty work.
You feel good?
Yeah.
That's good.
I do feel good. I feel like I'm having a cigarette. Anyway,
I know.
one from inside. I'll be right back.
Okay. Osho Media. Hello, it's Dory Edits. Yes, exactly what Kim says. Whatever will we do with you, show? No, Keisha, I haven't. Raul Viewer? Hey, Dad. It's funny. That was an accident, Kim. Do I look like I have money? Here he comes, Mr. America. I don't know enough about Kamala to say, but I didn't like her sneaky ways during interviews with John Vogelpohl, but I fucking hate Trump. I hate him. Kamala is not to be trusted, though.
Amoral relativist. That's what Kamala is.
Yeah, she is.
Which, in world public service, inevitably results in wickedness. But it's not like Trump's not being wicked. It's just he's a different kind of problem.
She's just like always like evaded questions. People like would ask like a straightforward question, like what are your plans to do about this? And she'd be like, I care about financial wealth because when I was a girl, my life was like this. and we had to do that. And that'd be it. And like the person who asked the question would be like visibly like confused.
I was okay. That's not the question I asked you. I don't know what question you're answering. The question I asked was meow 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 meow. You have various possible answers. It could be meow meow meow. It could be I refuse to answer it. It could be any number of things. What it can't be is the answer to a totally different question that I didn't ask. I would have gotten very frustrated with her if I was trying to interview her. She would have needed a stern scolding.
But all that she did to herself, she didn't even need you. She did it to herself.
Well, I mean, what she needed was somebody to like slap her into waking up and being like, "Oh, you mean I can't just bullshit my way through this?"
Yeah, she really did think she could.
Whereas Trump is so dumb he doesn't even think he's bullshitting.
No, Trump is so dumb he doesn't even think he's bullshitting. Remember, we live in his reality.
He's a very stable genius.
So, Kim, we think that Kamala Harris is an ESTJ.
Yeah. All right, plants. Get ready for some water. It's your favorite drink.
But you know, they're good people. They keep the town like afloat, especially like the water meeting that we went to. I'm like pretty sure the guy was an ISTJ or an ESTJ, but I think he was an ESTJ, and he like I don't know, like impressed me with like his like
Can-do attitude.
yeah. And I don't know a lot of young people who are like that. So it maybe be like, who's gonna keep up with the water company in the following years? But you know, that's just me.
Yeah, there was a guy with a broken arm.
Yeah.
He what did he do for somebody? He does like construction stuff.
Oh.
So he would understand all that processes. And
That's good. He was asking a lot of questions and seemed very much in wanting to be involved. So. Yeah, we're from America. Akizawa.
Konnichiwa.
Construction.
Ohayo, moshi moshi. So desu ka. Wakatta. Wakarimashita. Tsurei shimasu.
Hi, Famos. Construction ISTP. I don't know. I got more ISTJ. I don't know, or ESFJ. The guy who was in construction.
Oh yeah, I didn't pay attention enough to get a vibe on him really.
I thought he was some sort of. He had like a very can-do attitude. He was like when they were like talking about like putting up posts around like fire hoses areas or fire, what are they called, fire hydrants,
Yeah.
so that people like don't do work on it and they know where the line is. He was like, oh, I think his property like had something like that, and he was like quick to be like, okay, so like what do I have to do? He could be ISTP.
We're super lucky to have fire hydrants. Most,
Mm-hmm.
all around back here, except for our little neighborhood, they're on well water. Obviously, you don't have fire hydrants if you have well water.
Nope.
We not only have fire hydrants, we have fire hoses here at the house.
And there's a person who's a firefighter who lives in town. Who stays and fights the fires. And the Millers who lived here, like, are the reason why we have water.
Yeah, they're the brains behind the water districts here, the little water company and water towers. Which is why we have all the schematics, the electric schematics to the water stuff here at the house. I offered to come back and go get them and give them to the water people to say,
Yeah.
So.
Well,
Maybe,
if it happens, it
Yeah,
happens.
if we need it, they know we have it.
Mm-hmm.
But it really felt like a great little community integration thing for us, you know?
It did, yeah. It was nice that there were some extroverts there who were like happy to talk to us.
Wes is very chatty.
Yes.
He's a smoker too. He and I were sitting off to the side smoking cigarettes.
Oh.
Wes kept chatting even when they're like, okay, everybody silence because we're about to make a couple announcements. Wes just kept on yam, yam, yam.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. You know what, Willow? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what's the most to least common personality types. Out of the 16 personalities. Please list the most to least common based on current studies. Okay, here it goes. The most popular type, according to a study from 2018, it's MBTI, so. But anyway, the most to least type, common type, 1, most common type, ISFJ. 2, ESFJ. 3, ISTJ. So you're close, Willow. ISTJ is 3rd. 4th, ISFP. 5, ESTJ. 6, ESFP. 7, ENFP. 8, ISTP. 9, INFP. 10, ESTP. 11, ENFJ. 12, INTP. 13, INTJ. 14, ENTP. 15, INFJ. 16, ENTJ.
That's what it says, the least most common, most to least common?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound wrong.
But like in my family, I know of 2, maybe 3 ENTJs.
Yeah, well,
That's just
that's
a
the way
weird.
the statistics clump, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's also the case that even if you do know ENTJs, you don't spend much time with them. They're very, very busy
Busy.
doing ENTJ
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Like my second cousin Caroline, she's an ENTJ, and she's right away went into a sorority and is like extremely busy. She wants to be, though. I wish I could copy the list. Would you like me to say it again? Winston's mom?
I would.
Okay.
Only copy ends of it.
All right. Most common type at number 1, ISFJ. 2, ESFJ. 3, ISTJ. 4, ISFP. 5, ESTJ. 6, ESFP. 7, ENFP. 8, ISTP. 9, INFP. 10, ESTP. 11, ENFJ. 12, INTP. 13, INTJ. 14, ENTP. 15, INFJ. 16, ENTJ. No, we're not camping on a flood zone. That's according to MBTI, and MBTI asks like the test is just not good. It's like more, hey, here's a fun test about your. These are certain personality types. Like it's not using the cognitive functions.
Yeah, it
So
relies entirely on self-reporting and like behavioral correlates. And people, only certain types are good at self-reporting,
yeah.
so it's gonna mistype lots of people. All right, water, planted water. I did some mowing. It looks nice, I gotta admit. I have some of those tall weeds chopped down.
That's good.
Of course, when you do that thing, then you end up with all this stuff that I need to then sweep up or blow up,
Yeah,
you know,
you do.
blow away. I'd like to get the blower out and not just blow over there, but also blow all these little
Yeah.
pine needles over there.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Tut said, I did not hear what Eric said about self-reporting.
Well, only certain personality types are good at self-reporting, and it's a very small number of them, frankly, because you both got to be attentionally empowered to do disinterested calculus and have sufficient access to your own data to be accurate about it. Like Rachel's attentionally configured to do disinterested calculus, but she's got no conscious access to either subject or function. Her best access is via sixth slot FI. And so when the test is asking her things, those kind of tests, one of the problems they have is there's an implied frame that says you can compare yourself against the average person and know whether you're creative or not, for example. So it may not phrase it this way, but essentially it'll be asking, are you more creative or less creative than the average person? Well, it's a problem question in many ways, but most importantly, it neglects to note that say an ESFP is in a lot of ways going to be more creative than, say, an INFJ, because ESFPs do a lot more shit, which involves some creativity. Like JoJo is very active with music. He's an ESFP. Rachel and I don't have nearly the go get 'em, stick to itiveness about music that the ISTJ and ENFP do, or JoJo does, because they have FI and they know what they want and they know what they like and they know how to enjoy things they like. But what they don't know is how to accurately report on themselves accordingly. Because their experience is, well, I create stuff a lot. Like my friend Dave Porter is an ISFJ, and he's always working on music.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean he's an NE-DOM. It just means that um, he's taking his existing configuration of attentional manners, and what does that result in? It results in him being very devoted towards positive experiences that he has, and he has a lot of positive experiences playing music. He's not really writing a lot of songs or anything, and doesn't care about that. He's perfectly happy playing covers because music for him is an experiential thing. But if you were asked by some test, are you more or less creative than people around you? The correct answer would be more if you were to just accurately quantify the amount of time he spends directing towards that. But it's not really creative if you're learning covers. It's
Mm-hmm.
more getting more and more optimal at the craft of playing guitar and playing songs and stuff. It's a different thing. So it's difficult for tests to accurately type people because it's hard for tests to make those kind of distinctions in their questionings and have the answers be revelatory. An ISFJ who's very creatively active is very likely to self-report as being very creatively active and very creative, and the test is very unlikely to ask, but are you any good at it? And even if it did, the ISFJ or anybody with SI top stack or FI top stack whose fundamental nature is knowing their subjectivities is going to know, fuck yeah, it's fantastic.
Isn't it nice to have those tumblers?
Yeah, we should. I was thinking as I got this glass out that we should order more glasses from the Amazon.
Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
We could check to see if Jeff Bezos maybe has some like leftover glasses from the wedding he's letting go cheap. I have pictures of Venice crossed off.
Oh my god, I hear like such funny things like at the like even though it's like a $500 million wedding, there were like plastic garbage bins,
Oh,
and like um they used carpet for her to walk down, like as in like carpet all over the place instead of just for her to walk down. Like,
I thought it was supposed to walk on rose petals that have been strewn by cupids. What's the general word for cupids? Those little baby things.
cherubs?
Yeah, cherubs.
Are they the same thing?
Cupid is a cherub.
Oh, Cupid is a cherub.
But not all cherubs are Cupid.
Oh, okay.
If you think of Cupid as being a naked flying baby anyway,
Mm-hmm.
which I kind of think Cupid's that way, maybe because of South Park.
That's how most Americans think of Cupid.
Yeah, naked flying baby.
Yeah.
Naked babies used to be much more prevalent and apparently desired as a design element. I remember my grandmother had a little 3-step fountain that had 3 metal bowls of descending size, maybe ascending size. Anyway, and there was a naked baby peeing into the top one. It was a common fountain thing back in the day.
That's so weird.
Isn't it? Now people will be like, wait, you want me to put statues of naked babies in your backyard?
Yeah.
That seems a little weird.
How do you think about like statues of saints in the front yard?
Well, I guess it depends which saint.
It's usually Jesus, the Mother Mary, or sometimes it's Joseph.
I don't think any of those people are saints, are they?
Okay, so they're not saints, you're right. Okay, so how do you feel about statues of um Mother Mary and
I mean,
Jesus in
it's
the front
very
yard?
dumb. Very dumb.
I agree. I think it's tacky.
It's like, am I gonna forget my religion if I don't vomit crucifixes all over the house and put statues in the yard? It's very anti-polar.
Hmm.
Like, can you imagine the ESFJ spotting yet another really beautiful religious statue for her garden and going and getting it?
Yeah.
Because she loves these things. And in this house, we serve the Lord.
My grandma La Pelosa was heavy like um Roman Catholic, and in her bedroom she had like a little nook with like the statue of like I think it was like some sort of I think it was a saint or because he was a monk like holding baby Jesus. It's fucking weird.
Religion's one area where talk really is cheap. Like, if you want to be very religious, fine. You do your thing. You don't need to put bumper stickers all over your car and crucifixes all over your house. Um,
No, you don't.
it's not like a sports team you're rooting for. I never got that at all. Or like, you know, my ESFJX's mother, who was also an ESFJ, she had a sign that said, "As for me and my house, we serve the Lord," inside the house, right? But first of all, speak for yourself. Not everybody in the house, maybe. And second of all, do you really need a sign to remind everybody that hey, remember, we're Christians. We serve the Lord in this house. So, Judy, get that goat out of here. We're not sacrificing any goats today.
You'd be telling that yeah, yeah.
Look at the sign. That's why we have the sign there. So there's no confusion about which thing we serve.
Like I believe my grandma Lamplos was an ISFJ. Like she was one of the reasons why we had to go to church every Sunday because like it was important to her. So we saw her. Like my dad didn't want to lie.
It was probably important to her for tradition reasons more than anything
Yeah,
else.
it
I
was.
don't tend to think of SI Doms as being especially pious or passionate about religion.
No, she wasn't. Aside from that, like it really wasn't. Like my other grandma, my grandma McCurkin, she went to church until the day she died, and she went every day.
Something to do, I guess, where people she knows hang out, probably.
Oh no, I don't know.
If live streaming and YouTube was religion, Rachel and I would be very, very religious.
Yeah,
Sometimes we'd spend 12, 16 hours at a block just at church.
I am religious, but I like. Well, I'm a Christian, but like I feel like sometimes I do question like God because it makes me pissed. Like some things make me pissed off, and I have to question it. I don't know. That's like NI shit.
Well, you question all you want. There are plenty of people who find it contraindicative of a just and good God that various horrible things happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I just figure there are rules. Like for some reason there's some rule that God can't just be like, all right, let's cure all these
yeah.
babies of cancer.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's, yeah, a balance. I'll
That-
give.
That's why I think God has to work through the Holy Ghost. Because the Holy Ghost has access to slab. And
What type is the Holy Ghost again?
I'm not sure. I don't know. He's a doer. Maybe an ISFP.
So, Jesus benefits from the Holy Ghost, but the Holy Ghost doesn't listen to Jesus. It's kind of fitting.
Right. Well, the Holy Ghost is operating in a utilitarian frame. It's all about outcomes
Mm.
and like time frames. That's why all these things kept getting in between me and gambling in Vegas. That's the Holy Ghost doing
So
slab
slabby.
stuff.
So slabby.
Okay. I'm ready to go back inside. I put a frozen dinner in for myself and
Okay.
maybe watch a little athletics. We can still live stream.
Yeah, let's. Oh, at 5 I have the movie with Carrot.
Well, that's true, Ruben, but absolutely useless because we operate within a human lifetime's time frame.
Like, here's the thing. Like, I can't lie. Like, when I was like freaking out over my mom and if we were going to be going to Vegas or not and disappointing her and what we were going to do about that, I was talking to my dad and he was like, it's in God's hands now and some other stuff like that. And it was like the last thing I wanted to hear. And I threw my phone because I was so annoyed by it. But he was right.
I'm glad you didn't break your phone, though.
No, I threw it in a place I knew it wasn't gonna.
Well, I mean, Ruben, the point of that, like, yes, my suffering in terms of geologic timescales is meaningless and very short lived. But I'm not a rock, so I don't live on geologic timescales. I live within a human lifetime. So the amount of suffering and length of it is relative to the total lifespan of a human, not to the total lifespan of the universe. See, sometimes I do listen to you, Ruben R. That's how I know how you're wrong.
It's an asymmetric relation, Ruben. It's an asymmetric relation.
I mean, if we could operate in a time frame of 1,000,000 years, then you could shift frames like that. If you could be like, now I'm going to be in my body living my life. Now I'm going to be observer Eric, who's immortal from 1,000,000 years in the future, looking at it or something. You don't know if Christianity is true? Well, of course not. It requires faith. If you
Yeah,
knew
that's
it
the
was
thing.
true,
That's what.
then it wouldn't be the exercise of faith. However, I will tell you this, if you're not a Christian, you're going to hell with all the other heathens. No, I don't know what happens after we die. Nobody does. I'm trying to study Buddhism, which is on brand for you, you feel like?
But then you can't kill anything.
Buddhism is not a philosophy or a religion. It's a prescriptive thing that purports to make life less painful. How often do you use ChatGPT?
I use it almost every day, and I use it on the model it suggests me to. Lately, like I used up like I'll test the newest model, so I used up all my tries on 4.5, and I do 4.1 and 4.0. Yeah, Eric doesn't use it.
Well, I slaved all day over a hot microwave, and I finally completed my meatloaf meal.
It smells good.
Thanks. Meatloaf is the perfect marriage between protein and starch. Half bread, half meat.
Why is Grok more awesome? I wish it wasn't, because that name is terrible.
I mean, as a verb, it's intended to mean intuitive.
No. I don't like it though. I never liked that term. What makes Grok better? I'm not unwilling to try it out.
I want there to be an AI called TARD that emulates human retardation.
So funny, it should be.
I like balloons. That's just voice that it has.
What does that mean though? Deliberative focus of Grok 3.
I guess it would be how much process is involved before it makes a decision on what to say.
Ninja, that's interesting. I'll give it sass though. I have no problem being sassy with AI.
And when I hear her doing it, it makes my FE sting.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I don't like the ChatGPT for exactly that reason. It's like, I know you are a machine, and all of your excellent FE is just, you're just trying to be a big phony to me.
Well, it is.
Mm-hmm. I'm an undiagnosed double amputee. I'm going to the doctor and get to find out, but I'm pretty sure both my legs have been chopped off. My writing style is better than all of yours. What's your writing style, Dr. Strange?
Yeah, what is your writing style?
Hi, everybody, says. Hi, everyone, says Dr. Strange. Hi, Dr. Strange. I'm curious as to how you mastered this incredible deftness with prose that you've accomplished. This is pretty good.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
What is fibromyalgia anyway?
I don't know.
Yoga sort of helps. Well, I have invented a number of powerful yoga poses. If you'd like me to show you some of them, I can.
Ooh, we get Eric yoga poses, guys.
Like, for example, here's what I taught the yogis in India. I call this yoga pose. Did I sit on something gross? Hold it. Enlightenment. It's just that easy. And that's how I reached enlightenment. A lot of people ask me that.
That's how you reach enlightenment?
Yoga. Yeah, WebMD says that by doing my yoga poses, you too can reach enlightenment. How do you slapjack patty that's whack pose? Oh, I'll show you that in a second. Let me just finish eating this food. Mysterious pain. Are you sure you haven't sat on a tack or something, Kim? That can cause mysterious pain too.
What are the characters' names? Characters.
Well, purple orange, you're not wrong that sugar as a component of dietary consideration actually has an impact on those things. But the other stuff you're talking about is nonsense. Obviously, what Kim needs to do is just scold her body into health. Hey, I'm not putting up with any more of this fibromyalgia, what you call it. All your mods suck. All you mods suck it. Why do you want the mods to suck it, James? Why? Is it because you're concerned they might moderate you? Well, yeah, we're not too over the top with the moderation around here, you know. More boofing will indeed help. So, by and large, what everybody should do is eat whatever they feel like eating. Your body knows best what you're hungry for. And not try to generalize any dietary things to other people, except it is the case that it's a good idea not to eat too much sugar because you will eventually get diabetes if you eat it all the time. The origin of Lyme disease is an interesting story. It's hard to say for sure, everything being all classified and whatnot, but it appears to be a domestically generated bioweapon that got out. I'm sure she had some kind of a reason, James. Why? Perhaps she thought you'd appreciate the personalized attention.
No way.
Yes, but Kim, have you tried pickles? Eating pickles, drinking pickle juice, it's a surefire fibromyalgia cure. I read about it in Pickle Magazine. Yes, in the Massachusetts area. You're in the area of Massachusetts, huh? Purple Orange should hire me as his life coach so I could explain to him how he's making meaning in the wrong area. Like there certain personality types really want to make meaning out of physicalities. Like, oh, I'm on a water fast and I feel amazing. I'm gluten free now. Or, Now I started doing squats in the morning. I feel amazing. They want to make things that are fundamentally not meaningful, that are totally subjective, arbitrary things that each individual has their own preferences for or whatnot. They want to make them universalizable, but they aren't. I explained to Ruben before, and it was the first time he ever really felt satisfaction with the headaches. Is you gotta go beep, boop, 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 beep, deep, 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 deep. You press in just the right spots in the right order, and you cure those headaches. Bam. Well, I don't agree with meditation either. You know, meditation, as it's generally understood, is an attempt to put yourself in an NI receiving mindset without any kind of communicative generation. If you're like say sitting Zen, but that's just presenting as a normative good, an intentional configuration other than your own, probably.
No way. Kiki is totally an ESTP. Like when I watch Kiki's delivery service, I watched it before knowing that well, okay. I saw a picture of Kiki's delivery service on Instagram and I was like, I have to see this movie. And Delilah commented and she was like, oh my gosh, this was one of my favorite movies as a kid. And I was like, I have to see it. So YouTube had it for free for a while and I was able to watch it and I was like, oh my god, Kiki is so Delilah. And I told Delilah. Delilah was like, oh my god, my mom said the same thing.
Um, yeah, she's very used to be.
Yeah.
I'm just being having fun making up random things. I don't have any idea what Kim should do for her fibromyalgia. How would I know? I'm not a fibromyalgia expert. As far as I'm concerned, Kim, you could have fibromyalgia, you could have mesothelioma, and I wouldn't even know the difference. Who here wants mesothelioma? Nobody? Okay, well then don't breathe the asbestos fibers if you want to avoid the mesothelioma. There was a time, I don't remember exactly when it was, but when the TV was full of commercials about mesothelioma. It was like the hot new thing. It was yesterday's autism.
Excuse me.
I was like, boo hoo hoo, you got asbestos in your lungs. Get over it, mesothelioma. They just call you mesowineomia. At least your lungs won't catch on fire.
I'm gonna go set up the laptop.
All right, cool. Now Rachel's going to have a play date with her friend. Oh, everyone's like, oh, we're stuck with you.
No way.
It's
You're
okay,
so
guys.
entertaining and funny and handsome.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
She's a sweet lady. She says lots of nice things to me. Don't worry, I take them all with a grain of salt. So, what was I going to do besides just watch the baseball game? I can't even hear something I was going to do. I need to pull some bong rips. Might as well do that. No time like the present. But I could also go outside and do a little ponding. Explore the fun in real life live streaming. I am streaming in real life right now. I'm living my life on the live stream. I've been wondering, oh, do you like your new meows? Where have all the cowboys gone? Okay, so you made that happen. This is a rare instance we've seen INFP be the catalyst for making something happen. She not only wanted a Tiffany emoji, she sent me the thing already formatted properly and everything. It's like, well, geez, we're gonna make it this easy. Then, of course, what I did is I went on and I found where to do it, and first thing I did, I replaced all the badges, not the emojis, and I was like, oh, I did the wrong thing. But anyway, now you got new emojis to play with. What if God was one of us? Just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home. Well, I'm doing both. I'm creating a stream and a pond. The pond will have a little stream in the sense that it'll go from the top down to the bottom pool and then back up to the top by the magical application of a water pump. There they are. There's the new ones. One of them says Adderall XR. I want to put a emoji. Oh, I don't get those ones because I'm not a member. Great. Thanks a lot, Eric. You can't even do anything if you're not a member of your own channel. Hi, Danny boy. Are Irish eyes smiling? Oh, that's a pretty good bong rip. Not gonna lie, that sounds yummy. What sounds yummy? Bong rips? Yeah, they do. That is one thing you and I can agree on wholeheartedly, Purple Orange. There's nothing quite as healthy as a few hearty bong rips. And you know, smoking bong rips is not just some sort of simple thing you do in the moment. Like a lot of stuff in life, it's about developing relationships. Firecrotch and I have a really good relationship now. Don't we? Yes, we do, Firecrotch. I appreciate your devotion to having fire in your crotch and being a bong. Noah's a big fan. Can I get a shout out? Shout out for Noah. Noah? Noah! I shout out your name. Is this a bomb? No. It's a blowtorch. Let's see who got on base. That was the last of this stuff. This is called Verano Reserve Hybrid. Let me see if I can see more with my glasses. It's banana berry something. Even though it's a sativa heavy hybrid, THC is 31.248%, THCA is 35%. So it tests high. See you later. Home run. Nice job, Wins. Austin Wins, our backup catcher, just hit a 2-run home run. So good job for him. Let's see why this is clogging. Down here, what's the problem? Maybe. Cloggings are some of the. You want to talk about if the Buddha could really solve suffering, he would have figured out a way to make it so bombs don't clog. That's why I'm not a Buddhist. And you want me to sit under the tree when my bong's clogged, huh? That's not going to solve the problem, Siddhartha. No, I'm a heterosexual punch. I'm what's known as a breeder or a het. Or one of those damn straights. I'm always sure showing people, it's what I do. It's like, people are looking around, I don't know what I'm seeing. I'll show you right here. And then they are shown, and then they are known. Super straight, as we say. I mean, I'm in a gay relationship, yeah. My wife Rachel and I, we're a gay couple. We do things like go pick berries together, watch the RuPaul's Drag Race. Actually, we don't watch the RuPaul's Drag Race, but I couldn't help but think, I'm going to reiterate this. I was thinking about this in Vegas. I had a store for the RuPaul's Drag Race, which has all this merchandise with little sayings on it and stuff, like work it with an E, though, WERK. Or, I think another one that says something like, man, and don't fuck it up. I just kept thinking, the problem here that nobody seems to have noticed is that the thing that they're competing at isn't a thing that you can be good at or bad at. It's not a skill in any way. Like, prance around. Oh, you're not prancing around as well as this other person is. There's no such thing. It's like they're pretending to have a standard that needs to be met in order to pretend to compete at something. It's just them playing dress up. I'm sorry, the RuPaul's Drag Race. I think you're very silly. Same with like America's Next Top Model or something. Like, okay. You don't need to have them go through these challenges or whatever. It's just a lady walking and then walking back. There's no skill involved in this. Anybody can walk. Unless the only people who really don't have the skill to be a runway model are people in a wheelchair. Like, I could be a runway model so easily. And the thing is, if you're trying to say, okay, we want the most attractive person to hire as a runway model, fine, but that's not a skill either, you know? You just say like, okay, get all these people in the room. Okay, I think you're the prettiest, so you're our model. You don't need to have all these shenanigans. It's not a skill just to walk. I guess it's a skill to do a bunch of cocaine and never eat anything. Well, I'm glad that fashion is at least one last bastion where we can keep those darn disableds out. Get out of here, wheelchair. You're not a runway mother. Welcome to America's Next Death Model. Tell us, Beth, when did you first want to become a model? I put translations under her. She's not that good at talking. Sarah isn't. America's Next Death Model. I could have like a tournament. First, they keep the two groups separate, and then the winners compete against each other. But you have the deaf group and the blind group. The blind group is obviously hilarious because they're always running into shit. They're not allowed to use their cane or any dog or anything because that would interfere with their modeliness. So you'll often see America's Next Blind Model. What'll happen is, like, let's say where you're standing is the end of the runway on America's Next Blind Model. There you go there. Ah! And then the host of America's Next Blind Model is obviously blind as well. He says, "We've had a lot of injuries today and last week, every week so far, here on America's Next Blind Model. But it hasn't stopped our next contestants, Jody and Steve." He's feeling their face to see what they look like. What do you guys think about these show ideas of mine? At least then it requires a skill for the blind people. They gotta anticipate where the edge of the stage is gonna be so they don't fall off. You will not be silenced. All right, well, I'm not trying to silence you. I encourage you to use language as part of your way of being. You know, that's the thing. For some people, being is doing. For other people, being's just talking. You got all these leaves on you. Look at that. Ridiculous. How did you get all those leaves on you? What a pain in the butt this cat is. Oh. Well, yeah, show media. He makes some social mistakes sometimes. He's been known to. I have too, of course. I'm not the person without social sin who can throw the first stone. I've embarrassed myself plenty of times in life. Like that one time I slipped on a banana peel and my face fell into a pie. I'm sure that's happened to you guys before too. My FE mistakes are the most painful memories of all, really. Because at least with other kinds of pain besides cringe, there's some sort of sense of processing. I don't know how you can process cringing at your past self's meaties. But that's me with my first slide of feet. No, good. Foul ball. Foul ball. That's just a long strike, Mr. Blue Jay. Mr. Straw. Mr. Straw is up to bat. That would have been a home run, except it was just foul. So I'm putting a whoopee cushion on your chair before you sit down. That wouldn't bother me so much because after I sat on it, I just get up and say, somebody put a whoopee cushion on my chair. It's not like if you sit on a whoopee cushion, you're compelled to just continue sitting there and not having any explanation. Hey, you two. Hey. I just wanted to say hey. That's all. And you know what else? Winston's mom? Hey, how you doing? Let it fart all the way though. I mean, I think I'd stand up because it's like I had failed to account for some object on a chair. Usually I look at a chair before I sit down on it. I also look before I leap. I look at my poo after I pooed every time. Just to see. I look at it before I even start wiping so that I have a good understanding of what I have facing me when the wiping begins. Well, what if the person felt like your look at them was an admiring look, in which case you'd just be encouraging them to fart even more. Good job, Kurtz. Nice job, Kurtzy. Way to hit a double. I'm so proud of you. Then you'd wink. But it would probably be blinking because you had fart gas in your eye. Don't you fart gas in my eye. OMG. Everybody, we have a K-Shed to thank for making that emoji. The ratio is 1-to-1, so it's a square. If somebody else out there wants to make an emoji and send it to me via my email, or that'd be probably best, then I can change out one of those other emojis I made today. The other emojis I made today, I just made from random images on my desktop mostly. Pieces of memes or whatnot. I didn't put a lot of time or thought into it. I just meow, 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 meow. So if you want to make one like Acacia did, you too can have your emoji included here in the member emojis. Can you get them on your phone? If you're a member. I think it's just for members. Hi, the Prodigy Podcast. How are you? What are you a prodigy at? want to see your channel. Are you a basketball player? You look like you're about 12 years old? 13? How recently was this video put up? Let's see. Does it say when it was? Oops. It doesn't say when you put it up. Well, I guess I just don't get to know. Oops. Well, you just joined June 2025, so it's obviously recent content. I'm broker than a joker because I am a smoker and play too much poker. Well, just don't go chasing waterfalls. Big sneeze for that. Oh my golly. Alright, let's see what happened. God bless you too, Ken. God bless us, everyone. And God bless you, and mother, and father, and all the starving children around the world. Alright, we're not gonna fuck around with inadequate half-asseries, okay? I'm gonna fully empower myself with an extension cord. Now I've got a lot more available range. I can go over there, over here. I can fly like the birds. All thanks to this extension cord. Okay. Are you ready for some football? It's a Monday night party. Who said that, Joe Media? sign says, slow, but you wave, wave, me, wave, me, no, wave. Wait, wait. As my wife and I confusedly, I have to look at the thing. I was trying to figure out how to play sign holders on the piano. Who got the home run? What happened? Sodi? Soderstrom hit a home run, and that was a whole lot of fun. I never thought it would happen again, and then I broke my thumb, sticking it into a tree. Everybody said, you dumbass, why are you doing that? You don't need to break your thumb. But I was just young, dumb, and full of cum. At the end of time, everyone will die. But until then, I'll still be alive. As far as I can tell, I haven't died yet, and continuity of the same's a good bet. So if you want to believe in immortality, then you had best believe in me. I'm still learning to learn how to play the piano. Like, it's on the guitar, if I think to myself, G sharp minor, my hand automatically goes there, you know. But when I want to do that on the piano, I have to think, like, wait, like, where's E flat? Is it E flat? Okay, E flat. That's E flat. This is E flat minor. If you want to play an E flat minor, it's all black keys, but if you want to play an E flat major, it's got a white one between. If you want to play an E major, the black one's in the middle. E minor, of course, is all white, just like a fiddle. Piano's a lot of... I wish I'd been playing piano for years and years and years. You know, keyboards, pianos, whatever you want to call it. It's opened up a whole, just like, music is just bursted wide open because I have this new instrument that can do totally different kinds of things on. And, you know, piano, not maybe keyboard, but piano is classified as a percussion instrument. It's got hammers that hit the mias. If you want to play the piano, you could get some lessons from Kim. She teaches you how to play the piano better than the way I am, Jim. And then you'll learn all about how to arpeggiate a I don't know what you teach when you teach the piano, Kim. I have no idea. I've never taught the piano. I've never had any at all effective piano lessons either, so. I've got a knack for the piano. That is what Kim says. And she's a piano teacher. Yeah, that's her biz. But it's not really a knack for the piano. It's instead the fact that I already play guitar. If I had to begin from the beginning, then I wouldn't be along very far. But if you don't believe me, that's okay. Because I'll play the piano anyway. Not a very good beat for a piano ballad. Love song. Here's a love song. This is a love song. It's about a feeling you have in your house if you have love. The sweetest of emotions is love. Chords discordant, perhaps diminished, but the emotion is so bright and trusting, it's love. Wonderful, delightful love. If you think that love is easy, stop lying to yourself. If you think love is guaranteed, you're in for a shock to your health. Yeah, love, spell L-O-V-E, that's love. Love for you and me, it's love. Delightful, made out of hearts. L stands for love, wonderful love. O stands for only feelings of love. V stands for very much, so very love. And E stands for love. If you don't believe me, then you are wrong. But if you believe me, then we'll get along. Oh, love, love, love. I remember when we first met. I guess it was love. I said, are you gonna buy that box of cereal or just stand there and look at it? And you said, be patient, bub. What's the big hurry? I can remember the way you sounded. And I said, I'll tell you what's the big hurry. I've got to get home because I have things to do besides go and roam in the supermarket and wait behind an indecisive woman all day. And you're like, hey, you've hardly been here waiting more than 2 minutes at most. I didn't even notice you until you made your little cough, being like, hey, there's somebody waiting behind you. Could you please hurry along? But now that you've decided to be a big dick about it, I'm gonna take an even longer time to decide what I want and what's inside. Be it a toy or some spy guy to help me decode a secret message. Hope you enjoyed that. That was a love song. It's in 6/8, huh? But I got this. Susie! It's Susie Baboozy. I'm gonna play a song for you, Susie, right now. That's too fast. Giuseppe Biondo. Once a long, very time ago, Susie was on the operating floor of the local Norwegian hospital inside her mom. Ready to come out? The nurse started to shout. The doctor did too. And then Susie's father said, let's name this a little girl Sue. And they did. And everybody was highly pleased at their creativity. And she went to school and everybody said, "Hey, Susie, what's that on your head?" "It's hair," she calmly said in reply. They said, "Are you telling a lie?" She said, "No, oh why would I do so?" Many years later, Susie met a man. Even though he is not Jewish, his name is Abraham. And she said to him, "Hey there, you. I think I'm gonna let you in, so come get a piece of Sue. Yeah, come get a piece of Sue." And then he moved to Norway because he wanted to farm fish. That's when he ran into Susie down by the fjord as usual. And he said, "Hey, it's you, that hot Norwegian girl." And then what the hell did he do? He went and moved right in with you, and together you did your lifelong passion of studying all the fjords. Oh yeah. There you go, Susie. That's a song about you and Abraham. I got this keyboard. I don't know if you saw it, but I got this keyboard from a yard sale for $50. Pretty good bargain. It says pop ballad. Ooh, so fancy. Let's see if I can play this. And see if I can play sign holders with this like auto chord thing. I'm gonna need my mouse to pull up the sign holders thing. Alright. So we'll start here on. Not a good beat for this. Alright, style. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety hat. Alright, here we go. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Try again. So maybe a little fast. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast. Wave me fast as my wife and I drive past the cones you put, the cones you put, the cones you put, keep us at bay. Alright. Try this again. The cones you put. God damn it. The cones you progress. The cones you put keep us at bay. Today will be the day when concrete and sand, concrete up and that's hard, man. Oh man, I could maybe do it with just playing the chords without trying to sing it all. Here we go. Ah. Oh, freaking hard to do. You know, it's supposed to go. Sign holders, be safe and wear. I need this off. Sign holders, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wait. Fuck the piano, it's so hard. It's like I can't even play anything on it. All I can do is fuck around on it, you know? I can't even remember that now. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, they work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy for the 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, they work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. 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 Russ and Steven delight in delivering cheese every day. And the dairy that employs them ensures they earn quite reasonable pay. Russ has cheddar, American, and Swiss too. Even overseas from his desk he's a lead. He oversees the cheese. I can almost play that song, finally. There was a rebellious son who wanted to buy a dirt bike. His father said, absolutely not, it's too dangerous, and you will hurt or kill yourself. I do like this Eurotrans beat, though. Tempo. A little faster than that. I'm in Europe. I'm at a club. Everybody is dancing. There's some Germans. They're dressed like tourists, but they have drugs and they're dancing. Welcome to my Eurotrans club. I hope you're having fun. It's a good place to be if you're drinking and drugs and you're young. So go ahead and have a good time. Welcome to Europe. I hope this trance will make you not regret going to France. After all, that's the location of this club. Yeah, a long time ago I said I want to open a Eurotrans club, and then this is what I did. I did open a Eurotrans club, and you are here right now, and you're having a Eurotrans time. But if you forget, and then you will have to go back and stand in line at my Eurotrans club. Welcome to my Eurotrans club. If you want to dance, you got to come to my Eurotrans club. It's in France, bub. I'm going to go to the Eurotrans club. We're gonna find a lot of different drugs. I'm gonna ask the DJ to play some Falco. Eurotrans club, get out of my way. I'm here to dance, I'm not here to say. Eurotrans times are a way to be, but they are not terrible to me. So let's start Eurotrans and everybody go. Everybody Euro dancing, come on, make a show. play Persian music, sure. Like this. Here we go. Welcome to Persia, land of Iran, land of rugs and a great big fan. Welcome to the gateway to the Nile. If you like Persia, like I like Persia, then you've got a fascination with Persia. I'm from Burbank, which is not much like Persia, but I studied Persian music in Iran. That's how it sounds, so authentic. You're like, oh my God, am I in Persia? No, you are not in Persia. Oh my God, can you take me to Persia? Yes, but only on a musical journey. Come on everybody, hop on the Orient Express. That's what we're gonna take, it's the best train to get to Persia, that's for sure. Everybody should know that if they don't, then they're probably lying to you. It happens all the time, don't be naive. Come to Persia. We have carpets and camel. Come to Persia. Come to Persia and believe what you see. Come to Persia. Oh my God, I'm in Persia, just like I had inertia. And my inertia was just for staying in Persia, appreciating the rice. It's made different there, it's actually kind of nice. You might think, but isn't Persia some kind of weird backwater, no place? Well, no. Actually, Persia's where the Fertile Crescent lies. Welcome to Mesopotamia. You can see it in my eyes. Where ready for Persia, some Persian cats will have Persian food till we get Persian fat, and Persian people will all gather around. They'll say, welcome to Persia, you're in Persia town. And I'll say, get out of here, you Persian people. Nobody asked for some greeting parties, people. And then they'll get all offended and start a theocracy. Oh no. That song's called Persia. Hope you enjoyed it. Once there was a girl named Little Red Hood. It was a riding hood, if you want specificity. Once there was a Little Red Riding Hood. Here we go. Little Red Riding Hood had to take a basket of baked goods to her grandmother in the forest one day. She'd gone a little while when a wily guy with a wily smile said, I've got a shortcut you might like to take. So she's like, great. And she took the shortcut. Now let's look in at Grandma's house. Grandma's tied up and under the couch. The big bad wolf has set a trap. He climbed into bed. He had put on Grandma's nightgown instead of his normal, obvious wolf fur. Little Red Riding Hood was just a naive little girl. She didn't know the ways of the world. Who the fuck are you? And get the funk out of Dodge. I don't think you understand, but this is my garage. That's what she said to the wall. If you're really my grandpa, what's up with your eyes? They're quite a bit larger than Grandma's, perhaps twice the size. He said I had eye enlargement surgery, you see, so that I could enjoy the sight of granddaughter looking back at me. And she said, okay, I guess that makes some sense, but what about your ears? They seem unusually large. Grandma said, my ears, I had them enlarged in my dear, so I could hear the sound of your voice. Well, that's awfully convenient. Well, all right then, what about your grin? You got teeth as long as 2 or 3 inches. Grandma never had a reason to have teeth like that. Well, these teeth, he said, you gotta understand. I had all my teeth fall out as often as I can. Get older, teeth tend to fall out your mouth. So I went to a dentist down south, and he said, I can only give you one affordable option. I've got this set of old teeth from a wolf who died, and you could have them put up inside your own mouth, and that would be an inexpensive and You are really my grandma. What are you doing there in bed when I can see that you're all so tight up beneath? Finally said, okay, you got me. I'm really a wolf. I put on your grandma's clothes because I thought it was cool. I thought it would be fun for you and I to get to know each other some before I maul and eat you up both. I'm not sure you're really committed at all to eating me. If you were, would you really have gotten dressed up like me? I mean, you could just have attacked me on the path. And if you really wanted to eat both of us, then why did you tie your grandma with the rope? Because you could have eaten her before I got here easily enough. Alright, you caught me, said the wolf. I'm in a state of ontological crisis. Yes, you caught me. I'm not sure if I want to be a wolf any longer. Well, that really is big news indeed. You've always been a wolf as long as I could see, and that's a big life changer considering. Yes, I'm a trans wolf, and I wanna be a grandma. That's why I stole your grandma's clothes this time. But don't be alarmed now that I've come clean about my real motivation. I'm unlikely to eat more than an arm from you. Fuck that noise, said Little Red Riding Hood. Fuck that noise so hard. You cannot have an arm or a leg. I am even get you a sympathy card. I need all of my limbs to do my stuff, and Grandma needs her body parts as well. So go to hell. Oh my God, you're totally transphobic. I can't believe you treat me like that. Can't you see that I am genuinely a female human in fact? My preferred pronoun is grandma, and my other preferred pronoun is grandma. You could call me grandma, grandma if you put them together, and I won't be offended. I'm not being transphobic, said Little Red Riding Hood. I am just objecting to how you just broke into our hood. Knocked down this hole in this wall, and you are up and just go in and crawl, and now you're inside my grandma's house, and you tied her up underneath the bed, and you don't even seem to understand what's wrong with that. Well, I do understand your perspective, said the wolf, but a wolf's got a wolf, and I'm a wolf, so I think you know that means that I've got the wolf. Don't be all judgmental and think that just 'cause I'm a trans woman, you know anything about me. I'm just an individual like you. Except I am a wolf. So where are you going with this, Mr. Wolf? I told you my pronouns were grandma and grandma. Please don't call me Wolf. Then everybody got in a big fist fight. Grandma clawed out from underneath the bed with a knife, and she stabbed the wolf in the face, but it didn't kill him though. Cut open his lip and he started bleeding, started playing all over the floor, and before you knew it, little Red had climbed on his shoulders too, and he ran around like her on the back like he was a piggy rat too, and then they went outside and dug a big hole, and all of them died, and they dug themselves up 100 years later. Well, I guess Eric's just wantonly fucking around again. To no good purpose. Club Latin. For our Mexican American friends. Oh, corriente que razón, la Puebla de love. Amigos y amigas, listen here. You will hear the sound of love. ¿Dónde están mi corrió? ¿Por qué has it been stolen? ¿Dónde está mi sombrero? Oh, es aquí. Este sombrero es mi sombrero y este sombrero es tu sombrero y no todos sombreros para todos los mundos. Primero ven a mi pueblo y habla con mi mamá y mi papá. No sé si demasiado chimichangas in our Mexican kitchen. Nosotros cocina nuestros Ferdinand Cortez, hero of the Mexican people. Ferdinand Cortez is a hero to the Mexican people. He invented Adobe and he invented flan. He also was the one who popularized the van in Mexico as having plenty of capacity. Cinco de Mayo is my favorite holiday, along with May 5th, which is another good holiday, I guess. If you want to come to old Mexico, visit the Pueblo de Americana. pretty nice little piano with a lot of different stuff. E minor, F, oh, it could be on. F, A minor, B flat, E minor, F, A minor, C, D minor, F, A minor, B flat, E minor, C, A major, and B flat. Ba-ba-ba-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da, 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 ba-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da-da-da. This is really the wonder drug that works wonders. We've gone on that thing forever. I might call this keyboard the Tweaker's Paradise. And the Tweaker's Paradise. Anyhow, I'm sure it's very dull for everybody else, but I was entertaining myself, I guess. I'm learning to play the piano better. That's the kind of underlying thing that's going on all the time too, is that I'm trying to be able to play things that I can't quite play yet. But I could play this right here. What was the one I was looking for though? What is this? Is it like this? Yes, it is. AKA a song with good bass and drums, and that's it so far. It's funky. I like it. This bass, it's funky, but understated. The sort of thing that somebody might rap over. Gonna rap over this like a rap and paper fist, which is a fist-shaped thing made out of wrapping paper when you just gotta sing. Could also, possibly be a Negro spiritual or something. Up the bale on your back in the cotton, out in the field, and you know what you got to do. You got to pick some more cotton there too. Hop up the bale on your back, hop it over. You know what you got to do now, Rover. Pick you some cotton, put it in a bag, carry it over, dump it out on the side. Got a certain Negro spiritual vibe to it. All right now. Irvin, Jimmy Jones, and Johnson, go ahead and hump up these bales of cotton.
carry 'em yonder and put 'em on down. Pick up a bag that you can find on the ground and fill it up with some fresh picked cotton. Carry it around until you got some. Bring it on back and dump it on the thing. Francisco Lopez, I'm gonna sing your shout out. It's his birthday, about that there's no doubt, 'cause Francisco Lopez was born on this day many years ago. I don't know how many, perhaps 34. Show media wants to know, do I have to hup this bale of cotton up? So I say, get back in line for I tighten your shackles and whip you. Well, wait just a cotton picking minute. Hold on now. You talking to me? Hey, don't take that tone with me, young man. I'll hup up this cotton as soon as I can, but I'm not gonna be rushed by your artificially generated urgency. Just to let me and G and B and C and T sing a Negro spirituality song. And this is it here, you can sing along too if you want. Yeah, up the cotton, carry it there, put it down and sit in a chair. Have a glass of lemonade, you need a break before you get back picking more cotton of case. I mean, of course, but you knew that. This is a Negro spiritual, so that's that. You can pronounce the words differently. That's why it's swang la speech ha with me. Pa 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 pa. Well, it was just a couple loops I made and me just singing over it. Random stuff, you know. I'm obviously a big aficionado of the Negro spiritual as an art form. That's why when I'm cooking dinner, I'm like, Master gonna want some mac and cheese. Put up the mac and put in the cheese. Man, make it cheese that full. Like that, you know. How can I make my wife and mom stop making fun of my micro penis? I suspect that's not really happening. If it is happening, then they're not. I don't know what to tell you. It's obviously a question intended to provoke some response other than an actual answer. You know, it's Mike Ropinus. Mike Ropin is some guy who wants to. He's a rodeo tricks doer, and he wants to change his name to Ropin. Mike's Ropin. Hello, Humboldt. How you do? Welcome to Mariposa now, Sue. I'm in Mariposa, also in the forest, so you and I have that in common. Tomorrow is your typing session. Great, cool. I've got several on this calendar for tomorrow, so bang, 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 hammer through them all. It would be cool. It's been a while since I typed somebody. You know, it's been a while. I tend to look forward to it a bit more and think, oh, that'll be fun. And danger, you always have the option to to publish, not publish, or not even record if you don't want me to record it even is possible. And you can also change your mind at any time. So if you decide you want to publish it, but then you decide, no, I don't want it up anymore, I'll take it down anytime. So whatever you want to do, it's fine. Oh, that's out. Gosh darn it. What's going on here? We're leaving these runners in a scoring position. Who did what in this inning anyway? Meow, 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 meow. You got haters, but hey, it may depend on it. Thanks for the comprehension. Yeah, sure. Different people want different things for the typing session, and they're the ones buying it. I'm happy to customize the product to their wishes. I have a trucker hat. It doesn't have a truck on it. You want me to get my trucker hat? I could. It's got an airplane on it. Shows being sneaky. Sorry to hear that. You sneaky devil, you. What are you doing? Sneaking around like it's nobody's business. I guess that's why they call you Sneaky Snookers. I think let's go outside and look at the pond a bit. I have a trucker hat. I told you, I'll show you. I'll show you with my showing hands right now. Oh. Hi, darling. Pardon me for a second. I have to. Here. This is what I'm talking about. Show media making me go in someplace and do something. See? I would call this a trucker's hat, right? It says the Fighting Falcon. It's kind of plain, I guess. It's either a plane, a train, or an automobile. All right, well, let's go take a gander at the Smander out here. Wait, did I ever eat anything? Oh, yeah, I did eat that meal. Okay, good. I'm fine then. I'm not hungry because I ate rather than just because I'm flagged. All right. So, let's walk down. I'm in my flip-flops, but I've got socks on so my feet won't get dusty. All right, so my next order of business is to try to get to the top of this thing with this kind of like fill area, but it doesn't have to get that much to the top because it only needs to be as high as the lowest point of the pool, you know? I guess the time is nigh for doing some concreting. We'll fill in down there in the bottom, and we'll try to avoid, try to slip it that way. I've got a bunch of big rocks here. I can do a couple of other spots potentially with rocks like that. For example, behind this pipe here, I could dig back that way a little bit more and stack some rocks in there. I could even do them like, one at a time, put some concrete down, put the rock on top of it. Okay. Well, let's make some concrete. So, first step in making some concrete is to get your bucket. Second step is to put on some gloves. Got these gloves right here. Uh-huh. That's right. Nice work. Good job. Eric's winning at concrete. All right. I'm going to get this scooper because I still come down here. Whew. Try not to breathe the dust, of course. Okay, well that's too soupy, obviously. So still a little soupy, but not too bad. Let me see if I can get anything else in this bag. And I think I just mix in a little bit of this straight Portland cement. needs more luck. So let's get the water. A little bit loose valves. No. All right, that's good. That's a good mix consistency. So, it's also a good amount in the bucket. It makes it carryable without too much strain. Okay. I'm going to start right here with these spots. I'm sure see. I'm going to begin by just using my hand. Cool. Okay. I'll get that nice and patched up. Okay. I will come back and
finish these spots over here later. I want to make some more progress down here. So, now that I have these big rocks here. Okay. Okay. Put that back there. And fill up behind this. Best we can. Okay. Well. Okay. That'll do for now. Okay. All right. Well, next order of business. I think what I want to do, make this work better at this point, I need to use some chicken wire here so that the concrete will have something to cling to and it'll add structural support as well. Get away, mosquitoes. God. Nobody asked you to come around. Nobody wanted you here at all. Unless one of the people in the chat asked for the mosquitoes and I didn't notice. In which case, what are you doing? Why are you asking the mosquitoes to come? boy, I'm gonna need a lot more concrete. That much, I think, is clear. Damn skeets. I do have 1 or 2 more bags of concrete in the car. But I'm gonna need more still for sure. I also have some like mortar kind of stuff. And various sealants like caulking and silicone. But I want to get the concrete basics done before I do anything else. I'm going to have to build a little scaffolding to put the concrete on, I think. Let's see how many bags of concrete I have left. 1. I used 3 bags of concrete already. Well, there's a little bit of this other bag in here left. But oh, that's not even concrete. That's cement. Yeah, I used 3 bags of it already. Okay, well, tomorrow, what day is it today? Sunday or Saturday? If today's Sunday, then tomorrow we can go to the material store and get more concrete. Meow. What are you meowing about? All right, beverage time. It's also kind of clean up plate area time. Where am I from? I'm from California, USA. Mariposa County, near Yosemite. Okay, let's put this keyboard back where it goes. And let's also put the extension cord back where it goes, which is not over here. And then we'll put this meow and we'll plug this in as per meow. Just check to make it work, make sure it works. It does. Okay. Next, we get a drink of beverage. What kind of beverage? Well, there's a little bit of water left in this glass. If I want come there, have easy or not. I mean, I don't know. Depends on a lot of things. Some people come to America as immigrants and thrive in the environment, and others, I'm sure, struggle. Really depends on your skills, your outlook, etc. Your attentional priorities. I'm going to moisten this paper towel and use this to wipe down my face. There. Now I'm at least 3.5 times sexier than I was before. That's right, just by moistening my face. It's because face dryness is one of my least sexy attributes, and that's why just a little face moistening provides so much added sexiness for me. See how fresh and young and vibrant I look with all this face moisture? I'm just a young person having fun. What do you want, Trouble? Just want to harangue me until I suffer a mental breakdown? I'm in a mental hospital. I'm like, I can hear him meowing. I can hear him through the walls. Strawberry cheesecake. Let's give it a shot. Well, go ahead and eat, dude. If you want to eat, eat. You don't need me standing right there, do you? Fine. Go ahead. Eat your little heart out. Go on. Go on now. Go on now and eat. You want to take some of this? Mmm. Strawberry cheesecake flavor is good. Even Trouble likes it. That yogurt's a real gift from the heavens. Twooey, the yogurt was a gift from the heavens. Aw, Miss Pam, there's a bug in there. It's a quote from some old internet, like, comedic cartoon thing. That I believe was called Mr. Woo. Hi, Winnie the Pooh. If you're Winnie the Pooh, then I'll be either Piglet or Tigger. Who's Mark Carter? I'm sure the answer is yes, that we love him, but I don't know who he is. All right. Let's go have a smoke and muse about what's next.
On a mighty steely spire, far from where bees acquire nectar for their famished young, still we see a hive is hung. Why on earth, then, is it there, seemingly without a care? Let me say the reason why, when ye cannot climb so high. What a good poem. Who wrote that poem? That's a really good poem. The meter is perfect. Excellent. You wrote that poem? That's great. That's a great poem, though, Sage. You should be very proud of yourself. It packs a nice bunch of NI pop. The meter's just, perfectly tight and doesn't make any accents. It's like syllable accent mistakes, Very well done. That's the kind of poem you could see on a greeting card or something. This greeting card, I hereby fulfill my obligation to greet you with this greeting card. That's what I would write on the inside of a greeting card if I was writing this. So, I mean, you guys want to see? I mowed over here. What? Where did all the plants go? I mowed them. Now it looks much tidier as long as you don't look at all the mess that I made in the process. I gotta get that mess up, but I'm probably not gonna do that today. Well, I might. When we first moved in here, I was like, oh my God, there's like a lawnmower here. Who would try to mow the lawn around here? God, what an idiot. I'm not going to mess with it. If plants want to grow where they want to grow, and just let them grow there. Well, looks like I was the idiot. I do want to mow certain spots. There's definitely places where I don't want plants to grow. Like, I don't want little trees coming up in this rock area here. I don't really want plants in the rock area at all. I do want to put more rocks in the rock area, though. So, PS4, please. I don't have a PS4. I do have a PS5, but I just put it away in the closet. I don't play it. I play YouTube instead, mostly. Which is what I'm playing right now. Eeyore is such an iconic character that it's clear what you mean if you tell somebody, stop being such an Eeyore. I identify with Kanga most because I'm such a good parent to my child. What role exactly did Christopher Robin play in the story? Didn't he just like show up periodically and kind of like, everything cool around here? Do I need to give Eeyore a pep talk or what? I'm not getting you a console, obviously. Oh, you're in Cameroon. How adorable. I don't care. Obviously. Oh, this guy from Cameroon never had a PS4. Like, I give a fuck. I'm sure they got things in Cameroon that I don't have. Like malaria and open air markets with flies on the food. Well, you don't see me asking you to send me some maggot infested meat, do you?
I'd like to think, in a lot of ways, I'm a quintessential American. You know, a little bit entitled, maybe, a little bit fussy about certain things, maybe, but also happy to be an American, living here, in Mariposa. The further behind us the COVID insanity gets, the more the economy will start to adjust to the new prices and wages and salaries will rise. I get it that certain job markets are going to get crunched with developing technological change, but who the fuck is yelling so much? Some wayward child. I don't like loudness, you know. I don't like car alarms. I don't like screaming children, barking dogs. I don't like loudness. Well, I'm not sure anybody does like loudness, but I very much dislike loudness. A certain amount of messiness doesn't really necessarily bother me, although I like to have the place tidy. But loudness bothers me. Paul Hawley. Hi, Paul Hawley. How's it going? I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. I've just completed a little bit of work on my pond in the backyard, and the mosquitoes started getting a little thick back there, so I had to call a halt to it for the time being. Only the loudness of the sea. The loudness of the sea wouldn't really bother me that much, I don't think. Just the sound of waves crashing or something. But I wouldn't want to be on a boat, that's for sure. Because I get boat sick just looking at boats. Just talking about boats, I start getting seasick. Even the syllables bo and ts make me feel seasick. To fulfill the lust thereof, my boat lust, I have no boat lust. If I won as a prize, you win this fabulous boat, I'd say, who wants to buy it for half price? I could not get rid of that thing fast enough if I won a boat. Phlebotomy. No, well, yes, it did. I did throw up a little bit in my mouth, but it also made me think of stamp collecting. You know, that's philately. Stamp collecting was good, Daddy. Oh, lots of things are good. You know, cold glass of water on a hot summer's day. The feeling when you lock up the house and turn off the lights before going to bed at night. Sometimes food can be a small, good thing. It's a quote from a Raymond Chandler story. Sometimes food can be a small, good thing. Very depressing story. I'm doing great, yeah. I'm a little bit fatigued, a little bit physically tired, like my back's a little bit tight from squatting and stuff, doing the concrete stuff. But, and I'm a little bit tired because I did get a good sleep last night, but the night before I didn't sleep at all. So I'm running a bit of a sleep deficit. However,
I have been hit by 0 asteroids today. Another day where I avoid getting struck in the head by a meteor and dying, which I always appreciate those days. Every day on the calendar, I have the word meteor with a question mark on it. And then after the day's done, I cross it off and I write no. I haven't genetically modified any abominations today. No half human, half cedar tree. Nothing like that. I've avoided committing any capital crimes for yet another day. No murder, no treason. So, that's a good day. It's a heck of a day. I didn't have to use my AK today, so. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm not trying not to laugh. I'm just sitting there thinking. Shark Tank. And do you say something other than you're trying not to laugh? I put on all messages. Have you ever sucked a meat log? Well, I don't normally suck meat logs. I do eat hot dogs sometimes, and when I do, I bite it. I don't suck it. How do you know? Maybe it was really small micrometer. What was a really small micrometer? The meat log? Let's see what Ty's silly idea is. Oh yeah, selling rabbit poo. Yeah. Ideas don't have to be good ideas to work. If I were to collect rocks and from down the hill and carry them up the hill one rock at a time, it would work. It's just a bad idea. I should bring a wheelbarrow or something. Am I circumcised? Yes. Am I circumscribed? Not sure. Am I circumlocutionary? Possibly. Do I circumnavigate the globe? Definitely. God killed 20,000 people in a day for sins of the flesh. I mean, that's not that impressive. 20,000 in a day. Either nuclear bomb beats that, no problem. Firebombing in Dresden beats that. Rape Nanking. I'm just not that impressed with 20,000 people in a day. People aren't that durable. Wait, it's over? Or reset to the first inning? I don't want it to reset to the first inning. I guess we won. I just didn't get to see the save. I think it would have been a save if we were 6-3, so let me go to the end here. Still 6-3, 8th inning. Somebody's on second, Butler's. Let's play it. Now it's the 9th inning. It's Mason Miller on the mound. And let's see. 2 outs, 3 outs. Excellent. Now I'm going to go to ESPN and I'm going to look at the box score. Because I want to see. I wasn't paying that much attention to the game. Blue Jays hitting, not Blue Jays. Athletics. Jacob Wilson went 1 for 5. That's not great. Denzel Clark went 0 for 4. Rooker went 1 for 2 with 2 walks. So, pretty good job. And as far as pitching goes, Springs went 6 2/3, giving up 3 earned runs. That's not bad. I'll take that. With our offense, we should win most games where we give up 3 runs. So, all right. Good job, everybody. What was I about to do? Oh, right. Hi, Leo is here. But wait a second. If you're here, then who's that guy in my yard? Is it a fake Leo? Okay. So I'm going to play a little bit of poker. We're going to chill for a while. Pull a couple bangers. I need some beverage, though. I need a beverage. And it could be coffee. I could get coffee. That wouldn't be so bad. Where does it say in the Bible forever first? I don't know. I think it's in the preface. If you read this whole thing, it's going to take you forever. Well, that is a redeeming feature of a hell-centric Christianity, in that if you don't view it as eternal damnation, but rather as punishment to balance the restore equilibrium because of damages you did to the equilibrium with your wickedness, then it is better to live in a just universe than an unjust one. I don't know if that's a reason to believe it one way or the other, but that is the case. At the same time, I don't think any just person wants anybody to undergo physical agony, no matter how bad the thing that they did is. Because they're the ones, the bad guys are the ones who don't care about that. Well, assuming you've done nothing to make it such that the other person is getting blamed, then it's actually not your problem that somebody else is getting blamed for your crime. You have moral liability for committing the crime in itself, but the not everything conceivable that bad that could happen that ensues from that crime is also on your moral sheet, So blaming and presumably trying and maybe convicting an innocent man for a crime, that's not on you. That's on the prosecutors. Cops and the prosecutors.
it is the case that not all talking about religion comprises proselytizing. And so I might be quite reactive to certain kinds of proselytizing depending on my mood, but that doesn't mean that everything religious themed comprises evangelism. Hey brother, how's it going tonight? It's going fine, Hubert Moore. How's it going with you? I'm just playing a little poker, and I guess I was gonna pull some bowls. Maybe get up and wash my hands again. I'm hopeful to get another good night's sleep tonight. Mrs. Mom says, I've listened to tons of arguments about religion. Host Eric's take is one I can respect. Ruben says, I agree. I don't want suffering for anyone. I don't care who they are. Come on now. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind some kinds of suffering. Like the idea that some murderer has to spend a lot of time in correctional facilities as part of their punishment, as part of retributive justice, I'm okay with that. Even though I know it would be torturous to be stuck in this place and not have your agency and stuff. But I'm not okay with physical pain or discomfort. That's, you know, some punishment is needed, but not that kind of punishment. TE users are polite but direct. Yeah. I mean, Rachel's mom was she did a good job of taking control of the trip in ways that made sure she got what she wanted out of it and that it went better for us. She had she gave us bottles of water that turned out to be super clutch, and she paid for our meals because the trip was mostly paid for out of this fund of money that they had for our honeymoon. But there's some left apparently, and she said, well, if we go to the East Coast, she can pay for some of that with that money as well. So that's cool.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beauty. You done with your movie?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was good.
Yeah. What's it called?
The Boy and a Herring. And there are still parts of it where I'm like not clear about what happened, but it's about a boy who loses his mom in World War II, and then his dad remarries, and she's pregnant, but she goes into like this like magical forest.
Huh. Magical forest. That's my favorite kind of forest. Well, I mean, I think the idea of Christianity is that you have the opportunity to grow from your various sins you commit over the course of your life, because you're not perfect. You're gonna fail morally, and if you're honestly repentant and want to be forgiven, and have an intention to go and sin no more, then even though you will end up sinning again in some way or another, you can still be forgiven. That's the idea. But it has to be like authentic. For example, if I was like, okay, I got a jug of holy water right here. Now I'm going to go on a thieving spree, I'm gonna murder some people. I'm going to litter a lot, and then I'll just drink my holy water, and all's forgiven. No problem, piece of cake. That wouldn't work because it's not authentic. Where is the girl at? You mean Rachel James Clark? I mean, she is the girl. Blink if he is kidnapping you. I've heard that very, very many times.
I'm glad the athletics won.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
I'm starting to expect it. Nobody can own slaves. That's slavery ownership is. It's not possible to do it without rights violations, even if it's purportedly consensual. This year, I'm saying, did you already turn 35 or are you turning 36? I actually, social media, believe it or not, I'm already well into my 40s. I'm sorry, I'm just jumping in again. You're still arguing religion. I don't think we're arguing religion. No, you cannot take Rachel on a date, James Clark. Obviously not. I mean, I don't want to answer for her, but
Yeah, no.
she doesn't want to go on a date.
I'm married.
Yes. And if she wanted to go on a date with you, then she'd have to not be married to me.
Yeah. I never want that.
Okay, well, Winston's mom, I'm guessing the part about owning slaves is from the Old Testament. The point is, it doesn't matter how nicely you treat a slave, it's always wicked, evil, because um, you're violating that person's property rights to their own body. Okay, well, James Clark, I would recommend that you schedule that or something with her, or else she'd probably just kind of shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
We live out in the woods. Oh, it varies, James Clark. I don't actually work, James Clark. Not at the moment. I will get a job again at some point, but
Thanks, simple girl.
my job is chilling. My job is sexing my beautiful wife. Yeah, in general, I would say James Clark, your angle of provocation is a good one. It's not a good one here with me because I'm not worried about Rachel being unfaithful. Rachel and I were tied together at the hip.
Yeah, we are.
Here she is, the queen of the show.
Hello.
I agree, Shen.
I agree with that too. It shouldn't.
It shouldn't require syrup, but it does require butter.
I am sporty spice. I'm like sporty. I'm lazy spice today.
I'm sweaty spice.
I saw that you were working more pond playing.
Yeah. The skeets got pretty bad.
Oh.
I could only
I only did one more bucket. Girl Nower. What's that mean?
Is that girl in an Australian accent? Girl nar.
No, I disagree with you, Sean. I disagree. Sometimes you want a little syrup on your pancake, but usually 99% of the time, I eat my pancakes with no syrup, just lots of butter. However much syrup you want to put on your pancake, just put that much more butter on it. You won't regret the wisdom. There are bats around here.
Mm-hmm.
We see them flying around tonight.
They should taste good on their own.
Well, you know what you're making me want to do, Shin, and everybody else? Make some waffles.
Oh.
Do you want a waffle?
I could go for a waffle.
You want 2 waffles? Or
Uh,
1 waffle?
one waffle, please.
Okay.
Frick yeah.
Would the live chatters like to stay with Rachel or go with me? To make waffles. Alright, well, it's the waffle enthusiasm. I'll take you with me. Oh. You can't have both, Shen. Rachel doesn't want to get up. And I don't want to be without waffles. Okay, I need to wash my hands again. When your hands get the kind of dusty that happens when you get concrete on them, it's hard to get the dustiness away. Toaster oven's right there. Now we're going to take out the number 1 ingredient in waffles, namely waffles. And there are 3 of them here, so it's good Rachel only wants 1. That's perfect. Now, I'm going to pull out this little tray. Turn on the light here. I'm going to place these waffles ever so gently on this tray. And then we're going to get some butter. Because this isn't really a story about waffles. This is a story about butter. And the wonderful ways of butter. You could cook a deer turd. Cook it in enough butter, it tastes good. Dear turd, thanks so much for coming out of my butt. Now, I should have checked to see if the butter plate had butter on it. Instead, here I'm opening a new butter. Just like I'm Norbert New Butter and the buttery Novel Times New Extravaganza. Buttery Baron. On the case of the missing biscuits. Okay, there. I'm going to turn on the timer, which causes the heat to come on. And we just let that go for toast o'clock. Got a picture of a toast on there. Just turn it to the picture. You don't need to know how much time that is. It doesn't matter.
It's the amount of time it takes to toast in the toaster oven. That's how long it takes. This is trash. Let's treat it accordingly. Into the trash can you go, mister. And I do have a water over here, so that's good. I have a beverage. Not if she wants to eat today. Well, I know those are little, but she asked for one. It's a little waffle, but it's a big butter. She's on Adderall, so she's probably not very hungry.
No.
I'm on Adderall, but I still eat pretty good on Adderall. Nowadays, it took a while, but eventually it kind of stopped being an effective appetite suppressant. Mrs. Mom says, I enjoy debate. I might not enjoy debate here. I've no interest in changing anyone's mind. I guess I do want to change people's mind, but really what I want is not to change their mind, but for them to determine their mind based on what's correct. But of course, they're not me, so they're not going to determine their mind based on what they can disinterestedly deliberate as such. They're going to favor things like their intuition, their feelings, their experience, efficacy, singularity or clarity, sometimes at the expense of actual correctness. You know, lots of things they could prioritize other than correctness. And that is what's wrong with them. No, there's nothing wrong with them. They're just different from me. That doesn't make them bad. It just makes them different. I got my glasses right here. Let's see what it says. Alec T is here. Hi, show. I don't debate for real very often because I don't know enough about anything. I don't feel very strongly about anything. Yeah, I know. It was a good win. Good win. Kurtzy had a home run. Mason Miller picked up the save. The team's starting to hum on all cylinders a little bit here. Soderstrom's starting to come back around and ceasing to be just a continual strikeout machine. Kurtz is really proving his value. He not only hits a lot of home runs, he hits them in clutch moments too. Workers come alive after a slow start. Butler's still, well, he's starting to land. Hits starting to land for him, you know. Unfortunately, Jacob Wilson's cooled off some. He was 1 for 5 today. When I do debate, it's usually just for the sake of stirring the pot. The thing is, even though I'm a debate coach by trade, former debate coach, retired, or whatever you want to call it, I don't like to debate either because I don't see there as being open questions that one might debate about that need to be debated. What's the best kind of Zaza? I don't even know what Zaza is. You're talking about Zaza Gabor? It's pronounced Jaja, okay? You're pronouncing it wrong. So that's called being an instigator. Doesn't sound like somebody who knows where Natasha Godfrey is would say, showing you. You wouldn't like my friend debater. Yeah, I probably wouldn't like her. So the thing is, I don't like to debate because I don't perceive there to be anything to be accomplished intellectually about the sort of things people want to debate about. I already have done all that argumentational work, and I know what the answer is. And it feels like I'm doing everyone a disservice if I pretend as though it's still an open question. I mean, what debate is the ability of some people in some contexts to require justifications from somebody. Like, if your boss at work tells you, okay, go blah, 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 and you're like, why? He says, well, because I need this. Is that really a good idea? It seems like if I did this and said, just do it. Well, in that case, you're not entitled to an explanation as to why, except I'm the boss. This is what I'm paying you to do, whether it makes any sense or not. So, but in plenty of other contexts, if somebody needs your agreement, if somebody's action is predicated on your agreement, then they're going to need to provide justifications for things. Debate is just the process of managing the justification and the justification making and evaluating processes organized. Once upon a time, Zsa Zsa Gabor and Charo had a baby. They call it Zsa Zsa Gacharo. One delicious waffle for Rachel. 2 delicious waffles for me. Would you like me to bring you syrup, Rachel?
No, it's okay. Thank you.
If Charo and Zsa Zsa Gabor are both still alive, can we get them in a celebrity cage fight? I'm putting my money on Charo. The thing is, when one talks about debate and stuff, almost all rhetorical exchanges that are adversarial in some sense, which I guess would be a way to operationalize the definition of debate, the people, they aren't good enough at the processes of debate to have a debate that produces any outcomes. It doesn't resolve any questions. It doesn't even usually produce a clear winner or loser. Wow. $5,000, huh?
What's the Jubilee?
It's a math anniversary, maybe?
Yeah, some sort of, because like I remember the Queen celebrating her Jubilee like 10 years ago or something.
Hmm.
Why did the Queen celebrated Jubilee. What does that mean?
I think it's to have at least something that's a debate in more than just a name. You don't need a lot, but you need to have a couple of things. You need to have either a clearly stated resolution that somebody's affirming and somebody's negating, or
Oh.
well, or you need so you need either a resolution or a plan that is say something specific, concrete that the affirmative is married to, right? And then you need a structure that allows each party to have monologue time and a structure that allows questioning to happen. The point is, there's no purpose in winning a debate except through one approach, which is being correct. You can win debates in other ways, but there might be a point in doing so in competition debate, because after all, the goal in competition debate is to win. But to win a debate in the real world should mean to successfully demonstrate that you're correct. It's not just a competition sport when you've got adults debating about topics because they genuinely disagree upon them. Then almost every point of disagreement that people have can be resolved by determining that one side is correct and the other is incorrect. Because most other people debate about involve exclusivities. Does porn have a negative effect on society? Well, that's a terrible resolution, right? So that would be resolved. Porn has a negative effect on society. If that were the case, if that were the resolution, it'd be terrible, because all the app would have to show is that some harm exists, even if they're outweighed by benefits. So you have to be careful about how you phrase resolutions. But this person, Jubilee, they're probably not interested in having productive debates. They're interested in garnering views and etc. I could, I'm just not very motivated by my instrumental and unconscious TE and SE. A mean, mad white man. Well, I mean, I think mean is a legitimate critique. Mad is irrelevant. White is irrelevant. Man is irrelevant.
I know the Jubilee channel. It's been, and I didn't know that it was a debate channel. The Jordan Peterson thing has been like suggested to me a few times, but I haven't looked at it because I don't want to.
Well, if those Jubilee people want to see what life's really like, then they could debate me about whatever their nonsense perspective is. The thing is, I take no satisfaction in whatever, because at the end of the day, I have way too massive and unfair an advantage. I've debated every topic that gets debated in theory, both around YouTube, explaining my arguments over and over again so they're all just, you know, what's that word? Embossed within me, or on top of me. So I already know all the argument chains to everything that people debate about. And number two, I actually know how to formally debate, so I'm not going to sell you this hat. I got it at a thrift store. I don't remember where exactly. Was it Oakhurst, maybe?
Maybe.
I got it at a thrift store. You don't remember my huge rant about him? About Jordan Peterson? I don't remember it, but I just feel bad for Jordan Peterson mostly. You know, it's like, imagine he were a baseball player and he had this one great game in the minors or something, getting 4 hits, 3 home runs, and all of a sudden everybody's hyping him up. They bring him up to the big leagues, and he's just not up to the challenge of hitting big league pitching, and he's been placed in this role by the franchise as the face of the team or whatever, but he doesn't have the chops for it. I don't think he went cuckoo. I think he just doesn't have, he never did have the chops to fill the shoes he was being asked to fill. If you want to have somebody who's, some kind of alt-right intellectual who's a straight shooter and telling people the hard truth and fighting back against relativism or something, you've got to have somebody who understands a lot better than he does. I could do that job. I got it at a thrift store. I don't remember exactly where, but I get that, a lot of people, but JP's problem is not that people are put off by this or that. It's that he's been positioned as somebody who's correct and understands things and can explain things, and he is not correct, does not understand things, and cannot explain things.
I think he weeps a lot because he decided to go into self-induced coma and because his wife has cancer.
Thanks, Cool Sauce 2102. The only reason I'm wearing it is because somebody earlier said, "Put on your trucker's hat." You have a trucker's hat, you said, and I don't think I believe you because I've never seen it. Somebody was saying that.
Oh.
So I got it and put it on.
No, Marooney. I'll just never forget Jordan Peterson in his classroom talking about the importance of cleaning in a room. Loser. And I'm like, hey, don't call me a loser. So I'm not a huge fan of Jordan Peterson for that reason. I'm not a loser because I don't clean my room. Jordan surely have bad F? Maybe he did go crazy with all the money, I don't know. Some people are like that, Sean. Exactly, Alexi. I mean, it's different for everyone. Like, my room, I feel good after it's clean, but I'm not gonna lie. Like, the next day,
There's piles of stuff. I still haven't unpacked. No cool sauce. Music definitely helps cleaning for sure. I used to clean when I would get like stoned, but I don't know. It's just like, don't call me a fucking loser. It's like, it's literally, if he's an ENTJ, it's literally just because he's my supervisor type and I feel it. Did you talk to my mom, show media? See, I don't mind cleaning bathrooms. I don't like when they're dirty, so I'll clean them. Laundry is annoying. I'm just an unstructured person. That's how I am. Like, even in like the Global 5 description, it says that I don't mind mess, and I don't. I don't like doing any of it when I don't feel like doing it. If I don't feel like doing it, I don't want to do it. We're in California. Where are you? Cool sauce. Oh yeah, do you? LT? No kids. I didn't mind cleaning the bathroom because like I learned how to early on. I just don't like it to be gross, like that like bothers me, like a dirty bathroom, like not the whole bathroom but like the this shower area. I'll get like a fire under my ass. And cool fly guy, I'm glad that someone gets my groove. I am a procrastinator. INTJ or ISTP is kind of different. What kind of socionics relation is INTJ and ENFJ? He identifies as ISTP, huh? Well, like, did he take a test and he just like read something about ISTP and was like, that's me? Because like, polar NE and polar FE is like different. Yeah, I hear you. Tripping over garbage, you go into clean mode. Yeah. Oh, you're a supervisor, huh? Here's some crap, but I've also tried to type them over the years. That's good. Jen Zennial's not an ISTP, but I don't think he's an INFJ either. ISTP is pretty no nonsense. INTJ can be when they're working no nonsense, but like INTJs have more of a sense of humor. No, I don't, Alec T. Like when I had a job, I did have an alarm in the morning. But or actually I do sometimes. Like I set up a reminder for me to meet up with Carrot to watch a movie. So I do. I put things in the calendar. Isn't that hard though? The 32nd personality type? I feel like this isn't real. No s'mores. ISTPs are like intimidating sometimes. Like they don't have much to say, but when they say something, it's usually like for a reason. Like, um, and you can tell by the tone of their voice how they're feeling. Alex T says, sometimes I set a timer when I'm at a friend's house so that it goes off after like an hour or two, or else I'm worried I'll lose track of time and overstay like 5 hours. That's what happens with me. I totally overstay, Alex T, because I don't do a timer. Bill Murray? I don't know. He's a drunk. Hello, Kujash Lupondo. Alex, he says, and if I overstay, all I think about on the drive home is, did they want me to leave like 2 hours earlier than I did? I know what you mean. Luckily, like I've been friends with mostly people who are, well, like not in high school. In high school, I was friends with people who were social variants, but like in my 30s, I had friends who were sexual variants, so we liked hanging out a lot together in small groups. Yeah, I like Lost in Translation. No CH. I don't know why they call it sexual, because it has something to do with sex. Alex says, I want a rhythm with seeing people that makes me feel okay with 90-minute to 2 hour hangouts. Right now, if I don't see people for a long time, I tend to want to be with them for hours. That's sweet. But I don't want to be seen as a marathon friend where they have to prepare for a 5-hour thing. Well, maybe just because you haven't seen them in so long, 5 hours actually isn't that bad. You know, if it was 5 hours every single time seeing them, maybe it would be. But you haven't seen them in a long time, so, you know, sometimes I'll even say, like, What do you want me to do for you? Eric's email is his name backwards. Say it's like 2 or 3 months without hanging out. Then I'll stay a really long time. If I see someone once a month, I'm usually okay with 2 hours or less, 3 hours max. Yeah, that makes sense. That's totally how I would feel too. I think that's a good amount of time, 2 hours or less. Here, Lamb, are you criticizing me? Getting social interaction from like 1 or 2 friends seems weird. If you live far away from your older friends, make new ones. Are you talking in general? Thank you, Winston's mom. Especially since I don't propose an activity. It's too hot in Florida to walk around in July or August. Sit indoors and talk, and some people get restless after an hour or 2 of that. Yeah, that's totally relatable. What advice do you need, Hasib Ahmad? My name is Rachel. I feel like you know my answer, Hasib and Ahmad. Mrs. Mom said, if I lived right next door to Rachel, I would still be here online peopling. I would much rather people online than in real time, person to person. Why would I ask? What did I ask? In the shower, sure, fly guy. I do actually. Kami, who's been on the channel, I speak with her over the phone. She prefers phone calls, so I take note of that and I try to call her more than text. I'm more of a texter. But me and her, when we get on the phone, we can talk for hours. I usually just dial the number and call. Usually. How about you, Alti? I think it's. I don't know that song, Meowie 776. I keep on thinking about how Eric said that I am not maternal, and like I know it's the truth, and that's why it's like bothering me so much. Um, because I've often thought that he's more maternal than I am, like sweet. Um, and I am a Capricorn, and Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, which is ruled by, which represents the father figure. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that I don't want kids. Rachel, I am trying to get more comfortable with cold calling because I don't believe it's actually cold. Cold calling isn't a thing, it's just a phone call. Like if a friend's I like it if friends expect that from me. You like it if friends expect phone calls from you? Like I says, I'm reading something of his now about synchronicity. Remind me a bit of the numerology you showed me. That's nice, Alec T. Yeah, that's why like a lot of Jung's stuff like Freud didn't like, cuz like, you know, you have to like be legitimate in psychology. You do have to like prove stuff. And he was right with cognitive functions. But I think some people have anxiety around the phone and answering calls. Yeah, they do. I get it because it's stressful for different reasons. Yeah, and it's stressful to make the call too, you know? I used to leave messages like voicemails like after I called, but now no one listens to them, so I'm like, I'm not gonna leave a voicemail. If it's really important, I'll text them. But if my friends saw my face pop up on their phone ringing their phone, I'd want them to feel only enthusiastic about hearing from me. Why would they feel stressed if we're good friends? I don't know. It's a good question, right? Like, um, you couldn't recognize her, huh? Did she feel like she couldn't recognize you? Like, they should just feel happy that in a few seconds when they pick up, they'll hear my voice. It's true, but like, you also have any tool, so like you would probably be able to, like, you're really good with asking questions, so I feel like you're a very good conversationalist. um and um but like I could also see you picking up the slack, like if you have more to talk about, you know, being any, I'm sure any second, like I'm sure you have stuff that you could talk about for a while. And I appreciate it because like not many people ask me questions, and I want people to ask me questions because I want people to get to know me. Phone calls are often bad news. People associate the ringing with negative. Ringing is like an alarm, literally alarming. It can, fly guy. I answer depending on what kind of mood I'm in. Usually I'll answer. Unless I'm like sleeping, then I'm not gonna answer. I'll call back. But if you call me, I'll call you back. Unless I get friends to expect that I call them often, fly guy, then you condition the friendship to perceive calls differently. Otherwise, yeah, they'll be like, oh no, he never calls. What's wrong? What is the book that you'd want people to know you've read that you think will make you sound cool for having read it? I can tell you a cool book, but it's just cool for being cool. The Outsiders. But and I do think it makes me sound cool for having read it, but I think people should just read it, period. Rachel, if heaven exists, what would you like to hear when you enter the pearly gates? Well, you know, INFJs have a habit of apologizing, so I'll probably get there and apologize first, and hopefully when I get there they say, oh, no worries, like just head on in. Yeah, Pony Boy. I really liked that book. I had to read that in high school, and it like, or like maybe middle school, probably middle school, and it really like, it was a book that I really enjoyed reading. What is my favorite curse word? It's funny that you're taking questions from inside the actor studio, because I have wondered if people have asked me questions from inside the actor studio what I would answer. I would say shit. I say shit pretty often. That's great, Alec T. Yeah, I want them to say no worries, even though it's a more millennial phrase. Like, they'll adapt to me because like I'm the one who's heading into the gates. So they'll be like, oh, she likes no worries. That it'll make her feel comfortable. Hi, Faraz. No, I didn't know you were Batman. Okay, cool. And then you can answer too. Everyone can answer. Peace from United States. I avoid saying no problem or no worries or no stress because the phrases still include the negative words. Yeah, I've thought about that. I avoid no problem and no stress, but I do say no worries. I like to say you're welcome too. That's probably what I say most often. But when like I'm like just being me, I say no worries. It is more polite to say you're welcome. It depends though, right? Like it's kind of like, all right, like I'm picturing uh like Jared coming over and us saying, "Oh, thank you for uh watering the plants," and him being like, "Ah, no problem." Like, like very casually. I'm glad that you say no worries also, Carrot. Yeah, no problem is very casual, you know? It can be like, it's nice to hear. I say things like, all good, thank you, for sure, of course. I say of course too, happy to help, absolutely, yeah, etc. Winston's mom asks, what profession other than your own would you not like to attempt? I would not like to be a surgeon. If you were reincarnated as some other plant or animal, what would it be? A panda. If heaven exists, what would you like to hear God say when you arrive at the pearly gates? I'm an INFJ, so I'll be apologizing for things that I did on Earth, like as I'm at the gate, and like I just want them to be like, oh, no worries, like, come on in. I like that you see you laughing inside though, Carrot. It's very honest. Sometimes I feel like I come off condescending when saying you're welcome laughing inside. I like that phrase, Acacia. Go fly a kite. I totally would be apologizing. I don't say no problem because in my mind it almost creates an alternate reality where they might have been a problem. Maybe I don't want them to ever think that it'd be a problem no matter what. I get that. I mean, that's why I don't say no problem, because, well, sometimes I say no problem. Like if people ask me for a tarot read or whatever, sometimes I say no problem. Usually I'll say you're welcome, I think, if I were to clock myself. If someone let me know what are we talking about, I would appreciate it. Right now we're talking about how people converse with each other. I used to have a white tiger bay blade. It was the coolest. What is that? There was a favorite curse word prompt? Yes. Good for you, hockey god. No, I'd only go on picnics with my friends or Eric. No. Standard issue red brick. No. Oh, Winston's mom, I was just thinking of the proper way to respond to thank you. You on East Coast? No, I'm on the West Coast. It definitely is too hot for a picnic. Yes, they're guardians of the Lady Gwendolyn. Beyblade is a spinny battle toy. Oh, good for you, Carrot. That's good to have, like, weapons for self-defense or something. I don't know. I have a Swiss Army knife that I don't use for a weapon. I use it to open boxes and cut tags off. I know I didn't see it. Yes, California. The most used for me is a variation of the fuck word. So like frig or freakin' or fudge. Alex says, when I need a break from work, I play with Beyblades instead of scrolling on YouTube Shorts. I'm being serious. Wow. I'm busy back and forth washing dishes. Don't get too much soap on your electronics. When I was a kid, I had a deadly spiked weight disc. Oh my god, what is that? No Sage says, I like the F word. Oh, I see, Sean. I try not to say fuck anymore. I say shit though. Sprays work well against little punks with knives. That's good. My favorite cuss word is shiitake mushrooms. I try not to cuss. That's good. I don't swear in front of other people. That is very polite. John Toomey says, make sure you buy a good brand. Good to know. What is a good brand? Sorry to leave that for the sensitive ears. We do like to keep it PG here. I like the F word, that really offends people. I'm not like, opposed to like not flicking the bird. I definitely give people the bird. I've given people the bird on this channel, in fact. The most recent time I flicked the bird was the neighbors were fighting and I was like so pissed off. I was like, I'm trying to enjoy being outside, like, oh my god, like, break up, motherfuckers. And I like gave them the finger. They couldn't see me, obviously. I was like all the way down at the house, and their house is all the way up on the hill. And I wasn't gonna do anything, but I just had to give them the finger. Ponfo Miran means go to hell in Vulcan. No, Sage, no need to make fun of his name. Pepper spray saber. Ality says, I drive the speed limit and I get really annoyed when people pass me, but I do nothing. Last time someone passed me on a double yellow, ooh, that's not good. 5 minutes later, we were still sitting at the same light, LOL. I don't like when people pass on a double line. That's really dangerous. And if like they get in a car accident, they're totally liable. Most illogical. Who got stabbed twice? Is legal in Ontario? Oh wow, that's interesting. Where do you draw the line? Double lines are really important here because there's only 2 lanes for a lot of it. Sometimes I feel like the speed limit is too fast for the designated road. Good for you, LT. Take your time. I don't know what any of that is, Mike. Bear spray? Good to know. This is Mom. Do you remember the site you linked for Enneagram the other night? It had a girly name. Yeah, 15 is better. We have children are playing 25-mile like 25 miles per hour like thing over by us. It's good. It does slow us down. How'd it go?
Good. I swept up a lot of the lawnmower leavings.
Thank you.
Threw them away.
Thank you for doing that.
It's looking pretty clean out there now. I think I will have a cigarillo. Would you and or the people like to come with me?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna turn off the air conditioning. Alright. So, in a little bit, I think Rachel and I will probably wrap this up with thoughts of maybe watching Naked and Afraid Last One Standing. You don't want to. You want to stream?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, that's fine. You can keep streaming. I can watch that later when you're ready to watch it.
You sure?
Yep. Wee-hoo, that was a real workout, but it's looking nice. I got things swept up like swept up. Egg yolk. John Toomey, no sage, gyalt, smoke and going back to dishes. Oh, that's a big mosquito right there. He's trying to bite my digital self. That's the news for you skeets. Come around this man, you're gonna get burned. You play with fire, you get burned, motherfuckers. Oh. It looks like I was the one who played with fire and got burned. So I didn't get burned. You skeets can just get out of here. You're not welcome at this party. If I wanted to have a mosquito party, I would have invited a bunch of mosquitoes. You're afraid of fire? What about mosquitoes? How do they get away with making the Ferengi? Who, mosquitoes? Energy drinks won't do anything that make you sick to your stomach. Well, come on, filthy skeets. You want to buzz in my ear and shit? Show me what you're made of. I assure you, you're made of flammable stuff. And you will learn the hard way the
the consequences of bothering me. I bet you also don't have any good dreams about mosquitoes, Alex T. It's not like you're frolicking in the meadow with a bunch of mosquitoes swarming around you and singing happy songs. No. Mosquitoes are excised from your dreams because they have no place in the world. No place where they are welcome. Nobody keeps mosquitoes as pets. Hotty toddy, why don't you stop talking instead? I will stop smoking someday after I'm dead. You know, it's like sleep. They say you can sleep when you're dead. That's not true. But you can quit smoking. That's easy. Die, mosquito. Die a horrible fiery death. You deserve it. Even environmentalists don't like mosquitoes. John Toomey, the guy says pish posh. You trying to say pish posh? Well, keep working on it. Another one, I was taking pepper spray for defense, fill super soaker or squirt gun with liquid bleach. That's not a good idea. Instead, fill your squirt gun with holy water so that while you're assaulting your enemy, you're also giving him a blessing. I did know that, some guy, actually. I did. It was the high point of his life. Really a sad tale of a broken American family and the growing dystopia of the late 90s. LSD squirt gun is not a good idea. I would love to have, precisely dosed hits of acid, like, say, 100 microgram hits. And I could take 2.5, get 250, That'd be nice. Because I would like to do acid, but I don't like the way that you get some piece of paper and you really don't know how much acid's on it. Bug dreams are some of the worst. Met Girl says, God loves me. Well, I'm glad God loves me. He certainly has given me a life of bowling with the bumpers on. The country's nuts, 14-year-olds packing guns. I mean, I don't think people having guns is crazy at all. And around here, it certainly would be par for the course if some father was taking his 10, 12, 14-year-old son out hunting or shooting. It's normal stuff around here. We don't ever have any problems with guns. I have a rifle. I was thinking about moving it, actually. I kind of realized that it's, in case of an emergency, it's not much good to me in the garage. Probably be better off putting it in the attic. At least it's within the confines of my defensible space. Like, Have you heard the Arrogant Worms song, Let There Be Guns? I think that Sam Harris made an argument I'd never heard before, and I think it's quite a brilliant argument, which is the thing about guns that we need to remember is without guns, the stronger, bigger, more powerful person always can force their way onto things, you know? With guns, it levels the playing field for people who aren't physically robust. But regardless, the last thing you want is some kind of situation where only the aristocracy, aka the cops or something, can carry guns. Metaphysical action is greater than physical action. I mean, sometimes. Not if somebody's trying to break into your house. I have a vision of a blue serpent with yellow bands and a bow void in a sort of cartoonish 3D model render type look. At first, lots of people would get shot, then there'd be tapering off, no shooting would happen, and like microwave popcorn. If what would happen? If everybody had a gun? Half of what? A whole team of RSO? Yeah, well, I don't have the best gun for home defense. I have a bolt action rifle, but um, I'm just, it's just like well, if somebody's trying to break into my house, it's not a matter of language being relevant at all. They've already forsaken any kind of civil engagement with me by determining to commit a crime against me and my property. So, in that case, you know already if the person was going to be able to use language successfully, they would have asked you for what they wanted rather than try to steal it from you. Cam Moto's here, and he says, I keep my rubber ball shooting air pistol nearby since bears have broken into many houses here lately. I do have a real gun nearby, but I'm not worried about bears. I carried a 38 during some missions. My partner did also. We were trained pros. I never worked anywhere that didn't have a bullet hole from one board pro playing with a weapon. Yeah, well, I mean, I have one, but I never play with it. I was like, I've never even used my chainsaw because I'm I'm scared I'm gonna hurt myself with it. My home defense consists of having nothing worth stealing. Yeah, well, I'm not really worried about somebody coming in and stealing stuff. I'm more worried about, you know, somebody with some weird YouTube beef showing up at my house, and somebody got too smitten with Rachel and comes to intent on assault or something. I really don't worry at all. Frankly, I just think that we're perfectly safe back here and there's nothing to worry about. When we got back from Vegas, all of our mail and our packages were just like sitting right here. The mailman doesn't even put the mail in the mailbox a lot of times. But it was all here. Nobody's taking anything. It's about as safe a neighborhood as you can find anywhere, really. Well, like I said, I'm gonna move it. Anyway, even if it's in the garage, there's a lot of garage to look through. You know what time period you're traveling back to? What time period am I traveling back to? I think I'm going to travel back to the 1990s so I can start my YouTube channel right when YouTube begins. We're safe, yeah. We also keep the doors locked all the time. That was a cop with bush camouflage on. He got an assault rifle. What was the best thing you did and ate in Vegas? Well, we actually had a lot of good food. We had a very nice dinner out at a fancy place, and I ate the leftovers the next day. Go back to the city, 60s is a very iconic time. I mean, I might want to go back to World War II just because, even though your life's at risk in fighting in a war, like if I had been alive and draftable age or whatever during World War II, I would not have tried to avoid fighting because how sad would it be if somehow you were a young man who sat out the war and everybody else came back and they'd all had this formative experience. I'm sure extraordinarily traumatic as well. Go back to pre-COVID. If I could go back to pre-COVID, like to the very, very beginning of the COVID nonsense, I would do a better job of messaging. Better start building a time machine. I mean, you know what, John Timmy, my figure is I can just start building it whenever because it doesn't matter how late I get it done, I can always just travel back in time to the beginning again. That's why I've been procrastinating for quite a while. I made it. Pretty impressive. Somebody should definitely give me a prize. All right, I guess it's time to go inside. Pull a couple bingers. I'm gonna hand you over to Rachel. I'm gonna take a shower and maybe watch some cartoons. Rachel's got 3 Adderalls in her, so she'll probably be interested in streaming indefinitely. Here you go, my precious angel.
Hey, will we have a life together? Did we have a lifetime together in World War II?
Yeah, well, we got married shortly before I shipped off.
Okay.
I was at Omaha Beach on D-Day, and I survived even though it had a 90% casualty rate.
I write you every day.
Yeah, and I write back in the blood of my fallen enemies. I forgot to bring a pen. I regretted that the whole war. I gotta take a quick shower. I'll be back.
And we had a lifetime together when you were a cheerleader, right?
Sure.
So, like, who, was I? If you were the cheerleader.
You were a football player. This was way back in the day when football didn't even have the forward pass.
Oh.
And cheerleading didn't exist yet. But I was a vivacious, young, blonde girl, and I invented it. My first cheer was, "We play football, that's our game. This is called football." It wasn't a very good cheer, but it was a start.
But it was a start.
It was a start, yeah.
It's great. I've always loved your cheers.
Yeah.
Oh, the battery is low.
One part of all my previous lives that always carries over is no matter what I am, I'm a cheerleader.
Really?
Yeah. Like I was Hitler's secretary at one point. His name was Bormann. And despite the seriousness of the times, down in the bunker, I couldn't help breaking into cheers. "Here comes America, here comes England, this will get us first. Oh no, Russia, not those thinkers, they can't get us first."
Those are good cheers. Hello, Gabriella. I don't know what that means. Are your seats worth sailing? That's the business. Rachel, would you fare better kicking someone or punching them in self-defense? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Probably punching. Or kicking. I do have stronger legs. Your sister gifted you Howl in book form? Aw. I can't guarantee it, Shomedia. Good point, Fly Guy. Strength from your punch comes from your legs. Life is a mystery. Yes, Madonna did say that, John, to me. My cute white boy, Eric Strauss, my husband. Good point, Gail. Only problem with the 60s is and me is who knows how psychotic I could become with the high doses of acid. Like I think about like how I would like to be in the 1920s, but then I'm like, well, I'll be living through the Great Depression then after that, and that's not good. To be fair, psychs aren't as bad for my psychosis as weed. Hey, Red Apple. I'm sorry that weed. I mean, like, it doesn't. If the other drugs don't affect you bad, then who cares about weed? I like weed, but it's not for everyone. Happy birthday. Hi, Elijah TV. Are you going to have another one? Oh, do I? I'm just tired. I'm reading the chat. I don't want to read that, no sage. 70 years were cool as well. Love me some Velvet Underground. Thank you, Dinesh Kamawat. I've never heard that before. I don't want to mess with bad drugs because, like, I don't like bad trips. I'm in the United States. Being a kid in the 90s wasn't bad. Cool. I'm glad you subscribed. I like know some of the 80s because I was born in 85. No.
No. Oh my god. Don't talk about that, Dinesh. Ew. Are you balancing your phone on your head? Are you trying to curl your hair with an app? That's a good joke, Grapple Monkey. 10 years old and 85. Remember my parents moved. Oh yeah? They moved when you were 10? California. The world would be better if. I don't know. Nice, Ruben. I like that you know that song. I'm high too. I don't expect much, Gravel Monkey. Ah, they moved on up, huh? You're saying no, Sage. Why are you asking me about what year I passed my 10th grade? I just said I was born in 1985. California, here you come. That's cool. I'm glad I'm in the same age as Super Mario Brothers. I like Super Mario a lot. The Super Mario games. I have them on my phone. You're in the 26th grade, huh, Gravel Monkey? I don't even know what that means. And like a virgin? Well, that's a crappy song. No! That's when Madonna blew up. Yes, good at math. That was the #1 single. I don't know what the #1 single was on my birthday. We used to have one of those pictures that like said like the news and stuff on your birthday, and the song that was popular I didn't like. It wasn't very known, like well known really. Yeah, I'm getting ready to be the same age as the speed limit used to be for truck drivers in Ohio back in 1985. Okay. 55. My husband's 54. Other people say it's I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner. Really? How is there a debate? Yeah, someone is wrong. I can see that. It must have come out after I was born though, because I know it definitely wasn't the song that was #1 when I was born. It was the song that was on my thing. It was like not a good song. I was like not happy. I wouldn't have been happy with like a virgin, but I would have been like, oh okay, that was a big song. I could see that. It was number one on UK on the same day. That's interesting. Good luck, Ty Blue Collar Guy. Congratulations. I don't like that song, Grapple Monkey. It's your dream job? Aw. Yes, happy for staying. Computer science will go into AI, so go into computer science related to AI. I used to hate that song, but it kind of grew on me over the years. That happens. That's why I work within AI. If you're gonna go computer sci, like you should like go into AI. I'm a Capricorn, Osage. Even the construction of robotics will be taken over by AI. Yes, it is, Kelly Hill. AI, just tell me my damn seasonal color palette. Don't change it. Yes, it will grab a monkey. Well, tell them to. I don't care. I don't care about sending my photo over. Analyze my photo, AI, and tell me what my seasonal color palette is. Some drugs are good. Okay, Rebel Monkey. Yeah, it is rolling over the internet. Ty Blue Collar Guy, you're right. It's not even right all the time with the woo stuff. Oh, wait, you're just saying in general? Woo stuff is interesting to learn? I like that, y'all. Hello, Elijah TV. How's your shower?
Great. I mean, drugs are neat and you can buy them relatively cheap if you can find them. If you're an old person like me, you don't really have a lot of drug connects. Although, you know, I continue making new drug connects. So, you know, we got J. Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think in the shower how, like I'll go over at some point to give Jared the pole saw. I think I'll ask him, I'll say, I'm like, hey, you know, he talks about like going to see like Bob Weir and stuff like that. You know how he's all into the Grateful Dead, or
Oh yeah.
and there's some elements of Grateful Dead that still play shows together and stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say to him, if you ever encounter acid, I'm definitely in the market. Pick me up a couple chops.
Yeah, he's going to see the Dead revival or something.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, so you should talk to him.
Yeah, I should. I wonder where that is.
Off San Francisco.
Well, I'm sure you can get acid there.
Yeah. Dead and Company. There you go. That's what they're seeing. Dead and Company. What does your heart tell you? I don't know. I might.
Yeah, I don't know.
But like, I'm kind of glad I just did it like the one time. Yes, we do. We have 2 cats.
We gotta have 3 cats because trouble requires at least 2 cats worth of nonsense.
It's true.
Want fresh water? Okay. There we go. Here you go, Mr. Kitty.
That's nice, Elijah TV.
Enjoy.
Dreadlocks are such a bitch. They're a big, like, commitment. Like, I don't even want to commit to dyeing hair.
A long-term commitment. What is your age this birthday?
40. I'm Eric's wife.
Also known as Queen of the World. I'm making a cup of coffee. Has this been plugged in for a while?
No.
Okay. What kind of meds are you on? You look like an absolutely sick person. The good kind. Obviously, we're on the good kind of meds. Sean C. McDonald, you are displaying behavior of a sick person, which is to say, you come in and try to ontologically assault the other. Well, you just end up looking foolish, and unfortunately, we are rubber and you are glue. So, you only cast yourself in a shitty light. Not that even in the best of light you would look great, but, you know, learn from this. Grow. Bore me less next time.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
You only got a whole ounce of it, but it
Oh,
smells pretty damn good.
that's good. I'm happy to hear that.
Hi from Antarctica, limited time to the satellite and spending with y'all.
Cool, Scott Matthews.
If
Welcome.
that's true that you're really from Antarctica, well, that's impressive. Well, you might be our first Antarctican.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, you're not really from Antarctica, Scott Matthews. You are a native Antarctican,
No.
but I guess there are no native Antarcticans. Do they have any children born in Antarctica? I'm in California, but my internet is shit at night, so basically the same situation. It's a little bit different because you can go outside without putting on a parka. They don't have a government? You mean Antarctica? Well, different nations have control over certain parts of it, different parts of it. Negative 67 degrees. That's parka weather. You're probably going to want to put some earmuffs on as well. If I was in charge of Antarctica, first thing I'd do is start developing some ski runs. Put a chairlift up. Activities to do. The next thing I do is I put a big indoor baseball stadium.
What if you're not athletic?
Well, I mean, it's a multi-purpose stadium. It's designed for baseball because otherwise you won't be able to play baseball on it.
You can play kickball too on it.
But it'll be a big thing, so you can convert it to a football field,
Oh, okay.
soccer field, and it's just a large picnic area. Even if the weather is 70 below outside, the domed stadium will be comfortably warmed by geothermal heat. Climate change is boring. Yeah, the climate's changing. Get over it.
That's good, Scott Matthews.
Have I ever used the N word? Oh, I'm sure I've voiced it on multiple occasions. Certainly when singing along with NWA, for example.
Yeah, me too.
But if you're seeking some sort of litmus test, that's not a good one. Regardless, it's dull. Ganja is green, the truth is golden. Watch the Midas Touch Network for truth and your local dispensaries for a case of the munchies. We got this at the Indian weed store called Tribal Flower, and in fact, we got an ounce of it. It was over $160. So we got a free hat. What?
Yeah.
Free hat?
Yeah,
Yes, we
it's
did.
like, yes, we do.
We got a
I
free
can't wait
hat.
to wear it.
You could get it and show it to people, or I could get up and get it if you prefer.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Sure. Scott Matthews has a presence on Facebook, and that Scott Matthews is the real deal. Welcome to the channel, Scott. Fascinating work you're doing there. What kind of work is Scott Matthews doing? Oh, right. He's a climatologist. He's the reason the weather is causing so many problems.
That's good to know, Winston's mom.
Yeah, I think he's legit too. Oh, he doesn't have Facebook. He doesn't know who that other Scott Matthews is. I hope you're not related to Dave Matthews. And if you, assuming even if you aren't related to Dave Matthews, hopefully you don't like Dave Matthews.
Like, okay. So, Sean Penn is a scumbag. And his brother Michael Penn is like a really good music, like he does music for television, and he has really great taste, very on the pulse of the time, and I hope he doesn't like his brother.
Do you want a cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure. Hello, LOD Chakra Bordy. Yeah, I know he is a rat. But he has a brother, Michael Penn, and Michael Penn did the music for Girls, and he was like so on the pulse of like music. I think more in the beginning, like the first season, really.
Give me a second, Trouble. I'll get you.
But he's married to Amy Mann, and I really hope that he doesn't like Sean Penn, because Sean Penn's trash. He's worse than trash. He's an abuser. Fucking gross. Thank you.
You're welcome. Look, we're bonding. What sounds like a stripper's name? Tika McClose?
That does sound like a stripper's name.
I think the classic strippers' names include Crystal with a K and a Y.
Yep.
I'd say Misty,
Yep.
Sapphire.
Yep.
Veronica. Do you think Veronica's a stripper name?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like it might be. Eleanor, classic stripper name. Back in the day, back in like the 30s and 40s, Eleanor was a very big stripper's name.
I bet it was.
And then Eleanor Roosevelt, that's where Franklin D. met her, was at the strip club.
Oh.
And she redeemed the name Eleanor. Now it's kind of considered a conservative name. What's your take on Bigfoot, Rachel?
I believe he's out there. Multiple, every hiding. But apparently he's coming closer to suburban areas. They're coming closer to suburban areas.
Well, the thing is, Fly Guy, about strippers, there's really not any surprise. Underneath their clothes is exactly what you'd think would be there. You know, boobs and stuff. Ever seen the movie Legend of Boggy Creek? No, I have not.
No, I have not either.
The Shy Hero and the Assassin Princesses. That one's pretty good. I'm gonna mute this, but I'm gonna watch a
Is that okay?
cartoon in the background. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, Sebastian. But I think the single least original thing
anybody can say, because we've heard that probably more than anything else of all the nonsense we hear over and over again.
Eric's not a strip club kind of guy.
No, I'm not. I mean, why would one want to go? I don't get it at all, really. It just feels seems very awkward and unnatural. Yeah, Erica might be a good stripper's name. The butt of Sebastian's horrible racist joke? Is that what you call him? You're supposed to be a white mage, yet you leave all the healing to Sheena. You're useless, not to mention an eyesore. Uh-oh. There's a flashback to when he got kicked out of the party. I don't want to do any push-ups at all. 1 arm, 2 arms, 3 arms.
No, yeah.
What about Eric? Are you saying that I'm a skinwalker? No, like I'm a real person. No, we're not Jewish. What other group do you want to hate?
Yeah, really.
I'm just gonna put you on timeout. Because the thing is, if you want to be provocative, you gotta be interesting. And you're not being interesting.
Are you a skinwalker, Eric?
I do change my form from human to various animal forms periodically, but the differences are so subtle you can't tell.
Oh, no wonder I can't tell.
Right. Like I'll have, the pancreas of a black widow, but in addition to my own pancreas, it's just redundant and nobody really can tell.
Mm.
So, I'm what's called the skin crawler. Are circumcised people able to become skinwalkers? No. The circumcised people, they offend the devil, so he won't make you into skinwalker. I bet there's a cryptid, around here too, but okay. Die 404 says, Israel, 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 Israel.
Stop spamming.
You be spamming, that's no good. You should feel so sad. You know spamming is the thing that would make you bad. And you don't have to spam. I'll read it anyway. Rabbity rab 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 says Israel is a shithole. Is it? I've never been there. It seems like it would be a fairly nice place, I would imagine. But could be wrong. My new favorite show is Supernatural. Well, aside from Better Call Saul, get a lot of occult lore right. It's just a fun show. I used to watch some of that Supernatural. Can I have your ankles, please?
No.
Can you be a worm? I don't know. Maybe somewhat surprisingly, the worms are actually quite selective in who they allow into their species.
Some dedication, good. Yeah. I think White Lotus is the next TV show I'm going to watch.
My take on the deportations is that they're legitimate in the sense of jurisdictional legitimacy. It is the purview of the federal government, it is the purview of the executive branch, but they're ill advised and cause tons of humanitarian problems. They're being executed in contempt of due process, and there's absolutely no positive outcome is going to occur from this. You could be fine with controlling the border, whatever somebody's position on immigration is, fine. But punishing people who got into the country because the federal government was not enforcing the borders, that doesn't make any sense, especially since plenty of them have citizen children. Believe in Jesus, the rapture is sin. I experience rapture every day, Lucifer Sarah. Life is a rapturous occasion. There's a series of rapturous moments. What's this stream about? Asks Clown's dad. Well, it's about living, it's about loving, learning, laughing, it's about languishing, it's about outer space and Earth. It's about how we breathe and how we don't breathe. It's about dogs and it's about cats. It's often about how meow meow is wrong and I'm right and here's why. It's about everything. Everything that matters. Okay? Okay, move the camera back, please. Well, listen, Philly first. I understand why you would prefer to look at a pretty girl. That makes perfectly good sense.
Oh.
I thought you were saying. However, I think it's fair to point out that even though it might not be a wonderful thing to not get to look at the pretty girl, looking at me will not cause you any lasting damage. Your eyes will recover quickly. Yes, that is my wife. Her name is Rachel, and she's a wonderful lady.
Oh, thank you. You're a wonderful man.
I say instead of circumcising babies, we should make them circumnavigate the globe. Her name's not Rachel Dolezal. What's in my hands? Glasses, pair of glasses, my fingernails. That's it. Got that red wine song stuck in my head. That I'm drinking white wine. But I'm drinking white wine because I'm just a rebel like that. Well, when Rachel and I were experiencing some trip hardships, Rachel was singing "C'est la vie," whoop whoop, by Baby No Money. Do you like Alex Jones? No, I don't. I don't like him. I also don't hate him. I'm not a team person. I just find him kind of ridiculous. Some of the claims he makes are just absurd.
Yeah.
But other things he says have some legitimacy, and it's kind of the natural consequence of being a dummy is that even when you say things that have some legitimacy, nobody's going to take you seriously because so many other things you say are so dumb. I need glasses to see my family, specifically 2 glasses of scotch, Norm MacDonald. Laphroaig is the best scotch I've tried, nice and smoky. You don't think the reptilians are the overlords, Eric? I thought I could trust you. Yeah, I don't think they're the overlords. And the reason is, I deal with lizards a lot around here.
Yeah, you do.
Not only do they not act imperious, they don't even seem smart enough to run away sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, Mina Badros. I said Mina. I meant Mina. I mean Mina. And I re-mean Mina. So you're fine. You've been mean. I'm having trouble paying attention to this.
Sorry.
I think lizard brain is going into my vocabulary. Thank you.
So, like, if you were on the flight with that woman who was like, he's a reptilian person or whatever, you know that woman? She's like, I don't care what everyone else says. He is.
Well, I don't think that I suffer from debate rod brain as defined as you can't help but arguing with anybody, even no matter how crazy what they're saying is. That I don't experience that. I'm not going to get into it with a flat earther. I'm not going to get into it with a creationist or something.
You know what freaks me out? How squids have beaks. Yeah, he's not real. Yeah, exactly, Alec T. Yeah, so like Fly Guy, would you like believe her if she like was saying that her if you were on the flight with her talking about like would you be like, oh my god, I need to get off the plane? She's talking about reptile people.
So are you saying that squid beaks are immortal, Fly Guy? I wouldn't believe it necessarily, but the people immediately calling her crazy are the ones I'm more suspicious about. Right. From whence comes this compulsion to shut down anything that challenges the status quo? Like, I don't think the moon landing was faked, but I don't think it's crazy to assert that position. And the reason I don't think it's crazy to assert that position is because it's it's very, very, very unlikely, but it's conceivable. At least it's a single event. If you're gonna fake something, you only have to fake a single event, and it's not and things that we learn from doing that, nothing's contingent on those things being true or not, right? So
I'm gonna bring her up.
it's very different than say thinking the earth is flat. A reasonable person might consider being skeptical about the moon landing. A reasonable person cannot be skeptical about the shape of the earth because there are too many other things that we understand that are contingent on some commonalities of planets, right? General Parker says the Earth might not be flat, but my ass is. But is it really flat, Daryl? I bet your ass has some curvature to it. Eric, at some point it was insane to even consider that the sun didn't revolve around Earth in space. But what I'm saying is that there's a difference between doubting that the Earth is globular and doubting that the moon landing took place. And the reason the difference is that if we accept the shape of the Earth, then we have an explanation for seasons. If we accept a heliocentric universe, we have an explanation for eclipses and stuff like that. A bunch of other things that make good intuitive sense that you can demonstrate with, say, a basketball and a lamp and such. There's nothing equivalent with the moon landing. We don't have ideation, science, understandings, explanations predicated on
us having landed on the moon, except for historical accounts.
This is the character that I said reminded me of Acacia.
That reminds you of Acacia?
Yeah,
I don't think Acacia is wearing a lot of green and purple, but
that's true.
this is my interested calculus. Well, I don't blame you for timing him out because all he was doing there was just a warrantless attack born of his frustration. You know, hopefully the negative reinforcement will move him towards a more interesting kind of acting out. No, I'm not saying we didn't land on the moon, Grant Duarte. What I'm saying is that when we think about so-called conspiracy theories and such, right? We need to draw distinctions between contrafactual understandings that are legitimate expressions of skepticism versus those that are epistemologically doomed no matter what, right? Like, so if you're going to try to argue that the earth is not mostly globular, you're intellectually doomed before you even get started. There's too many various ways that we have to verify and things that indicate, too many good, intuitively satisfying explanations for things that are predicated upon. And so accordingly, there's no intellectually sound way of being skeptical regarding the shape of the earth in this contemporary moment. In contrast, when you're talking about a single event being faked, that has an implicit claim to plausibility that, say, the flat earth thing does not, right? And so even if it's incorrect that the moon landing was faked, it's, I think, wrong to dismiss people who question the legitimacy of that as entirely intellectually bereft, you know? Oh, Rich, Acacia wants to see the thing that reminds you of her.
I'm sending her a text right now.
Oh, cool. The earth is both flat and round and pointy. It's all these different shapes. But looking at it from a distance, well, I mean, the number one indicator that we have that it's round or globular is you can see the globularity of the moon. And to the extent that we want to understand the moon as some kind of equivalent body to the earth, then there's no reason for it to, I know it's not a perfect sphere. That's why I say globular, not spheroid, spherical. Firmament. Can I touch you on your firmament? Missing my vape, but you have this nonstop wrestling match with things you consume. Have you tried getting a little exercise, buddy? Well, I mean, Spark 04, the thing is, I understand that there are legitimate reasons for skepticism about the moon landing, even though I think we did land on the moon. There are plenty of things that intuitively resonate as fishy if you are thusly minded. And what the thing is, people who don't believe in the moon landing or people who don't believe the earth is globular, in both instances, you've got somebody, it's not really that they don't believe in those things, it's that they do believe and nefarious, ill-intended things going on behind the scene. I mean, and one of the things that intuitively makes you go, that seems so sketchy, is the fact that the equipment they reportedly used, to contemporary eyes looks just at a glance appears woefully inadequate to such a complicated thing. But um, just because we would make uh, the Great Wall of China much differently today than they did back in the day doesn't mean they couldn't do it back in the day. Are you Zionist, Yehudi, Israel? No, obviously not. I'm Eric. Mina, I've said your name so many fucking times, I've got Mina on the brain. The thing is, Spargo, for what you're saying is my intuition tells me strongly that it's bullshit. Well, that's fine. But it's better if we say things like that. I intuit that it's bullshit rather than it's bullshit. Because we don't have adequate cause to assert affirmatively that it's bullshit. How much crack you snort tonight? You don't snort crack, Clown's dad. So you're gonna try to troll with drug stuff, at least know what you're talking about. Why would you snort crack? The reason it's in crack form is so you can smoke it. Cloud, you can't hate on eyelid modification if you mutilated your pee-pee, basically, yeah. Well, nobody circumcised themselves. They didn't have any choice when we were babies, Bluefin Gak. They should have recorded the launch from inside. I mean, I don't think anybody anticipated that there'd be this sense of, like, if there weren't pictures, it didn't happen. How are you doing? Asked Muhammad Ali. I'm doing fine. How are you? Back from the dead and ready to start boxing again? I'm sure you don't want to talk about body modification right now. I don't want to talk about body modification. But I modify my body every day when I work out and I build up these guns of mine. Work out by digging a hole or whatever. Bam! Oh, yeah. I could punch through 7 feet of iron. Well, the thing is, Spark 04, all you're telling me is that your intuition says that because we know certain instances where anything resembling the truth has been replaced with some propaganda bullshit, that therefore everything is falsified by that. But you can't, it's requires more nuanced approach to determining things. There was a study done this year in gray matter and the PFC, and the different types. I think it's a pretty good step towards legitimacy. In the PFC, what's that mean? Its continued common practice mystifies me. Talking about circumcision? I don't think there's any benefit to it either. I'm 54 years old, Muhammad Ali. Are you guys open to parallel dimension stuff? Well, I think the idea of parallel dimensions is an indication that people don't know what dimension means. Oh, prefrontal cortex, huh?
I mean, yeah, somebody might find some kind of reliable test that you has. Are you serious? Fuck you. I am serious, and therefore I stand fucked. My dog always barks at people. We do live in multiple dimensions. We do. We live in multiple dimensions. We have depth, height, width, time. A dimension is just a discrete trait that you're measuring. So you could add a dimension of, say, distance from the window. I want to know. I want to know the height, depth, width of this cabinet, and I also want to know the distance it's going to be from the window if it goes over there. And you've just added a fourth dimension. Dimensions are ways that we make physicalities communicable, mostly. I met my body double before. He was from a different time frame. Does he tap in when it's time for a sex scene? Is that how it works? Fly guy, I have trouble imagining that because my child's a girl. Deal with it. And you're just gonna have to deal with it. The foreskin is a self-cleaning organ. I don't have one, so, I don't know. I didn't get to try it out both ways and decide. I'm not sure what I think about it. I still haven't found your wife. Are you sure they're looking for her? It is very, very anti-polar to say, we should cut this thing off. Yeah, who needs that thing? At TWFP says Acacia. What's at TWFP? For all the dudes scrapping their foreskins, there's one dude who is like 88 skin or something for looting. You have to add them up in fours. I gathered 12. I got my own foreskin plus 12 additional foreskins for a total of 52 foreskins. It was like my brain went so fast I started tripping to the point of losing touch with objective reality. Well, you know what? Sometimes slow and steady wins the race, Guild. Slow and steady. Keep that in mind. Give yourself, and all the rest of us, a break. I'm scared to take my medicine tonight. Scared I won't wake up in time for work. What's your medicine? Fentanyl? No, you shouldn't take that. We're not hygiene maxing here during our time on Earth. It seems like a dumb reason. Wow, I mean, Alec T, maybe you aren't hygiene maxing, but maybe that's why you're so gross. Okay? I shower 6 times a day, brush my teeth 12 times a day, and I put on and reapply deodorant at least 12 times a day as well. The Israelites did it to distinguish themselves from the rest. I mean, is that a good way to distinguish yourself? This way we'll know who's who. I'm sorry, Rabbi, but won't we have to, look at each other's dicks to know? Yes, that's true. Oy vey, I should have thought of that before we cut off all these foreskins.
There's already peanut butter all over my nipples. X, sin, rin, ario. And the problem that I have with that is, of course, chafing. Because I regrettably chose the chunky peanut butter. I don't try to cut it off. I'll suck the blood off. It'll be fine. Why don't we talk about the political and economic state of Zimbabwe? I'm not sure what's going on in Zimbabwe right now, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're still dealing with the after effects of the horribly ill-advised uh, land redistribution program that sent Zimbabwe off a cliff of inflation and caused the currency to be rendered utterly worthless. Like 1,000% inflation a week or something.
That's insane.
Yeah, well, that's what communist fucking ends justify the means bullshit will do to you. Not fair. How did Ruben R become a moderator? He gave me his kidney. I needed a free kidney, and he gave me one of them. So I said, okay, you've earned it. You can become moderator now. In the book of Genesis, God commands Abraham to cut off his son's foreskin. Let me get that. Abraham. Oh, yes, God. I've got something for you to do. Anything, God, of course. What can I do for you? I want you to cut off that flap of skin hanging over the edge of your son's dick. What? Yeah, I want you to cut it off. Why? I'm God. Okay, I get it. You're God, but like that's gotta hurt, right? Baby won't feel a thing. I think the baby probably will feel something. Don't question me. I want to be, if I'm Abraham, at that point I'm saying, okay, you cannot possibly be the real God if this is your big plan. From now on, we're all going to cut off this flap of skin off of everybody's dick.
When did it become normalized?
I don't know. It's like, I'm not Jewish. My parents weren't Jewish. My dad wasn't Jewish, but my dad was circumcised. I'm circumcised. Kurt gets mad every time we talk about this. I don't think that's why circumcision started.
I just believe in consent, and like babies don't get to have consent.
Right. But, I don't feel like I was robbed of anything because I don't know what life would have been like with a foreskin.
That's true.
Major, who gives a hoot? Who gives a hoot is a great question.
Yeah.
Good way to tell if you're an INFJ or INTP. I mean, when I want to determine somebody's type, I do a whole typing session. It takes me anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour to get the person typed. Most of the time, the session lasts about an hour. Sometimes it's shorter, like Fly Guys was shorter. But the point is, you gotta do a lot of things to check see. I don't have a single quick and dirty, here's your INFJ INTP distinguishing test. Your real name is Malone Johnson? No, I don't got two of these. This is Malone Johnson. Look at those letters. They look like Chinese or Japanese. Or physiology behind 8 days. What are we going to do with all these foreskins? Said the rabbis. If you want to donate to the channel, you can super chat. We do have the old super chat in effect. Oh. Welcome, Nick. Also known as Mr. Her. All right, Eric. I'll be back. If you're still on, I'm going to watch your new stuff. Go watch your new stuff. Okay, sure. About what? I don't even know what we're talking about. That's not Korean. What is it? I don't know what it is.
I thought it might have been French.
Yeah, this is my very newest stuff right here. It's just sparkling, still in the package, in mint condition. What's my favorite food? I like twigs and pebbles.
Wow.
Yeah. Twigs, pebbles, and flan.
Oh my god, if I knew you made so much fun of flan, like, I would never have ever ordered it.
Well, Devin, part of the reason why it smells so new around here is not only is it new, but I also squirted new car smell all over it.
Oh, it's a nice one.
Yeah. I did know somebody who got himself circumcised at age 21.
I like that Eric says flan and I say flan.
I only say flan when I'm in Mexico talking to real Mexicans.
Oh, okay.
Then I say, perdón, ¿dónde está la flan?
See, I just blame my locust lockjaw.
Right, sure. Then we're talking about cock socks. We have a lady in the building. What are cock socks? Oh, foreskins, right. I had a kid in high school who did. He walked like he had a corn cob in his ass for a month.
Okay.
He's saying a high schooler who got himself circumcised
Oh.
leg, you know?
I mean,
Circumlocution or poontang location, which one wins? A circumlocution or poontang location? They're both great dynamite performers.
Eric Thor, like recently posted that he's like not doing, he's not using personality theory anymore. And I was like, oh man, it sounds like me if I wasn't with Eric.
Yeah. Well, if you're trying to do personality stuff without being correct, you're gonna run into a lot of pushback from people. And if you're C.S. Joseph, you just ban everybody who gives you any pushback and don't care. But if you're an INFJ, or just if you're FE up higher at all, you're not gonna like having this thing you hope to be explanatory be the source of a bunch of discord and conflict. You want to smoke a big old blunt with me? I'd be down to smoke a big old blunt.
Yeah, let's do it.
Did Eric Thor go on a DMT journey?
I don't know. He
just like fell off the planet for a while and then like posted something on YouTube saying that he doesn't want to define, he doesn't think that people should be defined by certain categories.
Yeah, okay. People aren't people aren't defined by typology, they're understood by a typology.
Gross.
Well, you probably just haven't found the right woman.
Yeah.
None of us should want to make the wrong person happy. Because if they're the wrong person, making them happy means forsaking yourself in some sense. People should be defined by their tendency to circumlocute. Circumlocution. Poontang location. Which one wins?
I forget he has good music.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Scarlet's a field. Boom, 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 boom. Da, 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 into the night. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Excuse me.
No, you meant circumnavigations. There ain't no reason to be chopping off foreskins. If I were in charge of the question, I'd just be like, no, just don't. Just no. But, you know, I don't miss mine. I never got to know it. For people who are circumcised, it's kind of like they had an abortion, so they never got to know whether they had a kid or not. Yeah. Y'all looking for a bull? 6'2", black male? No, we're not looking for a bull.
Hello, Finley Retlick.
Unless you're volunteering to pull a plow, and even then we're not looking for a bull because I don't have any earth any plowed. Yeah, and I'm 6'5" myself.
You're also a bull yourself because you're a Taurus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why it happens.
What would the hybrid baby be called? A hybrid between a giraffe and a bull? We're called a long-necked cow. Your pants are on fire, but your shirt's still cool. Your shirt's still not on fire.
No, it's not.
Alright, let's not talk about any more about this botched circumcision. It's the most horrible thing I've heard in a long time. Just let it go. If an Asian tries to say buffalo, they say, I don't know how they would say it. Just let it stop. Enough with it, okay? I'm tired of hearing about people's penises.
Why are we
getting cut.
talking about this?
Because everybody loves talking about it. It's like, hey, let's discuss penis chopping some more.
What?
If all I have to say to any baby, if there's any babies watching,
If you notice a rabbi with scissors walking in, crawl the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. My garden shears the other day look pretty cool. Oh, I sharpened them today actually with the angle grinder, and they look a lot nicer now, but they're still not that sharp. I'll show you. I did a better job of sharpening the machete. It's quite sharp now, and one of the no wait. So I did the machete and I did the long loppers. Yeah, I know. I need to do a little bit more work on it. I could bust out the Dremel tool to get a finer grain or grit. I mean, hi, Will 14. How are you? The 14th Will. In all these years of human civilization, there's only been 13 Wills before you. Okay, I'll go raise. Okay, stop ding-dinging me. You know I don't like that. My dream is to have a dream about having a dream while having a dream inside a dream. You know, I'll tell you who had a dream. Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh wow.
And it was such a powerful dream that he wrote this whole speech about it.
Did he?
Yeah. It's called Shit I Thought of When I Was Asleep. When I get paid Friday, I'm going to buy a 16th of Coke and try to numb it all. I have confidence in your ability to do all that Coke. I believe in you, Daryl. I would just say, don't bother buying Coke when you can get the real deal. If you can get the real deal. If you are going to buy Coke, at least get a little bit of meth to mix in it so it works better. I was determined to make this chat dumber. Well, too bad, Fly Guy. You've done nothing but stink it up with your high-minded nerdiness.
When you take ayahuasca, can I be there with you but not take it?
Sure.
Like I could be, like I want to like be there for you.
Mina Mina Mo. Will you stop telling me to say your name? Like, is it that
No,
amazing to you to hear your name said? For real, you buy Coke now, you're rolling dice, it's all cut with fent. You don't want to do
Yeah, no.
fentanyl if you can avoid it, because it'll kill you, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, what drugs should you do? Really, the question should begin with this. What drugs can you get? And then we have to determine which of those are worth getting, which are not. You know. Glad I'm sober now. I'd be dead nowadays, but back then I did it all. I did quite a bit of drugs myself. Eric, can you show us the meaning of being lonely? No, because I'm not lonely. I would avoid the Datura. Okay, that's not a drug you want to do because it's not the kind of high you can enjoy, I don't think. You want to see who fares best? Yes, we are done with the subject of foreskins. In fact, not only are we not talking about foreskins anymore, we're not talking about four in golf. nor skin. So just stay far away from the topic. We only caught glimpses of her at host Eric's house. I saw a Carol Kane-like face. You talking about Kay? What's this channel about? It's all about you, friend. You, your heart, your mind, your soul, your mastery of fire magic. It's all about you. And your foreskin, of course. If you have a foreskin, tell me, what are the ways in which you cherish your foreskin and make it know that it's special to you? Acacia reminds you of Carol Kane. Is that Citizen Kane's daughter? You've been visiting the channel for a long time. Well, I've been visiting the channel for a long time too. I'm visiting it right now with my visiting bones. Okay, stop with the beep beep. I don't like it. Oh, Jesus. Fly Guy was just getting to the good part of that movie. Now I don't even want to watch the rest of it. Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, that's good stuff. Well, I got 5, 6, 7. I got a double gutter. All right. Another 6. I don't need that. What's this channel about? This channel is about the interconnectedness between all of us. It's about how you and I really, deep down, are exactly the same person.
Wow.
Even the Lion King is just the same as all of us. Like the immortal Osborne lady said, what if God was one of us? How would we know he was God? We'd probably just say, that's just some guy. Would I try to make out with a wild kangaroo for $100 million? No. Because I'd just get injured and I would not successfully make out with the kangaroo, so then I wouldn't even get the $100 million. He's right. God, no darn Jewish man, son. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What I'm saying is each of us is love. Each of us is God. There's a little bit of God in you and a little bit of God in show media and a shit ton of God in me. Show media for $100 million, would you stop posing these dumb scenarios to me? Well, I've got to get that straight draw again. That's not good. Oh, I fold. Define a God by? Well, God is like somebody who throws lightning and stuff. Oh, for love of God, Crustacean King. I hear that more than any other dumbass thing that I hear that one. Just why would you spend your time repeating something that so many people have said so many times?
It's like asking Brad Pitt if he's gonna get back together with Jennifer Aniston.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Angelina Jolie.
Oh, no, it's pretty much like dead and done. It's like why would she go back with him? Like he cheated on her. Like she knows better than that.
How many people ask Jennifer Aniston if she's ever gonna get back together with Ross?
That's a great question.
I think it'd be cool if David Schwimmer and Jennifer Aniston ended up together.
That would be cool.
They just said like, well, we were both single and we looked at each other and we're like, we fake kissed a bunch of times. We might as well just actually ooh, ooh. And that's how it happened. And then they legally had their names changed to Ross and Rachel. Yeah, David Schwimmer is Ross.
Would we be American sweethearts?
I think they're a little old to be America's sweethearts. But I don't really know any like young pop stars.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, back when Taylor Swift came out, she was like 18 or 19 or whatever. When Selena Gomez came out making music, she was in her early 20s. But I just think of this as being not a time when a lot of, I guess the new young artists are finding success on platforms like YouTube or whatever. Eric, will you take a trip to Australia with me if I pay for it? No, I don't like traveling. I don't want to go to Australia. Too many eucalyptus trees. Wow, salmon trader tender. The only big problem I have, and this is probably the reason why you got timed out, is you said the same one twice. You didn't need to. Michael Riggs, hello. What is up with you? What is up with me? I'm playing poker and live streaming a little bit here with my beloved wife Rachel.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee.
She's gonna go pee. She's gonna use her pee tube, which comes out somewhere down there. It's not really clear where it comes out from. I don't think even women know where their pee comes from. It just kind of condenses. You gamble money on the games or not? I am gambling, but it's important to remember when I say that this tournament is a $5 tournament, so it's not a huge amount of money that I'm putting at risk. Oh, I have not met the newest member of the Hunt family, York. I know about Mike. I guess York must be Mike's brother. Like the Inmayaz family, they insisted on naming their first daughter Put Your Fist In. Katie Cooper, Elijah TV, Rachel Strauss, You Are Three, Fly Guy 2 is Mew Mew. It's a flirt. What's a furt? Put your fist in. Yeah. My ass. Put your fist in my ass. Well, the parents just weren't thinking when they chose to name their child Put Your Fist In. What's a coochie? I believe coochie is just another word for vagina, woman genitals, you know. Woman's coochie, her velvety folds, her labes, her body pocket, her cooter, her self-cleaning organ, her Amish delight, her roast beef sandwich, her hot pocket, her gash, her poking hole. Que viva Mexico. Que viva Mexico indeed. I hope Mexico vivas its little heart out. Astrolabe, nautical device or lubed up labia? I don't know. I'm not an expert on astrolabe. I grabbed two emojis. One's a hat, what is the other one? A mouse or a rat? I don't know which one you're talking about.
Sometimes it's called closed for business.
What? Oh, the vagina, yeah. That would be when your uteral lining storms out at the end of every month. I can't live here anymore.
It's gonna happen soon. Cross my fingers.
I actually thought it probably already started because you mentioned it the other day.
Oh.
It was coming.
Mm-hmm.
She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. And she, in this instance, is Rachel's uteral lining.
Oh yeah, what is that? Like next to Ruben's.
Oh, those are new emojis.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a badge. If you've been a
Yeah. So
member.
what's the badge of?
Oh, it's let me pull it up here. Hold on. It's wait, I have it in the folder. What's it called? Membership stuff. So this thing,
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of animal this is,
That's so funny.
but I can make it bigger so you can see it better.
It's like
It's a
like
raccoon
really hard
bear?
I don't know.
Kind
It
of like
can't be a raccoon because it doesn't have the stripes or anything or the eyes. It's like a bear cat.
maybe it's a bear. It's not a cat.
No, it's not a cat.
I think it's supposed to be a bear. That's what this thing that Rachel's asking about is. You see that this folder back here has got these various things that I made as it's either badges or emojis. The OG ones with Rachel, and then the ones that have been fixed up with Rachel. And I made this today. I made this one. Made this one. Made this one. I mean, I didn't make it. I just cut it out of something else, you know. This, that. There's the duck girl. Buckethead. That's it. Adderall XR. I don't even like the extended release, but you know. It's a marsupial. Okay, that's a weird name for a woman's vagina. I'm sorry, Fly Guy. It's a rackaroo, a kangaroo. I don't know. Quokka. It's a quokka, according to Anthony.
Quokka?
Totally a quokka. What's a quokka? Crustacean King, it's not gonna work because it's so boring. I've heard so many times. Please, I liked and subbed. Well, good for you, FR Swirled. No, you cannot be mod. Crab Monarch, you suck. Crab Monarch does suck. Trying to boss around all the other crabs. That's not cool.
Not cool.
Pretty active chat tonight.
Yeah, it is. Why, Anthony?
No dingus, don't chug it. Sip it. Enjoy it. Make it last.
Yeah, nurse it.
The goal is not to get as fucked up as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you. It's the same flush that happens whenever you flush up.
Yeah. The toilet, it can flush with even Olympic medal winning toilets. They can't accept their current place and want you to do for them. Who are you talking about? What are you talking about? Don't listen to all these fuckers here. Y'all good. Who are the fuckers that we're not listening to?
Yeah, what's going on?
Nobody knows what's going on. The chat's flying fast and furious.
There was a time where I would read "You Pissed Me Off" Vacation, and I would totally be like, "What are you talking about?" Oh, you're talking about your feelings. Are your feelings also a 6 slot? I think so, right? No, they're not. It's not 6 slot. Where are your feelings? What slot are INTJ's feelings? FI. All right, Acacia says it's a wombat. I believe her. Oh, third slot. So your feelings are hurt. Sorry, Fly Guy. Yeah, Fly Guy with the most correct answer. No. Like Acacia with the most correct answer. She guessed wombat. Your mom. Oh, I see. Yeah, third and how does she know though? How do you know it's a wombat or is it a guess? I'm a stay-at-home wife. That's a good point, blood guy. A quokka? No, fear me, mean I can't. It is a very TI answer. So would you say it was a guess? Like, so she knows, but she's not sure for 100%. So she didn't just know. She knows from what she feels is right. What, Anthony, was your intuition? Hi, G. You're late to the chat on that subject. Sam Betham, get some manners. What are sugar gliders? I just think it's funny that that Eric made a badge that of an animal that he doesn't even know what it is. Oh, they're flying squirrels. They have glide flaps. I want that for you, Acacia. I want you to have a sugar glider friend. Eric calls them glide flaps. You could call them sugar gliders. Oh, Ruben.
I agree, Ruben. I think it's pretty clear what time it is. Ta-da! Oh. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate your admonishment. I refuse she was crazy stole all of the glasses frames from her class. What's the sugar glider house?
I've only heard them as flying squirrels.
You're talking about glide flaps?
Mm-hmm. Glide flaps.
Yeah.
They're also called sugar gliders, apparently.
Is that where you, it's like a bat suit or a wingsuit?
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah,
shit's
that's what
crazy.
Ruben's
That's
gonna
like
get.
a death wish.
They're not the same as flying squirrels?
Everything that has glide flaps is some variation of flying squirrel, even if they look nothing like a squirrel. That's my opinion.
What are they called? Sugar?
Sugar lumps. Who's got pretty good TE? Flying squirrels?
I can see that. Probably good SE too. There could be a kid's book about how all the glide flaps are great gliders except for this one who can't glide that well.
Yeah, he's always crashing.
Mm-hmm.
And then he becomes the fastest runner of all the glide flaps.
Oh my gosh, that's the greatest book. We should make it.
And one day it's very windy and none of the glide flaps can get out. And they need him to run to get the emergency supplies. Come on, glide flaps. You do your thing. Run and get us the emergency supplies. That's how the story begins, with that little song right there.
I like that.
Before long, glide flaps had run the better part of 2 miles. It was only a short distance from the emergency supply cache when abruptly an alligator passed him. Oh no, said glide flaps. Anyway, he and the alligator end up making an agreement, and the alligator helps him to get all the stuff. And then when they get back to the community, glide flaps sacrifices several of his community members as payment for the alligator.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd say you might say there's a lot of moral ambiguity in the story, because they deserved it because they've been bullying glide flaps, and then they try to pull a Rudolph's thing on him. You know. Oh, you want the go to sleep lullaby? All right. The day's been long, your head's so tired. Lie it down and fall asleep. You should just close your eyes, and soon enough you'll be asleep. Hang up the mic. I don't hang up mics. Abbott retired. I drop them, motherfucker. Bang. Just like that. Lesson learned for you. Lesson learned. Get to the end of the story about glide flaps. It's got kind of a bloody end. Yeah, that's right, Ruben. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now you're making me regret telling you earlier that your observation regarding geological time frames was not relevant. Or whatever it was I said. I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have just slapped down your fine idea with so little regard for your feelings. 7% of American adults think chocolate milk comes from brown cows. Well, some of it does. What's your biggest regret in life, if any? Well, my standard answer to that is having been guilty of infidelity when I was like 18. But I don't really have a lot of regrets, to be honest. Most of my mistakes, I think, I regret bullying some kid when I was a little kid, stuff like that. But most of my failures are self-inflicted wounds, and those I don't necessarily regret them. I see them as necessary growing moments, you know. Feelings, frankly, are gay. Not all feelings are gay. What about drug anticipation? That's a great feeling.
That makes me anxious.
I get the drug sweats before I get the drugs sometimes. Well, I know you're not talking about me, Acacia, because I give myself plenty of credit for being hilarious. Straight feelings end in angry. Look, anger is not the only heterosexual feeling. There's also compassion, caring, and love. God bless you, wishing you many more years filled with love and peace on this planet. Thanks. Likewise, Bravo Arson. I also hope that you live long and prosper. Funky Unk needs a spunk. I don't need any spunk, thank you. I've got spunk coming out the wazoo. So really all you're saying, Acacia, is you think Ruben's guilty of false modesty. Like a big phony. Boy, I didn't know Acacia was so mean to you, Ruben. Only gut types are straight. The human race is doomed. Well, I mean, not all straight men try to even get on women at all. Like the whole country of Japan, they're straight, but they're too push shy to even have sex.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Keisha, she does enjoy the delirious late morning when it's just rapping in bed, talking about do your balls hang low, do they wobble to and fro? And the answer is not if I'm wearing my jock strap. Can you put them in a vat? Can you put them in a show? Well, I like the inclusion of vat. I'd like us to include more jugs and vats in our measurements. Yeah, they do draw cartoons well. Can you hurl them into traffic like a total juggy vat? Do your balls hang low like a drunken juggalo? Do they drink Fago like an ICP? Vat and jug. Along with bushels and pecks. Like, in the shower, I'm noting that my pubes, I probably have at least 2 bushels and maybe also a peck worth of pubes. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure your expert intuition is much better than very poor. I think being needlessly self-deprecating. I've noted your ideational robustness on multiple occasions in the past myself. So that you were singing that in between singing "Row, Row, Row Your Boat." Because I know how you guys love a canon. If anybody else ever hangs out with Acacia and Ruben, they're always like, "Let's sing a canon," and then Acacia says, "I call it a round," and then row, row, row your boat, row, row, row your boat. We get like all 4 of us doing it in session. It's just.
How have we not done that before?
Your wife is summoning you to bed. Well, better go. Put the penis in the gine, if that's what you mean by summoning to bed. If she just wants to go to sleep, well, tell her, listen, lady, you don't need me to go to sleep. I'm going to do a circular song.
Because
Am I-
it's cute, Fly Guy.
Am I drunk? No. I am not drunk. I don't drink alcohol. Put around in the canon, to be honest, teaching you all young bucks how to swashbuckle. It's true that I was not paying a lot of attention during my previous swashbuckling lessons. Yes, this is a bone on the table. Her name is Firecrotch. How? I am a Native American named Firecrotch. Shall we pull some bong rips, Ed? Let's do it. And no, Occasion Ruben, I don't want to sing Frere Jacques with you. Yes, he's sleeping. I think we've resolved that question by now. I've never met two people more obsessed with Frere Jacques. Ruben and Acacia are actually working on a full-length novel about the story of Frere Jacques and the mystery of whether or not he's sleeping. I shall rip one for Tonto. But I'm not just going to call him Tonto. I'm going to call him Kimosabi. And I'm going to do something for you too, Ed Farms. By the power vested in me as the archpastor of Yalorian Church and the archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, I have the power to transubstantiate this bong rip from my lungs to your head. Are you ready? Let's transubstantiate it. A little too powerful in the torch, I think. Underground Media 604 says, wow. You're welcome. That's the power of magic. It's more powerful than regular stuff by like 10 times.
Wow.
Pull through, you dirty rat. What are you using a blowtorch? Still didn't pull properly. You know, bongs get clogged if you just use a regular lighter. Oh, you want one too, Roan? Okay, I'll transubstantiate you one too. Well, this is indica, so you're in luck. I normally don't get indicas. I normally get sativas or hybrids, or sativa heavy hybrids, but this one looked good, so I got it. Yeah. I really enjoy the meme that I found where there's two like old guys sitting next to each other, German guys in an old beer hall or something. And one of them says, "My name is John Jacob Jinglehammerschmidt." And the other one says, "Brother, you are not going to fucking believe this." The T-Birds for cleaning the house. I mean, I don't know. I've got a problem where I smoke so much weed that they're getting resin on my lips, and I don't like the way that tastes. So sometimes I use one of these things. All right. Who am I transubstantiating this one to? Rowan Saint. By the powers vested in me as the archpastor of the Yalorian Church and of God's Big Heaven Church, where we offer weekly holy water delivery service to ensure that your soul is always saved, no matter what kind of crazy shit you get up to. I transubstantiate this bong rip from my lungs to your head.
I think once you retire from not smoking, smoke a lot of weed. It's true. Smoke enough weed to feed all of Guatemala for a year in just one day. All day, every day. Yeah, I put the trans in transubstantiation, which reminds me of the great joke I made up. Why are all the vampires getting sex change operations? Because they live in Transylvania. This one is no good, but I'm working on another acacious sativa promised to be true. My butt skin does not grow. It's reached evolutionary stasis. I mean, I would say this about the permastem thing. It's like, obviously, as you know from being a fellow head, when you smoke weed all the time, it doesn't really do a lot to you. But it's also the case that if you've been out and about for 6, 7 hours and you haven't smoked any pot, then you get back, those are some of the most satisfying bongos. Cool. Tell them I said hi, okay?
I can't believe, so like I downloaded Grok and I can't believe I have to say the word Grok. It's like saying moist for me.
Well, why don't you just pronounce it G-Rock?
Okay, I will. Thank you for giving me that option.
I should go back to the hospital that I was in when I was in 5th grade and say I'd like them to put my appendix back in. I won't be chugging any double shot, no. The Force, the boys in blue. You know what people don't really talk about a lot, which I think is one of the most important things to have or be in the world, which is how many wrinkles per square inch does your scrotum have? I think without it goes without saying that you're measuring it at its most wrinkly. And also goes without saying that a higher density of wrinkles is better. I've not determined a measuring tool yet to actually measure the number of wrinkles per square inch on my scrotum, but everybody should do that. Dirty Mike and the boys are looking for a Toyota Prius. Well, I don't have any Toyota Prius. Daryl wants to go on a date with Ruben. Ruben is in a relationship with Acacia, their girlfriend, boyfriend. Depends if you're in a sauna or on a snowy mountaintop. Are there any other places a person can be besides those two? Because currently I'm in neither of those two places. Your balls are the size of marbles, but they're marbles the size of basketballs. Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to be measuring your wrinkles at their wrinkliest. You're not going to measure it on a sweltering hot day when you got 2 golf balls at the bottom of an athletic sock. Scrotox is a new non-surgical treatment to cosmetically reduce the appearance of wrinkles and scrotum. You have got to be kidding me. Is that a real thing? Are people actually like, they feel, oh my God, my scrotum's too wrinkly? That is ridiculous. Oh my God. Honey, do you think my scrotum's too wrinkly? Yeah, I do, Brad. I think you need to go to the doctor
and see if you can get some of that scrotum cream. Because frankly, I'm embarrassed when we go out to public because a lot of times your scrotum showing, I'm just like, oh my god, it's so wrinkly. He looks so old. I shaved my butt hairs, then my butt started itching for a week. Yeah, those hairs are there for a reason. Don't shave your butt hairs. Your butt hairs are your first line of defense when you're sitting down. Your butt hairs can feel a danger that might be about to poke you in the butt, and then you can avoid it. The cost of scrotox, which involves injecting Botox into the scrotum, oh my god, typically ranges from $500 to $3,000. If you got $3,000 and the only thing you can think to do with it is to inject Botox into your scrotum, then you did not ever deserve to have that $3,000 in the first place. Oh God. I don't want anybody injecting anything into my junk anywhere. Just keep the injections away. You can inject into my arm if you have to inject something, not into my junk. I am having coffee. I forgot I was having coffee. Did I finish it? That's why I finished it already. It was good. It was good coffee.
Yeah, it was.
You got 2 answers for the price of 1 question. What a great deal. Was there a sale on answers? How much should I pay for Coochie? Well, ideally you wouldn't pay for it. You'd, have an authentic engagement with another human being that includes emotional vulnerability. But, maybe I'm just an old prude, scared by the debauched ways of today's youth. Maybe I am. Or maybe I'm just an old piano junkie playing at the bar for the drunks trying to find their way in the world. Welcome to my piano bar. We're gonna sing some jazzy numbers. If you like jazz and piano music, you're gonna love this piano bar. Thank you. That was Piano Bar
That was great.
by Captain and Tennille. It's late at night, it's Saturday. I'm not sure exactly what else to say. We're getting tired, so are you, but there's just too much to do. So many things I need to explain. Now we're going to play the different sound. Meow, 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 meow. 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 gazelles.
freak out on this fucking thing forever?
Because of course, everything I'm trying to do, I'm trying to learn how to do it and figure out what I'm trying to play and how to play it, and it's just endlessly engrossing. Obviously, not very entertaining for anybody watching, but nevertheless. I'm so sick of people being pro-state. We need individual freedom. Yeah, well, we need principled pragmatism is what we need. Or pragmatic principlism is probably more correct. We need pragmatic principlism as directed by somebody who's perfectly correct about both. Of course, you can't be perfectly correct about pragmatism in any meaningful sense, but I guess I should say perfectly correct about when and how and why principle trump or come before questions of pragmatism, and when and where and why there might be exceptions to that. We need to be aware of that stuff to do a good job. Congratulations, Brazil, for your meh. Congratulations, Brazil. I love that's what he saw. What did I see? Get your fingers out of the pro-state position, I say. I say, get your stinky fingers off of my pro-state position. How'd you get all that stink on your fingers anyway? Was that you who was putting your finger in my butt? I never did figure out who that was. I could have a cheese. Cheese wouldn't hurt, and I could have a honey. That's premier. That sounds refreshing, cool and refreshing, like a mountain breeze. Ain't nothing more refreshing than a mountain breeze, except perhaps a piece of this mountain cheese. Mmm. Refresh my mouth, baby. Mmm. You want to go outside? Go ahead. Alright. Now we're going to prove we're human by using tools. Looks like I got a case of the dropsies. Alright, everybody, smoke them if you got them. Let me put more glue on this. It's a beautiful day for a ball game, today. The fans are out to get a ticket or two from Walla Walla, Washington to Kalamazoo. It's a beautiful day for a home run, but even a triple's okay. We're gonna cheer and boo and raise a hullabaloo at the ball game today. Dodger baseball is on the air. That should do the trick, but we're gonna let this dry before we use it, so we'll get the other torch to light the cigarette with. And we're going to go ahead and do something pretty exciting. We're going to take outside with us a flashlight. That way we don't have to
have the outside lights on. Don't tell Eric to restart. It's true, Winston's mom. It is better to have a case of the dropsies than a case of the morbs. I've got the morbs. Is one of the worst things you can hear from a loved one. You know, there's big trouble in Little China. Don't read that. Is there something I need to restart it for? Are there problems? Is the audio bad? Or just the content? Restarting a stream won't make the content any better. I'm sorry. That's wishful thinking. What? That's how it feels to have a flashlight shined on you. Makes you want to say, Nani? Well, there's not much sky to see for you because there ain't no moon out that's bright enough right now or out enough to show up on the camera. You probably hear the bugs making their noises though. So now I want to get a weed whacker. I'm totally turning into my dad. But you know, as you live in a place and you live with a place and come to have a relationship with a place in a lot of different ways. And things that seem silly when you first move in, like, why would I whack the weeds? I don't, that's silly. Well, it looks pretty messy when the weeds are all there, and I like it to look nice sometimes. Not really worried about the fire thing, but there might be a little speck of me that also says, plus I don't want some neighbors to walk by and go, oh, those are those people who never deal with their fire things. I don't want that to happen. I want to be good neighborhood citizens. Because I do get a citizenship grade at the end of every year. The last time I just got S. This time I'm hoping to get E. Barely avoided an N, in fact, I think last time. And so begins our spooky tale of the encounter in the woods between the scared teenagers and the horrible monster. Once upon a time, some teenagers, just freshmen in college, made their way to a spooky lake, properly named Spook Lake. It was so named because back in Prohibition times, there had been a number of murders there, and it was said that their ghosts had hung around the lake ever after. But our protagonists, Tim, Veronica, Stephen, and Beth, well, they weren't scared. It all seemed a good laugh, an urban legend. Perhaps the boys would get a little flirty by trying to scare the girls. That's what they were thinking going in. Little did they know they would be terrified to within an inch of their lives. Come on, Beth, hurry up. We want to get a good campsite. Steven, there's nobody out here.
Tourist season's gone. We're the only people in the campground. We can get whatever site we want. He's right, Steven. Yes, Steven. He is right. I'm Veronica, by the way. So anyway, Steven and Veronica and Beth and what's the other guy's name? We're gonna call him Tate. Whatever his name was, his nickname is Tate, okay? His name's Nathan, but they call him Tate. Anyway, Nathan and Steven and Beth and Veronica. Well, Steven is dating Beth. Veronica is dating Tate or Nathan. His parents named him Nathan actually after the hot dog eating contest, but as often happens with parents' hopes and dreams for their child, he really didn't like hot dogs at all. Anyway, they made their way to the campsite, and there was some friendly horseplay between the boys, a little too loud talking there, typical behavior for young college age people. But after they reached the campsite and as they were beginning to set up, they had brought a couple of tents, a couple of sleeping bags, and optimistically perhaps, because they probably wouldn't have a lot of time for it, Stephen had brought a fishing pole. Anywho, they're just setting up the tent, and it was getting pretty dark. The sun wasn't quite all the way down yet when there's a loud crack nearby their campsite, and Stephen said, "What's that?" And Beth said, "It's just a branch, just..." But she had stopped and turned around too. In fact, all four of them had stopped to look at where the noise had come from. It was quite a loud branch crack. It sounded as though something big had stepped on a branch. But when they scanned the tree line, they didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There was no further sound. In fact, it was kind of spookily quiet. Couldn't hear any bugs, no birds, just the gentle sound of small waves lapping at the lake shore side. And then Tate said, "Come on, guys, it's nothing. It was just a branch that fell out of a tree. We're all getting spooked because we're at Spook Lake. And I mean, that's kind of fun, but let's not take it too seriously now." But Veronica said, "As usual, Tate, you are correct. Let's all just calm down." And Beth's like, "Why don't you kiss his ass some more, Veronica?" And she went and hugged him. "I kiss his ass all he wants because I love him." And then Steven's like, "Ew, get a room, you two." And Tate's like, "We're setting up the tent right now." And they began returning to a jovial young person conversation, you know. They used slang such as skibbity and phantom tax. They made some little videos for TikTok. Got a fire going. And they had brought a pack of wieners. Farmer John, all beef franks, in fact. And each of them was decided, okay, well, look, we didn't really bring a lot of other things that we need here, so we're going to cook these hot dogs. We're going to each have to find a stick to stab the hot dog onto. So Veronica's like, "Oh, okay." She gets up, and then gradually each of them gets up, and they start looking around for sticks. First, Veronica's looking for a stick with her boyfriend Tate / Nathan. And of course, Stephen and Beth are together too, but Beth starts wandering off one direction, Stephen in the other, and they're trying to find a nice straight stick with a pointy end on it, right? All of a sudden, there's a scream. Veronica and Tate, who were together and on the other side of the campsite from Beth and Stephen, wheel around. "What is that sound? What was that scream?" Is what they were thinking. But Veronica said, "Beth, are you okay?" Silence. Next, they heard this rumble, rumble, crash, crash through the branches and leaves and everything. And at this point, broken from their reverie, Veronica and Tate rushed over to the sound of the
the scuffling, and they found Nathan on the ground, rolling around, but no sign of what was going on other than that. And they said, what's going on? What happened? And he said, there was a guy here. He pushed me down. He grabbed Beth. And they're like, well, what happened? Did they take her or what? And he's like, I don't know. He threw leaves in my eyes. And I couldn't see. And then Veronica comes around, he continues around, and she's on the other side of their tent. No, she's fine. She's right here. Beth is right here. And she comes up around saying, you guys, oh my God. And she's got this really dark red, bruising looking grab mark on her wrist where somebody had grabbed her. At this point, they're freaked out. They're like, oh my God, somebody grabbed Beth. It must have been some kind of crazy criminal or something. We don't know what's going on. And she said, I don't think it was, though. What do you mean you don't think it was a criminal? I turned my back, and that's when I felt something grab my wrist. And grab it hard, okay? And I tried to yank free, and I screamed. And then I turned. I did yank free. I turned. There was nothing there. And then Veronica said, oh my God, it's the ghost of Spook Lake. So, Stephen was pretty freaked out at this point. Beth was even more freaked out. She said, let's just go. Guys, can we just go? Said Beth. And they were like, well, yeah, let's just go. But the problem is it's dark now. And I don't know if we're going to be able to make it back to the car safely. But didn't we bring flashlights? No, I didn't bring any flashlights. Stephen, surely you brought flashlights. No, I didn't bring any flashlights either. Okay, well, we're just going to have to stay here close to the fire, hunker down, and just keep in touch with each other, Keep talking to each other because something's out there and it's trying to get us, said Beth. So it took a long time for them to settle down. They never really did settle down, but after eating their hot dogs and kind of having a few awkward laughs here and there amidst mostly silence, the two couples retired to their respective tents. You could hear from one tent the other people in the other tent rolling around restlessly, worrying about what would happen. In the privacy of their tent, Stephen said, is your wrist okay? It really looks like something grabbed you. Somebody grabbed you. She said, I know, but there was nobody there. And he says, are you sure, Beth? I mean, couldn't they have just slipped away before you looked? I turned around right there. His hand was just on my wrist, and I turned, and then there was nobody there. So, needless to say, Stephen was getting kind of freaked out, but he's like, well, I'd rather be a ghost than a real person. And she said, not this ghost. I could feel the evil in his icy touch. So, just then, Beth and Stephen are in there. And they hear a scream and then a shout and the sound of a tent being knocked over. They still have the fire in the middle of the campsite so they can kind of see, but Stephen pops right out of his own tent and Beth pokes her head out from behind, and sure enough, the other tent's collapsed on the ground and they're rolling around inside of it, and finally, what happens is the movement stops. She was like, are you guys okay? What happened? And Veronica says, no, it's not okay. And Stephen zipped open the tent. In the faint light of the campfire, he sees inside the tent Veronica sobbing, blood all over her hands, and Tate with a knife sticking right into his chest. He's gasping his dying breaths. And Stephen's like, Tate, bro, we gotta get you to the doctor. What happened? Who did this? And he's like, and then he died. And Beth's like, who, I wish you could have finished saying who it was because now we'll never know. And Steven says, who are you trying to kid, Beth? He clearly was trying to say Veronica. And she said, I didn't, I wouldn't, why would I? Ah! And she was like, you got blood all over you. Are you sure it wasn't you? Beth's like, now's not the time for this, Steven. We don't need to put her on trial. We need to get the hell out of here. And Steven's like, okay, well, I guess he's dead, so we don't have to transport him right now. We could just run out of here ourselves, and everything should be fine. We'll come back tomorrow with the cops. We'll say, here's our dead friend. Veronica murdered him. No, I did not, says Veronica. She was like, I was joking, dude. I was joking. All right? Obviously, you didn't purposely murder him. You guys were great together. I have no reason why you would murder him. Unless you have some secrets you're not telling. No secrets! I just tell you. You're being nice to me. And Beth's like, Steven, I told you you're so insensitive. Stop it. And then, as they're kind of squabbling, Veronica says, wait, stop. What's that sound? And sure enough, at this point, they're all inside the blood-soaked tent of Veronica and the former Nate. And Steven sort of instinctually zips up the tent to kind of give them a sense of protection, and they hear around the campsite, clack, 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 clack. And it's circling in this clack, clack sound. And Steven's like, what is that sound, that clack, clack? And Veronica says, it sounds like, I don't know, like wooden shoes or something. And Beth's like, no, it's not wooden shoes. It's castanets. Oh my God, they're doing the Mexican hat dance, whoever it is. At this point, Steven says, I've had enough. He pulls a knife out of Tate's chest, and he unzips the thing, and he gets out of there and says, you girls stay here. And he charges out by the fire. And the girls are in the tent, and they're shaking in fear, and they say, oh my God, what's happening? And you hear this rough wrestling sound, and stop, and oh. And then in a second, there's silence, and Beth's like, Steven? She's panicked that Steven's dead too. And she's like, no, I'm fine. I'm here. I'm just a little messed up. And they come out of the tent and they look, and he's got a baby deer, and he's stabbed it multiple times. And he's like, I got him. I got the guy, whoever it was. And then he looks down and he's like, oh no! It's not a guy, it's a baby deer. I just killed it with my knife in the most cruel and unfair fashion. And Beth's like, oh my God, I can't believe you killed that adorable baby deer. What were you thinking? And Steven's like, I was thinking it was a murderer. And then Beth's like, ha! I thought you said Veronica was the murderer. And Veronica says, I didn't murder anyone. Well, how did the knife get in his chest then? Asked Steven. And the group fell into silence. And Veronica said, I just was going to try to, I was just giving it to him, and then I don't know. And Beth goes, oh, it's okay, Veronica, it's okay, honey. She gives her a hug. And then Steven, who's still outside the tent, but talking to the girl inside the tent, he's like, okay, look, we can't stay here any longer. We've got to get out of here. So you girls just start grabbing whatever you got to get, like your purse, your tampons, your perfumes, whatever, and we're going to book it out of the forest, all right? And so the girls turn around to get their purses and stuff, and then they hear, and the sound of a body falling hard on the leaves. and then being dragged back abruptly. And they're like, "Oh my God, Steven, are you okay?" And they hear no response. Then in a little, like a few seconds pass, and hear this, and then Beth said louder, "Steven!" And Veronica looks at Beth and she shakes her head. "He's gone, Beth, just like Nate." And Beth doesn't believe it. She creeps out of the tent and walks just past the fire, and from the darkness of the tent, Veronica's watching her every step. And Beth saying, "Steven, Steven." And then she just gets out of the sight of the firelight, and there's this sound of a whoosh, and then thump. And Veronica at this point is obviously scared, so she gets out of the tent very hesitantly, shaking, and when she moves a little closer, she sees the decapitated body of her friend and lover, Beth. They had been lovers before, but that was during, when she was experimenting during the first quarter. So now it's just Veronica. She's the only one still alive. And she just says, "Just kill me too, wooden monster." And at that point, she sees this spirit creature, a horrible, dark-looking wraith with tattered, ghostly clothes and long, blood-soaked ghost teeth. And it walks right up to her and says, "I would kill you now, but I'm already full. Deuces." And then he walked off. Just adding again to the legend of Spooky Lake. And that's the story. I hope you enjoyed it. Veronica ended up living a long and happy life, healthy life. She was forever traumatized by the events that day, but she ended up having 9 children, and a total of 34 grandchildren and counting, and she's only 32 years old. So it's kind of a happy ending. I hope you enjoyed the story. That's how I pitch my screenplays to the big movie execs. Alright, so Larry, get this. It's a love triangle, a classic love triangle, except this love triangle features a leprechaun, a Sasquatch, and a regular girl who works in an office named Susan. Oh, and did I mention the Sasquatch is a hermaphrodite? And that Susan's a real freak in the sheets, but she's also a freak in the streets. She wears a lot of tie-dye. Runs up to hot dog vendors and says, "Oh my God, that smells so wonderful." In a way that makes everyone feel uncomfortable. That's just Susan's MO. So they had the funeral for Beth and Stephen and Tate just a week after the tragic events at Spook Lake. And Veronica was too distraught to even go. But she asked her friends to videotape it for her. And she does plan on watching it one day. She blames herself, of course. The main reason she blames herself is because she did stab Tate in the chest because she thought he was a ghost when really he wasn't. But she wasn't responsible for the other 2 deaths, so
She really shouldn't blame herself too much. In some sense, people are right when they critique the story as saying it doesn't have a very satisfying ending because Veronica's in sort of this blame middle ground. You could interpret it even as her initiating the avalanche of death that would follow. But I don't interpret it that way. I like to think that Veronica had little choice but to stab him because he looked so ghost-like. He was white as a ghost from fear. Who wouldn't stab that? Deuces is right. Extensive epilogue. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a ghost. And what he said before, that didn't get included in the story, but he said, but if I was a ghost, a knife wouldn't even work on me. And she said, I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. Anyway, this would continue to be a problem that plagued Veronica for the rest of her life, as she would accidentally stab multiple family members. Sometimes she'd mistake them for ghosts. Sometimes she'd mistake them for an apple she was slicing. She had a lot of problems. Eventually, they said, you can't use knives anymore, Veronica. But that was the only fatality from all of her knife accidents. That's a good thing. One of her nephews did lose a hand, but he would probably have lost it anyway playing with fireworks. Yes, many sequels. That's one of the things I enjoy doing sometimes, And it's like how wonderful that there exists this thing, YouTube, this forum where I can go on the internet and just make up some random story and have at least a few people here listening to it. It's also something that's not possible for many people to do. What, tell a story? Make up a story? I mean, I agree, it's more, it's easier for me, and that's something to be said, but I'd also say that it's fun for me. For other people, it might not seem fun. It might seem like either a waste of time or hard or requiring effort. It's really probably kept people very happy during the campfire era of humanity. Yeah, well, according to Jordan Peterson, that's why I exist, because of the evolutionary advantage my story served when I was a hunter-gatherer. Yo, Eric, I hope you are well. How late is it there for you? It's 12:03 in the a.m. So it's just now Monday morning. I'm going to have to go to sleep here relatively soon because I have not one, not two, but 3 typing sessions tomorrow. Which is a lot of typing sessions. What's going on with you, Mr. Mouse? Let me check the... Explain taxes. Go. Well, the government takes money from people in various contexts on the grounds that the money will be spent in ways that are necessary to attend to as a community matter rather than as a private matter, and that the community should fund by contributing from each party some small amount of money such that the government is funded to do the thing it needs to do. Some things it needs to do, some things it wants to do, etc. Where do your taxes go? Well, I mean, to
various places. So you have some taxes go to localities, some to state governments, some to county, some to federal. Um, Obviously, the current system of federal taxation is nightmarishly inefficient and dumb. Flat tax would be much better. So also would be replacing an income tax with a consumption tax. Well, yeah, there are still some potholes, but like the county in which we live, they're pretty good about getting on that stuff. You know, one of the biggest problems with taxes is that the pyramid is upside down. The most amount of taxes should go to the most local level, and the least amount of taxes should go to the furthest level away, feds. So I think when you have local taxation with local accountability and local concerns being met, then you're much more likely to have a reality where the tax burden matches what the community actually needs the government to spend money on. Obviously, the federal government does not know how better to spend my money than I do. But, there are a lot of us who don't receive any kind of services from the federal government. Like Rachel and I we don't get any Social Security, Medicaid, anything like that. And primarily, I think we just feel greatly grateful to not have any involvement of the federal government in our life. But it's also the case that the federal government needs to spend some money on things like national defense, border control, um, federal courts, variety of things, Department of the Interior or something. Some of the things are more justifiable expenditures than others. It's going well. I'm doing quite fine. I do have a 9 a.m. typing session, so I'll probably try to go to bed no later than 2 a.m. It's 12:07 right now. That doesn't mean I'm going to live stream till 2 a.m. because I do generally like to watch a cartoon or two to wind down before bed. I have a backlog of good cartoons to watch because I've been in Vegas and at the beginning of an Adderall bottle now, so my cartoon consumption's been way down this last week. I got a 9 a.m., then a 1 p.m., and then a 2 p.m. Yes, cartoons, by which I mean anime. I'm a Crunchyroll deep diver. I've watched every good cartoon on Crunchyroll, many of them more than once, and I'm generally completely up to date with the new season on any given day. Like when I'm not having a week like I had this week, I will finish the day's new cartoons, when they come out, and then there'll be no cartoons for me to watch until the next day. Is winding down before bed SI? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I guess they're filling the potholes with money. We have some potholes around here that they filled not very long ago, but then more potholes came. I gotta avoid them when I drive out of here. However, I don't think our county is doing a bad job of attending to stuff like that. So when it snows, the snowplows are all over the roads. even though we live at the very, very back, most inconvenient place for the snowplows to get. Whenever it snows, like clockwork, as soon as the snow has been stuck to the road for a bit and starts to pile up, here comes the snowplow. Our county is very fiscally conservative. The voting populace doesn't want the county doing too much. We don't have any localities either, like municipal level government. It's just county. It's a rural county, and we don't even have any stoplights in the whole county. It's California, but we're in Mariposa County, which is not it's not typical, I guess, of what you expect from California. It's a pretty diverse place in some ways. Like, you'll get a range of different politics, but in other ways, it's not that diverse. Hey, senior bro. I am a senior bro. The truth is, Tertho TS Sanamat, I tell them at the supermarket, no, I'm not eligible for the senior citizen discount. But thank you for trying to give it to me anyway. If they don't ask me, if they just say, and I'll add your discount, then I just don't even correct them. I figure I'm not at that point. You didn't ask me if I qualify. You just told me you're going to add it, and for FE reasons, I'd rather just let you do that than correct you, even though you could argue that I'm being shady in some way by taking a discount I don't deserve. I'm 54. I think the age is 60 at the supermarket. But I know it's older than 54. I've heard that stat before. California is the fourth biggest economy on the planet. But I don't know. It's not an especially business friendly state. I did operate a business in the state for a while, and that's where you'll feel the tax gouges if you're running a business. Get a good night's sleep before, get up a couple hours early. Yeah, so as really real SI heavy people, if they like, let's say, picture me as a very SI heavy person, and but this is still it was still kind of true for me, even not super SI heavy, that if I had to stay up late, like let's say I was doing a debate tournament, and I knew I wasn't going to get to bed until 11, and I was going to be too pumped up from the competition to get sleep for a while. I probably wouldn't go to sleep till midnight, and I had to get up the next morning for the next day of the tournament at like 6 a.m., you know, or let's say I had to get up to get there in time or whatever. I had to get up at 6:30. Well, I'd want to get up at 5:30 anyway because I needed some time to wind up to the day. There's certain things I needed to do before I could really even like take a shower and stuff. I need to pull some bowls, check the internet, etc. And my mom was certainly like that. She had her whole morning routine. She got up hours before she needed to actually go to work, and she'd have her coffee, and she'd read the paper, maybe do the crossword puzzle, walk around the house, look at the plants. Mean. I'm tired of saying your name. Your name sounds like death in my mouth. He's chill AF and the most consistent person you've ever met. ISTJ? I mean, ISTJs are great. I really appreciate our ISTJ neighbor, Jared. Not to mention, of course, Cameron is somebody I also very much appreciate. But I was stoked when I was outside sweeping and they were coming back from their walk and Jared was on his bike and he rode through the driveway. Like, made me feel like childhood where your friend comes riding by on their bike. Yeah, my mom and I used to walk around the house together, look at all the plants, make, commentary about them. What did I do with the other torch? I guess I left it outside? Maybe. You dirty rat. What a dirty rat this is. Oh, I got glue on there. God damn it. Yeah, we did have a good run. I think they much preferred having a granddaughter to their son, but that's fine. I'm over it, you know. It took a lot of processing and it was pretty complicated emotionally, I guess. But I'm over it now. Took a couple years. But I understand that, I was as I was at the time because I hadn't learned from the experience of the end of my dad's life, you know? And it's not the sort of thing you get to do over again. And it's not the sort of thing that I was ever going to be well suited to accomplish because I'm terrible at putting myself in someone else's shoes. Well, that's the other thing is I recognize that there is an overlap in storylines there. In some ideal world, I guess, I would have had enough F awareness to put off getting with Rachel until after my parents died, but that's just some kind of bonkers, bizarro world where I did that, you know? And so, when I think about it is, by the end of my dad's life, reality had passed him by in a couple of different ways. Like, he didn't have my mom there to give him reality check and also to be his companion and make him have a happy life. So by the time Rachel came around, anything that was a change of any sort or wasn't in his script for how things were going to go that he wasn't sharing with the rest of us. He had a script that he expected us to follow, but he wasn't going to let us see what the script was. So it makes things difficult, right? Ultimately, I did make the correct decision. I chose the future rather than the past. And it may not be a particularly defensible position or decision, but I didn't even know I was being so selfish. It just sort of all happened before I had given it adequate thought. What advice would you give to younger Eric about my dad? I'd tell younger Eric to put yourself in his shoes. To the extent that you can remember to do that, try to do that. Because the problem is, I'm so communication focused. I'm operating in this world where I expect if you've got something to communicate to me, you're going to communicate it in words. Because even if you make cues that should be obvious, those don't mean anything to me because you can't make any kind of argumentational hay with cues, subtle cues or whatever. So I needed my dad to tell me I'm suffering. I've lost my wife. I feel like I need emotional attention from you and Delilah. But he didn't have that in his MO at all. Like showing vulnerability as a means of having an authentic engagement with his family members was not something that he did. So I can only blame myself so much, and I did. I blame myself plenty and more for all kinds of things, all kinds of failures, until eventually I guess I processed it and it doesn't really bother me anymore. So yeah, in general, it would be good advice to tell younger Eric at any age from yesterday to birth. Put yourself in other people's shoes, and if you can just remember to do remedial level that, you might avoid some substantial FI mistakes. I don't know if you will or not, but give it a try. That's the tricky thing about polar, of course, is it's an absolute value. Your relationship with 6 and 8 is kind of, I don't know if you call it predictable, but it makes sense. I'm shitty at 6, I don't like 6. Not a value in and of itself. I'm shitty at 8, I don't like 8. It's not a value in and of itself. I'm super shitty at 7, but also it's an absolute value that's ultimately very important to me. That makes it your place of least resistance. It's Heineken Zero. Opinion on Budweiser in a bottle? Not my favorite. Not a beer I would ever have purchased. I'd go for Coors before I'd go for Budweiser or even Miller. But that's just me. I didn't really like domestic beers. If I wanted to have some sort of shitty, thin domestic beer, I might as well drink Coors Light. I had friends who liked to drink Coors Light. But I like to drink good beers instead. But now I don't drink alcohol at all. But I still drink beer. Only now it's non-alcoholic beer. it's remarkably satisfying, actually. And there are plenty of times when you totally want to drink a beer because it's like either a hot day or you're having Mexican food or whatever. Non-alcoholic beer satisfies most of those itches. It's just lacking in the alcohol. But even, it still makes you feel like tired and bloated after you're done drinking it because beer's got that kind of heaviness to it. Socionics and iterating about function placements was pointless, and their alternative is less intuitive than the normal front stack back stack model. Why, don't mind if I do, Ruben R. People be like bear with me when they don't even have a bear with them. You're in a Budweiser phase? Well, I don't think I ever really had a big Budweiser phase, but I certainly would drink Bud if it was like the free beer available. It's who knows where all the other lighters are. I know a couple of them got cashed recently. I need to get another half dozen lighters, and then they too will all disappear within a week. I'm not smocking, okay? Smocking's for painters. What's my current stance on typology? Same as it's always been, or for quite a long time now, which is the parts that I explain correctly and are the correct explanations. There are some things that are not yet fully fleshed out. Those are what you call your fog of war areas of the map, you know? And then there are some open questions that could definitively get answers, but I don't know what they are yet, or if anybody will get them. Like, I've got a variety of ideas for an SE polar test, but not really any vehicle to do the test because it doesn't fit within the scope of an hour-long typing session when you're not in person at all. Do you prefer a brown bear or a grizzly, maybe? I like grizzlies in the morning, brown bears in the evening. I am fine. How are you, Knight? Are you dark? Filled with crickets? I see the moon now. It's quite a full moon tonight. I don't know if it's actually full, but brown bear is the category grizzly is contained within. Well, then I'm going to change it to grizzly in the morning, black bear in the evening. Polar bears on Sundays. Now are you satisfied? I believe your vulgar comment already got removed before once. Why you would insist on putting it again when it's they're going to get the same response. I don't know. It's pizza time, guys. Kodiak bears, huh? Yeah, I should have invested in Philip Morris stock a long time ago. It's a copy-paste remark. Bears, bears, bears. Bears, bears, bears. Always mauling my hairs, hairs, hairs. I nice midnight porch stogie. Oh, right. Forget the I part. Nice midnight porch stogie. This isn't a stogie. I think of stogies as being cigars. This is a Rillo, or a Rill, short for cigarillo. What a nice looking room. I should turn the lights off because I'm just polluting the outside with artificial light. The outside that would otherwise be dark because everybody else is asleep at 12 in the morning on a Sunday night. Getting ready for work in the morning. Or whatever they do on Monday. A lot of people around here are retired, but like our neighbors aren't. I appreciate their youthful energy. So it may just be like sensor energy on Jared's part, but Kate seems to have a lot of gas in her tank too. Especially since she likes to drink, and then I know it'll tire you out. But boy, do they love playing music. If you want to make Kay and Jared happy, all you gotta do is say, "Here, hold this guitar." We had a pretty good jam session today. You know, the three of us who play instruments. Rachel does well with any kind of percussion thing. She's got good rhythm. She does well with singing. She's got good pitch, but she doesn't play an instrument. The three of us do play instruments. We definitely have different aesthetics. Like, they do a different kind of music than I do. Yeah. Imagine getting fat on beer. Thanks, Austin. It's I don't know if you'd call it a porch deck, but I know what you're referring to. I tend to call it a covered walkway. I think that's the most accurate description of what it is. It's not elevated at all, which is nice because nothing gets under the porch. We do have a deck over there that has an underneath part, but that's like overhanging the hill. Grandpa Smurf older than the dinosaurs old. Those older than all the time. Those older than all the time. Who's older than all the time? Me? I'm not older than all the time. My accent is good. I didn't know I had an accent. What kind of accent do you think it is? I'm from California. Oh, Mr. Bubbles, you're a silly boy. I have an accent. Looks like it's solid wood too. The compost bends in the heat. Oh well, the railings are wood. So like wait a second. I like the span in the foyer. That's on, yes, okay. What's this one? No. What's this one? There we go. There are a lot of light switches. So, like this is wood, and this is wood, and this is wood. But this is not wood. It's just some fireproof stuff. We do live in fire country. And also snow country, so it's nice to have this covered walkway in the wintertime. Because you can go outside and smoke a cigarette or whatever, and you don't have to stand in the snow. Now we're in the backyard. I gotta turn these lights on back here. Come into the dining room and turn the lights on here. And then, what you're talking about, the composite materials warping over time. The deck's made out of some kind of fireproofy, I don't know what it is. It's not wood. This part is wood. Right here. But the bottom part, the floor, is this composite material. And they do get kind of like, they're kind of buckled a little bit. Not bad. It's certainly a perfectly usable deck, but you know, it's just not as good a material as wood, I guess. On the other hand, decks can be a real fire risk, I guess, if they're made out of wood. Ain't no one want their deck catch on fire. So you can see it there, right? The light on the deck here is broken. Inconveniently, or I'd show you the thing better. Why am I coming in here? No reason. Just to turn on the light so I could look at the deck better. Maybe you could sort of see it. Who knows what that stuff is made out of, but it's not wood. But the railing stuff, that's wood. Not the very top part. The top one is the composite stuff, but all the rest of the railings is wood. But that's not wood. And this is a pesky oak tree that wants to grow in all the wrong directions. That's why I had to chop its branches a little bit. You can't really see down there, but that's the gully. At the bottom of the gully is a little stream bed that certain months of the year will have a stream in it. July is not one of those months. And this is a mirror that I put down here because I didn't know where else to put it. It helps me look at my legs when I'm walking by. And then I practice my rocket kicks. Because, you know, I still have my lifelong dream of becoming a rocket. Not just any rocket either, the #1 rocket. It's like first chair violin, but for rockets. I guess Rachel went to bed, huh? I should do that too. I should copy her and go to bed. Okay, let's turn off all these lights that we turn on over here and get the flashlight. Because flashlights has all the advantages of these lights, but you could also carry it around. Okay, well maybe it doesn't have all the advantages of these lights. These lights, you don't have to hold them at all. So that's one advantage they have. Silent truths with Max. Okay, stop yelling at me. Oh, God. Fine. Fine. I'll watch you eat. Horrible cat. Sir, I want Come USA. Well, good for you. I'm glad you want Come USA. Good luck with that. All right, Trouble. You gotta pay the toll. The toll for me watching you eat is I get to comb you and get all of these pesky hairs away from you.
so that I don't have to vacuum them up later. Well, if you want me to watch you eat, this is what comes with that. This is a natural consequence of you being so neurotic. Here, ridiculous. It doesn't matter how many times I comb him, I always get a full comb's worth of hair. I could comb him for 8 hours straight, and he'd still not be done shedding. Just let me. Okay, more hair. I tried to explain to him, just pick a specific hair length and just retain those hairs. Instead, he's constantly shedding them and bringing in new hairs into his body. So that's bad TE and it's bad SI. W cat. How I connect you, sir? You don't connect me. I'm currently connected with all the connections I need. And if you want me to help you come to America, hell no. TE bureaucracy stuff? Fuck no. I could barely even help myself come to America if I had to. I don't know if you heard, but right now, the country's leadership is, well, you wouldn't call them pro-immigration per se. It's okay. You're forgiven. Because I, like Jesus, forgive people. I'm not quite as good at it as Jesus, obviously. He's like the master at forgiving people. Sometimes I don't forgive. Instead, I scold and condemn with most wrathful intent. But, you know, depends, I guess. With my old burro Charlie, I'll walk on the trail, looking for gold in the hills. When Charlie gets tired, I'll stop and get pails of water and stills. There you go. There's a song called Me and My Burro. English Within. Says cool. Thanks, English Within. That is my goal.
Finally, maybe one day before I die, finally be cool. Grass doesn't grow on a busy street. What? Oh, point to his bald head, I see. I didn't know what to make of that. Politically incorrect copy says Palestine, 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 Palestine. Okay. If you insist. If you insist, then Palestine it is. Rocket ship, rocket ship, rocket ship. You're saying you want to evacuate all the Palestinians to the moon? That sounds an awful lot like deportation. No, we're just evacuating them. Evacuate, schmaculate. No. That's fine. Don't worry. Don't panic, everybody. It's fine. Well, Iran doesn't need the headache of Palestine. I don't think they view Palestine as a headache so much as a source of endless rhetorical ammunition. You know, people like to feel as though they're the good guys. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. And soon, we'll all have a wonderful time. Okay. Let me see here. How this works out. Looks fine. I was a cowboy back in 1872. Before being a cowboy was even cool. This one's not loud enough. Mic check, mic check. Well, it needs to be louder. I'm not that close to it. Okay. I could bring up the chat, so if anybody has any kind of song they'd like to hear. I don't really want to play existing songs, but you know. Alright, so the Japanese High Scott Creek War. The Japanese hid out for many years after the war, right? It was quite a long time after the war, or before the last of the Japanese soldiers ended up surrendering. They thought they were gonna win, but they didn't. They thought they'd never give up or surrender, but then there were nuclear bombs. And we nuked those warlike Japanese into a peaceful, fun democracy. They went from Harry Carey to making cartoons. They still don't like to think about the bullshit they pulled when it was imperial. But the reality, they were crazy, horrible, barbaric fuckers who badly needed to be nuked. Hi, Casey Gallagher. Song about the end of World War II and how the Japanese badly needed to be nuked. Tectonic shift. Jimmy is a nihilist, and so is G. He's got a shift underway, you see, but it is some kind of shift other than a tectonic one. He thinks all the shifts are tectonic, but I think all these shifts make me catatonic, and I just don't agree. But Jimmy is a nihilist, Mommy is a Kantian, Daddy says utility will make the day. Naturally, this family is in some horrible disarray. You can't get the entire logical without a proper order of questions. Is it hot in here, or is it me? Is it cold around your shin or knee? What do you see in the mirror? You see me. Do you look for reflected truth? I don't know what you think that you could do, but I know that nihilism seems to suit you so well. Ben Shapiro is holding fort all by his lonesome. What does that mean? Holding fort by his lonesome. Don't you hold court normally? Rather than fort? chariot, holding the line. Enemy forces are coming up the hilly alley. I'm beginning to climb. I'm holding the fort, all alone by my lonesome, holding the fort. A fort unheld will walk away just like a castle with no moat. The castle that will not stay because you need the moat to keep the barbarians at bay. Broken ditch with PBD crew. Candace Owens, Alex Jones too. There are so many others. People with no druthers. People who want to see sisters and brothers get married in a most unnatural way. Ooh. Woo, woo, woo. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. My name is Donald Woo. Woo, 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 woo. I've got lots of woo for you. Yes, I'm improvising. That's true. Jimmy is a nihilist. Obviously. I don't have to improvise. I could play a song. You know, like one of my songs that I play. I could even play one that I have to look up the chords to because I don't have all my songs memorized. But I'll play a memorized song. I'll play a written song. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. I have mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here, just be soon forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, the list, but I have something to say. Something to say. Hi, Savannah. Welcome. Hi to you as well. So that song, forget what your name is. That song was not improvised. That song I wrote, in song composition fashion. The newest song that I've written, I will play, even though I may have a little bit of struggle with it. We'll see how it plays. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. The cones you put keep us at bay from the lane where you stand. Today will be the day when you pour in the sand to mix the concrete up and keep the cars all away. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Just repeats. I have gear, I just don't have it plugged into the amp. I actually have it plugged into the sound card because I'm recording because I was expecting to just sort of freestyle some stuff, and I might have some idea that I want to turn into an actual song, But then I played that instead. I need some oil in my engine. Do I? I'm looking along like a car that is wrong. I need a bit of oil in my engine, that's for sure. When I'm driving along and the car drives wrong and the light comes on, I need some oil in my engine. Oh, well, the oil engine doesn't stop. It doesn't give you problems. It doesn't stop. It doesn't make you wait for a place to go. It's so well oiled, and I think you know what that means. It means I need some oil in my engine. My guitar needs some motor oil too. My guitar does not need oil, though it's true that it could use amplification to make it more rude and crude and full of wonder. It's just not plugged in to an amplifier when if it were, then you'd better hear it.
that's okay. I don't need amplification anyway. It's okay. In fact, it's fine. And I know that sure I could be ashamed of all my failures, but instead I'll just think this is fine. Back when I was two, learned the death of blues from an old Negro spiritual singer dude down by the Mississippi, where it ends at the part they call the Delta Friend. And after I learned the blues that way, I went to perform at Carnegie Hall when I was just about 1 foot tall. Everybody said you're back from Vietnam. You got the brown story of the little copper man. That's kind of impressive. And now you're at Carnegie Hall. I don't know any Doobie Brothers songs. Except for this one, of course. I'm Don Doobie, and I'm his brother. My name's Tom Doobie, and we're one another's very best friends. We're brothers and friends, and we like each other. Our name ends the same. Ends with Doobie, because we both have the last name Doobie. I'm Don Doobie, and this is Bob. We're Doobie Brothers, that's for sure. It's the only Doobie Brothers song I know. It's their best song, obviously. Hi, Dragonland. What's up? He's Gregory, in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory, in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory, in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. Here's Gregory, in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory, in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory, in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory, in disguise. Thanks, Dragonland. I try with my effort bones. I'm going to put this away now. This, you just stay right here, is fine for the moment. Now, you get unplugged with my fingers. Come on. There. And unplug this side as well. Just take this and go like meow, go like meow. Easiest way to deal with the cord. I just put it like that. Fine. Guitar, you get to stand over here next to your friend to the bass. And voila, we're all cleaned up and done. That wasn't that much of a mess making activity. Okay. It did record. As you see, the guitar came in a lot hotter than the vocals. But I can separate this into mono tracks and even levels if I wanted to. Which I probably don't, but maybe I had a good idea or something there. Who knows? I think my playing of sign holders all the way through was cool. That may be like the first time I actually, cause I put it away last time when I put it away at the very end of a writing process that I wasn't entirely sure had taken, but no, it had, and the song's done except for potentially a bridge. Well, it may not even need a bridge, you know? Tells a good story about sign holders and their ways. If there were to be a bridge, it could be like, I would have put a bridge here, except I needed sign holders to build the bridge. That'd be fine too. Oh my God, am I the sign holder? I'm here trying to build a bridge. Smells nice outside. I wonder what that smell is. Just general outsidiness, I guess. General outsidiness. I want to turn off the air conditioning. I don't like it when I come outside and it's cool and I hear the air conditioning on because I think that's silly. We should just open the window. But you know, once it gets down to the standard sleeping temperature of 68 degrees, it should stay cycled off because it's probably about maybe 70 outside, 72, I don't know. Just maybe a little warmer than 68. I'm gonna go to bed after this cigarette. I'm gonna wrap this up and go to bed. And just try to get as many winks as I can. Ideally as many as upward of 40 winks, conceivably. Yeah, 40. How long do you think it takes to get 40 winks? A lot of people think the answer is 8 hours. It actually takes less than 30 seconds to get 40 winks. Which is why I've always maintained you really need more than 40 winks. Maybe 400,000 winks. Are you winking at me or do you have tardigrade syndrome? Have you guys seen the ads for tardigrade syndrome medicine? It's like Tourette's but with body movements. But thanks to that drug now, you don't have involuntary winking. They should have just called it involuntary winking syndrome.
An alarming epidemic is sweeping across America as people fall victim to involuntary winking syndrome. Divorce rates skyrocket as spouses think their significant other is winking at somebody. Wink Martindale is doing a series of public service announcements about the matter to raise awareness. And some poor souls have both involuntary wink syndrome and restless leg syndrome. And sometimes they can get mixed up and they can have restless winking and involuntary legs. That's where your legs try to separate from your body and go off on their own, insisting that they're attached to you involuntarily. But I really need you, legs. Well, maybe you should have gotten my consent then, say your legs. Instead, you've just been walking all over me. I'm not walking over you, I've been walking on you. And really, haven't I been walking on my feet? They're part of me, part of your legs. I'm not really part of your legs, guys. Shut up, feet. Anyway, my feet side with me, but the legs oppose me. Or I'm filibustering the matter right now. In my mind. In the legislative chambers of my mind. Where all the important stuff happens. Oh. I'm going to give you guys one guess. Guess who has to poo? If you guessed Eric, you guessed correctly. You should give yourself a hearty pat on the back. Or you could give Pat a hearty pat on the heart. Do edibles affect me? Yeah, the drinks do. It's not necessarily a high I love, though. The drinks work better than other edibles, I think. And if you really have trouble getting high, get the 1,000 milligram syrup. I think it's like, I don't know, it was a lot cheaper than getting 10 drinks. I think it was like $30 for 1,000 milligram syrup. And that one you can definitely overdo it, even if you're a super big head like me. Alright, so I'm happy with sign holders as a composition. I'm pleased by it. And that's good. That's some bit of a breakthrough in music there, because I've been experiencing a little frustration. I'm going to go here. Xanaxes. Cognitive Function Musings Part 1 got 96 views, but Cognitive Function Musings Part 2 only got 44 views. I mean, if you take too much edibles, it's not a good feeling. It's just you feel kind of like a little dizzy almost, you know. Just gotta lie down. Yeah, it's easy to overdo them. Alright, so I hope everybody's enjoying the new badges and also the new emojis. We have Acacia to thank for the change. She's the one who called to action in a way that successfully got me to do it. And have a great evening. I want you to think about what a wonderful thing life is after you end this stream here tonight.
on how great it is, you'll have a chance to participate in another stream tomorrow. I love you all, and I'll see you later.